Suddenly, a splash of water was heard, indicating that someone had jumped into the pond or had been deliberately pushed there. It was an unknown man who was sinking under the water quite quickly. It seemed he could do nothing about it, as his body was lifeless, as if he was unconscious. But not a minute had passed before someone's strong hand covered the mouth of the young man, who looked at everything that was happening in amazement, and seemed not to understand what was happening to him. A huge red moon shone against the backdrop of a large, majestic building. Looking at it, the man thought that vampires ruled the world. The vampire-like man continued to talk about how people were willing to put up with it because it suited them just fine. At the same time, some teenagers looked closely at the beautiful red-haired girl, noting that they had managed to meet a purebred Linglan. The beauty, holding a glass with some red liquid in her hands, coquettishly turned to someone and said that she really liked this person's blood. At that very moment, an unknown young man clutched his head and cried out in despair that he absolutely had to become a member of the spiritual Rain family. Dropping to one knee and turning to the girl, gently taking her leg, the guide politely called the beauty his beloved. And again, someone's voice kept talking about joining the race of blood relatives, because he rejected his human essence, and it was a conscious decision. The young man believed that he was obliged to live only for the sake of his mistress, since she had given him such an order. This guy kept repeating to himself that people like him could easily abandon their comrades, relatives, and even friends. If necessary, they could easily destroy them. The stranger's thoughts continued, and he remembered a phrase that sounded something like this: if someone doesn't show up in court. This means that this person will be killed immediately without any justification, and no punishment will follow. The flirtatious red-haired lady addressed the young man as a brother, and asked if it was time for him to start showing mercy. The boy stood with his eyes closed, as if he were in a trance, and at the same time he thought to himself that something in his head did not add up, that everything was somehow wrong. The serious look of the other young man, who seemed completely indifferent, expressed a storm of emotions, and the thought that this world had gone crazy was spinning in this guy's head. The same man, peering into the distance, thought about the mysterious bite mark that had appeared on his neck. Apparently, the guy either didn't remember or didn't know exactly when he managed to appear and how long the young man hadn't known anything about it. Turning his face to the wall, the young man asked himself who he really was, what he really was. And a little gloomy, but already smiling, he asked himself who the masters of this world were, people or vampires. In a dark room, unknown people were lying on the floor, and from the corner of the room a voice was heard asking what kind of trash was on the carpet, clearly hinting at these people. Addressing someone, the red-haired woman declared that she could not bear a drop of this man's blood, and no matter what, he would become her subordinate. Seeing two strangers dragging the unfortunates, the girl ordered her companion to throw the men into the kitchen so that they could serve as ingredients. The fair-haired man, addressing the girl with sympathy and authority, explained to her that, according to the latest version of the Constitution, any private consumption of human blood is a crime and requires legal re-registration. The red-haired beauty calmly remarked that, if the man so desired, she could send him to the factory for legal registration, without specifying who exactly she was talking about. And then she continued by saying that in order for people to live happily and carefree, this race needs art. The beauty added that it is necessary to convert the strong to their faith, who will not betray their masters and will not become one of them. And after a short pause, she continued that it is also very important to weed out weak ingredients in order to turn them into a complete product. Hugging her lion, the girl said that in fact, the race known for its blood had ruled the land for several years. Blood was no longer a necessity, and she herself preferred regular food. However, there's one important nuance. For her, blood is still much better and more valuable than the most exquisite dishes. And praising herself, the red-haired beauty noted that the next destination would be the Emerald City. At that very moment, the sun rose over the big city, and some unknown voice, addressing a young man named Je, told him to wake up. Apparently, the man was in no hurry, so he turned to him again and said that it was very important. Realizing that the young man was still fast asleep, the stranger began to pull him along, believing that only such actions could effectively help. Realizing that this was not helping, the stranger began to shout that his son was sleeping again and looked like a sleepwalker in the middle of the day, and that this would not lead to anything good, because if he slept in class like before, he would be punished. As he left the room, the man shouted to Je to come down as quickly as possible and start receiving clients, as he was already quite fed up with all this. The young man, covering his face with his hand, seemed either not to understand what was happening, or to be so tired of it all that he no longer had the strength to endure it. The young man, looking at his hand in horror, continued to sit on the bed and was in no hurry to go downstairs, as he had been told just a few minutes ago. Suddenly the young man remembered his biography. His name was Wang Zhe, he had recently turned 25 years old, and he remembered this very clearly. The guy remembered that he had been working on some project for a long time that night, and in the end the company's boss took credit for the results, and then fired him. At that time, our hero was burdened with a mortgage, and his father spent 2 years in the hospital. The young man's financial situation left much to be desired. He had only 50 yuan left on his bank card. That day, the young man got very drunk and went to the river to reflect on his life, how he got to this state, and why everything happened the way it did. But a minute later something strange happened. The guy saw a girl who fearlessly entered the river in her outerwear. Our hero was alarmed by this. After several appeals to the girl and no response from her, the young man followed her, shouting for her to return to the shore immediately. After pulling the stranger out, the young man asked her why, despite his desperate situation, she had decided to go into the water to do what she was about to do. The boy repeated to her again and again that it was impossible to die, at least at that age and in that way. The young man repeated that sometimes it is better for us to stay away because circumstances require it or because that is how life works. As he sank deeper and deeper into the water, the young man noticed that sometimes you still need to be persistent. The boy clearly realized that he no longer remembered anything about the events of that day. Everything was like a fog and happened as if to someone else. Sitting on the bed, recovering from sleep and sudden awakening, our hero tried to collect his thoughts in order to understand who he was now. Looking closely at the time, Ji noticed that it was May 2077 and the clock showed 10:30 a.m. Clutching his heart, the young man realized with horror that today was his 18th birthday, and he still could not believe what was happening to him. Opening the door, Ji was determined to find out as quickly as possible what day it really was and what was going on. Quickly descending the stairs, the guy seemed unable to believe that everything was exactly as it seemed, although he understood that he really wanted it. Bursting into the beauty salon and carefully looking at everyone present, our hero loudly called out to his father. Meeting his father's gaze, the young man hugged him with such force that it seemed as if he was going to strangle his father, who did not understand what was happening. Continuing to hug his relative tightly, the young man heard his father ask what he was doing and if he was feeling well. Suddenly, Ji explained that he was fine. He had just had a nightmare that had been haunting him for several years. With some sadness in his voice, the man turned to his son and said that he had told him little and had not hugged him like this morning for a long time. But the family idyll didn't last long, because within a minute, clients began asking when they would receive assistance and how much longer they would have to wait. Returning to reality, the father barber apologized and said that, as promised, he would cut everyone's hair, and told his son to hurry up and not slack off. Addressing the salon owner, the unknown man said that if it were not for the crowded room and the leisurely gentleman, he would never have come there, and reminded him that if he delayed him, he would destroy his house. The stranger asked the man why his son was so arrogant, but when he was about to begin to understand the situation, his father stopped him. Papa just said that the stranger should come to the purebred aristocrat Miss Yu for an interview, because everyone already knew that their city was among the top 10, and he could be chosen as a ward. The man turned to the barber with an arrogant tone and declared that he was a wonderful conversationalist, and that if he wanted, he could try to go to the place where he had been sent just a minute ago. Our hero, looking into the distance in confusion, did not understand what his father and the stranger were talking about. The young man tried to understand who pureblood wizards and their descendants were, what kind of world this was in general, whether this was really the world he knew before, or whether he had ended up in a parallel dimension. Ji carefully read the latest news regarding the pureblood and noble family group, and the adoption of a law to include purebloods in the municipality was also discussed. The young man, still holding the tablet in his hands and carefully studying all the information he had found, did not understand what it all meant. The guy was puzzled by why everything was so strange and who these blood relatives were that were written about so much in the media, so he decided to study this issue in more detail. From all the information that our hero managed to collect, he understood only that the rulers of the earth are called blood relatives. For a moment, the young man's face twisted in surprise. He was shocked to realize that humans were ruled by vampires and their blood relatives. Staring at the wall, the guy began to think about what was happening in his world, how it could be that humanity was under the rule of vampires, and no one was doing anything. The young man assumed that it was most likely a secret invasion, but to make sure, he decided to search Google for information about the bloody war. The young man was very surprised by the search, which seemed extremely strange to him, since some kind of monster with red eyes was drawn on the title window. The next moment, the monster opened its eyes even wider, and a 404 error appeared on the screen. Ji, who knew very well how search engines worked, did not understand how this was possible, and why he could not find anything useful. The boy looked again and again at the creepy image on the screen, which seemed to mock him and gloat. Realizing that things had gone too far, the young man quickly pressed the button to return to the main page. A second later the screen went dark, and for the first time all morning the boy was able to breathe a sigh of relief, having the opportunity to think about what had happened. Taking a deep breath, the young man thought that nothing had ever frightened him as much as this strange smiley that had been waiting for him during his search. In utter despair, our hero thought that he was completely lost between this world and the one in which he lived before. While washing himself and trying to somehow come to his senses, he came to the conclusion that the only thing that was clear to him was that the world in which he found himself at this stage was not reality. Touching the mirror, the young man continued to reflect on the fact that this state of affairs could only mean one thing: he was able to possess his alternative self. Looking closely at his reflection, the guy wondered whether, despite all the global changes, he had managed to remain himself. However, the very next moment his attention was drawn to a small bite mark on the left side of his neck. Looking closely at these spots, the young man seemed unable to understand where they came from. Many thoughts were swirling around in his head, but the most important one was whether someone had bitten him too. After a short pause, the guy turned around and wondered if it was a real vampire bite, or if he had just dreamed it all. But a minute later, looking more closely, the man realized that there was nothing on his neck. The spots seemed to have disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. Rubbing his eyes, Joe thought that he must have imagined it all, because this often happens after sleep, especially when someone suddenly wakes him up. Our hero decided that for now he shouldn't think about this whole story anymore, but it would be better to just let the situation go for a while. Joe was still standing there, unable to move, but it seemed like he either didn't want to accept reality, or was still thinking about something else. However, after some time, the guy convinced himself that he had not yet figured everything out, and therefore it was better to come to terms with it. And again, for a moment, the young man was silent, but his expression gave the impression that he just wanted to be alone and rest a little. Although not even a few minutes had passed, Joe had already turned around, and from his smile one could understand that life was actually getting better, and our hero had made some kind of constructive decision. Large buildings indicated that our hero and his entire family lived in a fairly large industrial city. While walking through the city, the young man heard his father shouting at him to study well, and the boy promised that he would do so. Joe then said that his father absolutely needed to go to the hospital and get checked out, although he didn't seem to be planning to do so, explaining that he was working and didn't have time to visit medical facilities. The man replied that he would take his father to the hospital himself because in a past life he had advanced cancer, but this time he would do everything to prevent the disease. Looking at this beautiful building, the young man remarked to himself that it was rather strange to be reborn in such an unusual world, but at the same time, he was not going to miss his chance. With a smile on his face and his hand raised, our hero promised the world that he was stepping into a new life and would do everything to make it better and more interesting. However, the very next moment someone's voice angrily called him trash and told him to get out of the way. There were 3 people standing in front of the goth-like guy, but only one of them was telling the young man that there was no place for worthless people like him here. She looked at these people with bewilderment, not knowing how best to react in this situation, considering that he was not in his usual world. The stranger looked questioningly at the young man and told him not to dare block their way, because he was a nobody. After a short pause, he added that this was no place for a low-ranking person like our hero. Having carefully examined the assembled people, the man seemed to recognize some of them, although he did not understand where he had seen them before. The phrase "low level" kept spinning around in the young man's head, and the phrase was very familiar to him. As he walked down the alley, the young man heard a girl shouting that this place was only for students with a genetic level of Class A and above, meaning there was no place for the young man here. Having carefully examined the educational institution, the boy could not understand why his father sent him there, and what was happening in front of the building. The young man could not remember where he had heard such an expression as genetic level before, although he knew for sure that he had heard it. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that just recently he had a student ID card in his hands, on which his name, year, class, first and third year of study were written. The guy didn't have time to think about anything, because the next moment the other guys started pushing him from all sides, shouting that he couldn't stand there, and it would be best to leave this place. Watching everything that was happening with horror, the boy did not fully understand how he should act next so as not to harm himself or others. Not even a minute had passed when the young man heard someone from the crowd start shouting his name very loudly. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses approached Joe, asked the young man how he was feeling, and then, grabbing him by the elbow, began to order him to quickly follow him. Looking at the young man with some bewilderment, Joe began to address him, saying something. But the very next second, the young man, without giving our hero a chance to say a word, introduced himself, saying his name, which sounded like Wenchang. Our hero thought to himself that in a past life this guy was his classmate, but he often kept his distance from everyone because he was a bit of an introvert. As for Zhe himself, he had a wild and rebellious character, no different from other scumbags, and given Wenchang's wealthy background, they could not communicate, let alone be friends. Lost in his thoughts, the young man remembered how he constantly skipped school, considering himself the most important person in this world. At that time, he was called the King of the Mountain, so he really believed that there was nothing he couldn't do. But it was not always like this, only until society showed the young man the realities of life and demonstrated that everything could be different. During the most difficult period of his life, when the guy didn't know what to do, he overcame his pride and sent a message to all his friends asking for help. Unfortunately, it turned out that most of these friends weren't really friends, as some had blocked the young man a long time ago, some had forgotten about it, and some simply didn't want to help. However, one day our hero saw how someone transferred 5,000 yuan to his card. Looking at this amount, and not believing his eyes, Zhe thought that he had simply dreamed all of this, because he had long since lost hope. At the same time, he received a message advising our hero not to give up and assuring him that he would definitely cope with everything. Holding the phone in his hands, the young man realized that this money had been sent to him by Wenchang, the very same person with whom he had practically never communicated during his school years. The most interesting thing is that now the guy understood who the savior was, but then he completely forgot about this person. Looking closely at the young man in glasses, Zhe thought about how amazing life is and what surprises it sometimes presents. But addressing this guy out loud, our hero said that he really misses his good friend and therefore wants to talk to him. After carefully examining the assembled group, Zhe turned to his old new friend and asked him why so many people had gathered. After a short pause, he asked who they were going to admit to this educational institution, and then, noticing the girl, he began asking who she was. Wenchang, whom our hero was hugging so tightly, turned to him and asked the young man not to squeeze him so tightly, because it looked very suspicious. To somehow defuse the situation, the guy began to explain that the goddess in front was Lin Lanyu, a noblewoman who had come to the Emerald City in search of breeding cattle. After a short pause, the young man explained that Sha Ma had told him about this yesterday, and that he himself wanted to join in all this to become her breeding animal. Not understanding what they were talking about, Zhe asked why everyone was so keen on raising livestock and whether there was any benefit to it. In a calm voice, our hero's classmate began to explain to him that if the boy succeeded in breeding among vampires, he would be able to change his blood type, prolong his life, and even use their techniques. While the young man was trying to collect his thoughts and make sense of everything he had heard, he began to catch snippets of phrases from the crowd that indicated that the goddess was very kind, and that was the most important thing. Teenagers standing nearby said that kindness is an important step for everyone, especially when someone is kind to you. The boys noted that this is a ceremony during which representatives of the vampire race pour their power and blood into the generation of the tribe, and only after this can it be said that the kindness has been fully accomplished. The most interesting thing about this is that it is an incredibly exciting, amazing and fragrant experience, especially for humanity. And we are not talking about the most ordinary person, but about someone who accepts kindness because it is the most pleasant thing he has ever experienced. One of those present remarked that Miss Lin Lanyu was extremely beautiful, which meant that everyone would want to become her breeding stock. Rubbing his neck, our hero thought that, despite everything that had been said, a person still needed to be bitten, and in the movies they say that a vampire bites to suck blood, but he would never want to do that. A moment later, the crowd quieted down, and cars began to gather near the building, in one of which was located the very goddess that everyone so wanted to see. Not even a minute had passed since people held their breath when a beautiful girl's leg in a red shoe appeared from the car. The attractive red-haired beauty was actually a very interesting girl, the kind many men dream of. The beauty was introduced to the guests, with the distinction of being the most important guest in the Emerald City. Indeed, even the mayor stood before her with a strained smile. And while everyone was looking closely at the girl, it seemed that our hero didn't care at all, because he looked completely indifferently at both the girl and all the assembled spectators. Not even a minute had passed before the young man hugged Wenchang again, who did not understand what was happening and therefore turned to his friend. However, she did not give him the opportunity to say anything, noting that none of this had anything to do with him, because the most important thing was to come to school early, study more, and increase his importance in this world. The boy thought to himself that he had learned one important lesson from his past life. Everyone relies only on himself, because sooner or later help may leave, and he will have to fight alone. Continuing to hug his friend, but now out loud, our hero explained that people, for example, have become a family, but still, everyone lives their own life, and the person decides for himself what it will be. She continued to talk about how every person strives for their own happiness, and everyone has their own goals. As they approached the house, our heroes stopped, and while she wasn't embarrassed by anything, the second guy clearly became wary, sensing someone's presence. When Chang turned around and looked into the distance with horror in his eyes, unable to utter a word. Not even a few minutes had passed, and the young people were already flying somewhere, thrown aside by some very powerful force. An unfamiliar man landed not far from them, covered in blood, but the reason for this remained unclear. Frightened by all this, the young man in glasses began to pick up speed in order to leave this strange place as quickly as possible and forget about everything, as if it were a bad dream. But the next moment he felt someone's strong hand grab him by the jacket. This man turned out to be Zhe, but it was unclear whether he was trying to help his friend or whether he had some plans and wanted to stop the young man with all his might. A minute later, something happened that our hero most likely did not expect. His eyes became bloodshot, and red liquid appeared in the corners of his mouth. He heard someone's footsteps behind him, but he was in no hurry to turn around to find out who was standing there. The young man, hugging his friend tightly, seemed to be waiting for some kind of denouement, but he himself did not want to rush or take any action. Suddenly, Jin noticed a girl in a black cloak standing away from him and his friend. At the same time, a fight was unfolding between Lin Lanyu and someone in front of her, and the mayor looked at the beauty in surprise. Watching the girl fight off several people, the mayor thought that if the woman had not blocked the blow, he would most likely have been in danger, despite the slow reaction of all the bodyguards. The man didn't understand where the attackers got such strength from, because this power was comparable only to the flash of a star. The official did not understand who had sent the killer who had so skillfully dealt with everyone, believing that it could have been somehow connected with the recent incident. The masked stranger performed his task flawlessly. It seemed as if he had dedicated his entire adult life solely to struggle and self-improvement. When they saw the stranger disappear as quickly as he had appeared, everyone gathered shouted that they must not let the man go, as it was important to establish his identity. The goddess, who was looking at the mayor, and at the same time paying attention to all the dead, noticed that the killer had managed to escape so easily, and this despite everything she had been told about the highest level of training of the army in the Emerald City. The driver began to justify himself, explaining that the whining conference was about to take place and that most people had already been sent there, but the girl was a purebred noblewoman and a powerful warrior. These words seemed to have little interest for the girl, and the next moment she turned her attention to someone else. Our hero and his friend were heading to a safe place, but the beauty was not interested in this, but in the fact that, despite the danger, she did everything possible to protect others. Suddenly, a guy appeared next to Miss Lin Lanyu, who declared that he was a genius with a high genetic level and wanted to serve only her, especially since he had recently been on a date with a girl. Hearing the young man's words, those gathered from all sides began to shout the same thing. They all wanted to become part of the beauty's family. Realizing that the situation had gone too far, the goddess began asking people if they knew why genetic levels existed. Those gathered began shouting out various versions, among which were the most incredible ones, which seemed completely unrelated to the truth. One of the guys suggested that there were only 3 levels of human genes, from level A to level C, and if you mixed blood genes, the likelihood of such people becoming slaves would be the highest. After hearing this story, the beauty noted that everything was correct, but there were no restrictions on receiving grace for either common people or pure-blooded aristocrats. Lin Lanyu added that regardless of the genetic level of ordinary people, the success rate for purebred dogs, if they have good qualities, is 100%, which means that Class A is no different from Class B. In her eyes they are the same. After a while, she continued, noting that it was for this reason that pure-blood wizards could be considered nobility, and it was also for this reason that they were the strongest. The beauty abruptly declared that after accepting the blood, everything starts anew. This is a world that the young man is not given to understand, and this is not what she herself needs. Smiling skillfully and looking around at those gathered, the girl was about to say something else, but was in no hurry. Looking at the stranger, Lin Lanyu asked him why she needed such a loser in her family. In the guy's wide-open eyes, on the one hand, one could clearly see disappointment, and on the other, deep sadness. The young man, sitting with a knife in his hand, spread rumors that he had most likely lost the election and, among other things, that he was a loser who was not recognized by adults. As he twisted the knife into his hands, the boy continued to talk about how there was no meaning in his life, and he heard a voice from the side ordering him to stop the self-torture. Addressing the young man, she told him that if he could not become a member of a pure-blooded family, there was nothing wrong with that, since he had the opportunity to live his own life, but instead he was thinking about committing suicide. Looking closely at all the teenagers, our hero thought that all these people in front of him should see a psychiatrist. The next second, the purple-haired boy, who just a few minutes ago was about to commit suicide, walked up to Je, shouting that he knew nothing about life. It seemed that our hero himself did not understand what had happened, but a moment later the enemy was already lying on the ground and crying loudly. The beaten and wounded young man looked into the distance, and said that he did not feel the gaze of the red-haired beauty on him. Not even a minute had passed when something completely unexpected happened to our hero. A girl suddenly approached him and began to run her index finger across his lips. At first glance, it might have seemed that the red-haired beauty wanted to erase the traces of dirt and blood that reminded her of the recent battle. But in fact, everything was the other way around, because the goddess did everything possible to ensure that traces of blood appeared on the young man's lips. After asking the young man if he liked the taste of blood, she told him to come to her mansion because she needed much more. As she left, Lin Lanyu added that everyone standing in front of her had a chance to get into her house because there would be a reselection in the evening, known to everyone as the second stage. Turning around, she added in a sly voice that everyone who passed this selection would stay with her for the night. After a short pause and looking at our hero, the woman added that she was eagerly awaiting the young man's cry. The mayor, standing nearby, said that those eligible to attend should assemble at City Hall at 8 o'clock in the evening. Those who did not show up would be considered abstaining. A few minutes later, all the guys in front of the building began actively training and preparing to retake the exam. And it seemed that only our hero was little concerned about this, since he did not understand how one could be happy about becoming someone's slave and being subjected to indecent harassment from a woman. When Chang asked shyly if he could also participate since his friend had saved him, but he heard one of the organizers say that he also had the opportunity. Addressing the organizer as a father, our hero's friend wanted to tell him something, but he seemed not to hear him. At the same time, she even thought about the fact that the leader was the father of this young man, and thought to himself that at first glance they really did look a little similar, but only in appearance. In a stern voice, the leader ordered that all the wounded be left in the hospital, and that all the healthy ones be brought to his office to register the results of their retake of the exam. A few minutes later, all interested parties had already gathered in the conference room, took turns approaching the manager and signing something. After carefully examining the documents, our hero realized that he could not sign anything without knowing exactly what the test consisted of, and what he would have to do. The most interesting thing is that the contract stipulated that each person would participate in the selection of slaves, consciously obey the rules and be responsible for their own lives and health. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided that it was just a repeat test, which meant he didn't need to sign anything, and after thinking for a bit more, he decided that he was already afraid for his life, and that nothing had happened yet. Approaching the director, our hero, addressing the man, said that nothing terrible or reprehensible would happen if he simply refused. Turning around, the manager asked in a stern voice once again what had just been said, and then, without waiting for an answer, noted that it was too late to change anything. He added that Miss Yu had seen the young man and even invited him, and if he simply up and left, he would be breaking the order. Suddenly, a man turned to Je and said that he was too weak to refuse the order of the purebloods, and that there were consequences that the young man probably hadn't thought about. The young man did not give up and continued asking the guy why he was sweating and why he was playing some role, which this time became a reality for him. With a sneer in his voice, the man continued saying that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to go. At best, 3 of his generation would be sent to an orphanage camp as part of the army, but because of their genetic predisposition, they could be sent to hard labor in an underground factory for the rest of their lives. Our hero didn't seem to be at all worried, smiling and continuing to mentally recall what the man had told him just a couple of minutes ago. Addressing the manager, the young man declared that he had signed a contract and told our hero that if he had the courage, he should come and fight face to face. The man, showing his contract, noted that the winner would become a slave, and the loser would lose all chances for a better life. The man didn't answer, he just looked attentively at all those who, having signed the contracts, quickly left the director's office. Je, the director, and Wen Chang stood silently in the empty room, watching the door that had closed just a few minutes ago after the last people had left. The first to break the silence was the guy with glasses, turning to his father and asking if he should sign the contract. When his father asked him if he wanted to join the family, he replied that he didn't know because he was weak, didn't know how to fight, and most likely wouldn't want to take any exams. The director said with sadness in his voice that this was impossible, although the boy did not understand why. Suddenly, Je interrupted the conversation and asked why, if everything was so serious and dangerous, many people wanted to leave, did they really want to die? The director timidly began to explain that at first he thought Lin Lanyu was just being capricious, but now it was his son's turn to make a choice. Looking at the young people, the leader continued to explain that blood relatives are a symbol of power, and no one else in the village can match their status. The most respected members of the family are the purebloods. Those who possess this blood have the right to contribute to the army, to local human municipalities, and even to create private armies and build mansions. After a short pause, he added that the most interesting thing is that slaves are also representatives of this blood. Our heroes suddenly had a vivid picture, vampires pestering them with questions about how they, the little citizens, were going to manage state universities. Therefore, without listening to the story to the end, Jia asked how they could independently create an army and occupy the estates, since this should be the business of the emperor of the country. The man asked the young man with surprise in his voice if he didn't know that the world power was controlled by the 7 courts, and then added that the imperial court, the division of power, and the power of the crown itself were connected to this power. A minute later, he continued, stating that the noble lady he wanted to disobey was a member of the imperial court and the daughter of Baron Shiyu, the chief custodian of power in their province. Clenching his fist, the young man wanted to say something. Thoughts about what was happening were spinning in his head, but he did not dare to say them out loud. In just a few minutes, our hero realized that he was in a completely different world, and that he just wanted to study, work, start a family, and take care of his father's health. He realized with horror that now, most likely, all of this was inaccessible to him. It no longer belonged to him. In a melancholic voice, the guy said that since he couldn't refuse, he would simply admit his defeat tonight, and for now, go home and get a good night's sleep. The director, hearing all this, was indignant. How could he simply admit defeat? He told the young man not to give up, because Miss wanted to see the performance. Xu and Wen-chan looked at the narrator attentively, but they didn't seem to fully understand what was wanted from them. Realizing this, the principal continued, telling the boys that they must show her everything she wanted to see. Our hero, intervening in the conversation, asked that when the time came, he and his friend tried to put on a show, and at the last moment admit defeat in order to save themselves. The boy's father noted with satisfaction that if the retake was related to mathematics or chemistry, then everything would be fine, but if he had to fight, then everything would end badly. The director, putting his hands in his pockets, said he himself didn't know what would happen, since this was the first time in so many years that a member of the nobility had gone in search of slaves. She had visited many places, but had only found a couple of people. Looking at Zhe, the man said that the boy must definitely show his fighting skills, because if he could fight, his son would return safe and sound. With a serious expression, after a short pause, he added that he would give all the family savings to our hero if everything went according to plan. Rubbing the back of his head with a surprised look, the young man turned to the director as if he were Uncle Venier and said that he couldn't even defend himself, let alone something more serious. However, the director did not calm down, continuing to say that the young man should listen to his intuition, because he did not want his best friend to become a slave. In response to the young man's question about why being a slave was bad, when counter-questioned, asking why the young man did not want it, he said hesitantly, with timidity in his voice, that in his opinion, if he did not refuse, it would be a lie, since he did not want to be a slave. Looking closely at his interlocutor, the director noted that he, after joining the human family, would cease to exist in this world. Seeing the surprise on the guy's face, he said that everything that was in him, feelings, memories, everything would disappear, as if a mirror had blocked it, and he would no longer be able to return. After a short pause, he added that from this moment on, only one thing will remain in a person's memory forever. There is only this woman, everything else remains in the past, which will never return. You will have to carry out the mistress's orders all your life, live for her, that is, in essence, live her life. As for former friends or even relatives, they will all have to be left behind, and if necessary, killed. As he digested everything that had been said, he became curious about whether all of this could really happen to a person. But hearing his uncle's answer that he had long since ceased to be a living person and had become a slave, the young man again thought that he would never become like that. The main reason is that he is a living being. His name is Zhe, he will inherit his father's barber shop, which means that he was not, is not, and will not become a slave in the future. Lost in his memories, our hero thought that even after appearing in this world, everything would remain the same, but here everything is completely different. The young man didn't expect his blood status to be so important. He just wanted to live a normal life, go to school, and spend time with friends. She couldn't understand why he needed to go into some lady's bedroom and do something to arouse her interest. The young man imagined himself alone with a red-haired monster who would control him, tell him what to do and how to do it. And it is at this moment that he will simply sit on the edge of the bed and ask himself the same question again. why did everything turn out so unpredictably? Most likely, the guy will just have to pretend to be asleep so that he won't be noticed, and no one will pay attention to him. However, he understood that this girl would not calm down so easily, so she would pester him and say that she could not wait any longer. Our hero kept thinking that at some point this restless Lin Lanyu would pounce on him and start screaming at him to finally take action, and he wouldn't know how to refuse her. All he can do is scream, begging for someone to help him and somehow stop this whole mess that he never intended to take part in. And it was at this time that our hero was expecting a meeting at the mansion, where he went with his friend. The young man knew that this retake could turn into a nightmare for him, but he had no choice, so he had to do what he was told. Suddenly, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling all the participants together, and informing them that they were being tested to be accepted into Miss Rain's family. The man making the announcement introduced himself, informing those gathered that he was a butler, and his name was Mr. R. The man said that they have 58 participants in total, but only 20 people will be able to enter the house to take part in the next stages. Only those who have already demonstrated their talent will be able to enter the hall, and as for the next performance, he hopes that Miss will like it. Looking around at the crowd, she thought that there were a lot of people gathered in the castle, which he had not expected at all. The young man remembered the words of his uncle, who said that before the selection he would most likely have to pass at least 2 or 3 tests, because one would not be enough to satisfy the goddess. After some thought, the guide decided that he had to complete at least 1 task so that he wouldn't be compared to trash. Meanwhile, the butler continued to emphasize that out of the 58 people, only 20 would be saved, and they would, in a sense, become the chosen ones. This means that less than half of the participants will make it through, so you'll have to work really hard to be among the best of the best. The next moment, voices were heard from the crowd asking what exactly the competition would consist of and asking for it to start as soon as possible so that they could meet Miss. People kept shouting that it was time to start because the introductory part had already dragged on for too long, and they were tired of waiting. With a smile on his face, the butler announced that everyone gathered in the hall would be watched from the moment they entered the main rooms of the estate. As for those who make noise or talk without permission, they will be removed immediately. But instead of silence, dissatisfied voices were heard from many who immediately began to actively discuss the situation. In a calm voice, the butler explained that in order to become a member of the family, one must be obedient and know how to behave, since if a servant speaks without permission, it is disrespectful to the mistress. However, this had no effect, because people stood and whispered among themselves, trying to discuss their indignation with at least someone. The next moment Mr. R. turned to his subordinate and asked how many well-mannered people were in the room. He was very surprised to learn there were 32. Suddenly the butler became thoughtful and began to say that this was a very large number of people, because in the event of a coup, only 26 fugitives would remain, and this was also a lot. The next moment, he informed everyone gathered that out of 32 people, only 5 would be able to take part in the retake, but passing the test successfully did not guarantee passage to the next round. Hearing all this, the crowd was clearly overjoyed. People began to say that the retake was successful and meant that everyone had a chance to become a slave. Apparently, this state of affairs suited the butler himself, who smiled and repeated that everything was going strictly according to plan. Indeed, the very next moment Mr. R., with a smile on his face, declared that this was a repeat test and fell silent for a short time. But only in order to attract the close attention of all those gathered, and only after that did he repeat that we were talking about fights without rules. The man explained that people would gradually leave the circle until only 5 people remained. Our heroes, listening attentively to the butler, didn't quite understand the rule. The boys couldn't believe their ears and realized that they had to kill everyone gathered. Our hero continued to reflect on how he and his friend were silent and made no noise, while there were so many like them around, but how an ordinary person could endure everything that was happening here. But the next moment something so terrible happened that Zhu was not prepared for. He saw a sword and blood. Our hero and his friend froze, as if spellbound, realizing that the weapon was piercing someone who was in the circle. One of those gathered stated that only 5 people out of 30 would advance to the next round, but even if they all just stood still, they would not have the strength to continue participating in the competition. And the very next minute, the one in whose hands the blade flashed said that he knew the easiest way to win, clearly hinting at murder. After a short pause, he informed everyone gathered that if they did not want to die, then they had better not approach him, but his goal was to be among the last 5 people. And he added with a grin that if anyone came even a couple of centimeters closer to him, everyone would be in trouble. Zhu, looking closely at this guy, thought firstly that he was abnormal, and secondly, that it was difficult for the young man to understand how such a person was allowed to enter such a mansion with a bladed weapon. But what was surprising was not this, but the fact that the very next minute some brunette took out a gun and began to talk about how she also had abilities. Holding a machine gun in her hands, the beauty asked the guy with the sword if he was so smug that he considered himself smarter than everyone else. She thought again, and this time he realized that he was completely confused because he didn't understand why the participants were beating or destroying each other, because it was so boring. But the very next minute he remembered someone's words, the meaning of which was that a blood relative should be able to see blood. But before our hero could think of anything, he heard someone's voice saying that for Miss Soul Rain's sake, they needed to start the party with blood. What happened next is difficult to describe in words, because it seemed there was not a single place where there were no traces of blood. The girl, triumphantly holding a machine gun in her hands, announced that there were only 5 people left. The beauty, looking around, also noticed that there was not a single living person left in the circle who would want to join the fight. Not even a minute had passed when the brunette heard a strange voice coming from the side. It was a man, with whom she also dealt very quickly. And in a triumphant voice she announced to everyone gathered that this man was indeed the last. Suddenly, the butler, smiling, announced that they had great respect for the performance of this unknown girl, and that was why she was now on the team. Our hero turned pale with fear and watched everything that was happening attentively, but could not utter a word. The young man simply thought that these people could hardly be called people. Most likely, they were crazy people with the wrong views on life. The man standing next to him looked closely at Jia and asked what had upset him so much, and what he was looking at so intently. Holding a knife in his hand, the boy asked our hero if he was really a student, and if so, he would teach him a lesson about what society was. And with a smile in his eyes, he continued to tell the young man not to even think about crying, because it would look extremely pathetic. When Chom closed his eyes and thought that this was most likely his end, the one he never expected. Xia, noticing that his friend was shaking, hugged him and told him to try to calm down, because things weren't that bad yet. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, our hero said that they had passed the first round with dignity, and in the second they would simply admit defeat and return. These words seemed to have the desired effect on Sun Jin, and our hero smiled, thinking to himself that he had forgotten about his defeat. A minute later, the butler announced in a commanding voice that there were 32 of them, which meant it was time to begin the first round of the competition. Our heroes cowered in horror. They thought that everything they thought was the beginning was just a test, and how many people died. Mr. R continued his speech, informing everyone that this time 20 people would go further and enter his mistress's room. After a short pause, he was about to say something else, but everyone gathered began to watch closely the cracking sound coming from the butler's leg. Our heroes stared intently at the growing chasm in the hall, listening in low voices to the man talking about the essence of the test. For a moment, those gathered held their breath, unable to say anything, because the chasm was widening with each passing minute, and no one understood what to expect next. But Mr. R did not want to prolong the intrigue and therefore quickly announced that everyone would have to go fishing. The most interesting thing was that the crevice was inhabited not by fish, but by some huge monsters with large teeth, around which flames were blazing. Looking down, the boys noticed with horror that this did not look like fishing at all, because the predators could not be classified as fish. They looked more like monsters. True, those gathered were disturbed not only by this, but also by the fact that there were many bones lying next to the monsters, which evoked not the most pleasant thoughts. Smiling and pointing at something, the butler said in a completely calm voice that this was, in fact, a hunt for both sides. The man showed everyone the fishing rod and explained that it was made of a durable alloy and could withstand a ton, which was more than enough to catch a predator. Dvoretsky added that the most interesting thing is not so much the fishing rod itself, but the bait. It has a small compartment where you should drop a little of the participant's own blood. It was important to understand that predators are attracted not by just any blood, but by the most delicious, and those whose fishing rods the fish did not respond to had to immediately leave the competition. And not giving up, the man continued, if suddenly the predator starts to bite, and the man cannot pull it out then. And after a short pause, he said with a smile in his voice, then the participant himself will become her food, which is completely fair. And so that everyone once again clearly understood the rules of the game, the butler repeated that in order to catch the giant fish, everyone must use blood as bait. Those who don't do this will be eliminated, but the person didn't specify how. A minute later, spreading his arms wide, he declared that the selection competition could be considered open, and therefore everyone should begin to complete the task. It should be noted that those gathered were in no particular hurry to do anything, carefully looking around and trying to develop their own fishing tactics. Our heroes also didn't know what to do, and looking down, thought with horror about how they could possibly catch monsters of such gigantic size. Taking the fishing rod in his hands, Jin noticed that it was very heavy, and did not understand how he could do anything with it at all. The young man turned to his friend and noticed that one stick weighed about 45 kilograms, and he did not understand why such a heavy tool was made. The young man realized that if he managed to catch the monster, its weight would increase to at least 140 kilograms. At that very moment, our heroes heard some strange sound coming from the other side. It was about a very strong and powerful man. His eyes were burning so brightly that it seemed that with one glance he could kill the predator and pull it out. Our heroes, having taken a closer look at this man, came to the conclusion that he possessed such powerful strength that they definitely would not be able to compare with him. The girl with the gun turned to Je and said that he was a drug addict who most likely didn't know it, which was very sweet and funny. But the next moment the girl noticed that they were not talking about our hero, but about a strong man whose muscles were growing quickly, and whose eyes were full of blood. In addition, this person has a clouded mind, so it can be said that he is using drugs. The beauty noted that the drink she drinks contains many stimulants, which over time increase the potential of the human body. But the whole danger is that if a person cannot cope with this power, then either death or mental disorder will follow. Watching the drug addict hook the fish and nearly land it, the beauty noticed that he had spent a lot of money, but would he be successful? She concluded by adding that until they all became slaves, they had the right to do whatever they wanted. Realizing she had said too much, she added that she, like the boys, had a lot of work to do and wished them good luck. The friends stopped and looked into the distance in surprise, not understanding how best to act in this situation. Meanwhile, the butler continued to explain to all the fishing participants that only 20 people would be able to go on the trip, so they would have to try very hard to be among them. But these words were hardly encouraging, because the boys saw that someone was falling, someone was not bitten at all, and someone had already caught the predator. Our heroes were glued to their fishing rods, but they had no other choice. The boys heard their friends say they simply had to try, but he didn't know if it was worth it. Realizing that time was running out, Je finally made a decision and pricked his finger, intending to drip some blood into the compartment the next moment. Less than a minute later, the boy cast his line, watching as his friend, sitting next to him, did the same. The boy looked down, doomed, and thought that his blood would hardly interest such a large fish. But the next moment something unusual began to happen, because in the place where the bait was, a very strange circle appeared. The boys looked down carefully and noticed that there was a very strange vortex spinning there, but they didn't know what it could mean. A minute later, the whirlwind swirled even more intensely, and predators began to appear near it, but they were in no hurry to swallow the bait. After a short time, the so-called river flowing below turned into a stream of fire. Our heroes, silently holding their fishing rods, simply watched attentively what was happening and thought about what would happen next. Time passed, but nothing changed. The guy still held the fishing rod and just looked into the distance. Yes, the moment Je felt something start to happen, he screamed, turning to his friend, that he was being bitten. The man with the fishing rod understood that, most likely, things were going very badly for him, since the predator was trying in every way to drag him towards itself. Realizing that our hero was holding on with all his might, Wen Chang grabbed his sweater to somehow help his comrade, praying that he would not fall into the abyss. Realizing that everything was very difficult, the young man in glasses began to shout at Je, making it clear that he was running out of strength. The young man, in turn, asked his friend to show a little more patience and not let him go, since he simply would not be able to cope without help. Wen Chang gritted his teeth and told the young man to hold on and not give up under any circumstances. The guy pressed himself to the ground with all his might and shouted loudly that he would never let go, but on the contrary, he would hold on even tighter. And he really kept his promise, because he not only hugged his comrade tightly, but also pulled him close to himself. The next moment the boys noticed that they were still gradually succeeding in pulling out the fish, which had already emerged from the fiery flames. Not even a minute had passed when Je announced with joy in his voice that they had managed to accomplish the impossible. Winking at his comrade, Wen Chang said that despite all the difficulties, they did what they had to do. But not a minute had passed before the young man's gaze changed abruptly. For some reason he became alarmed, and a certain incomprehension was visible on his face. The boy looked at the intertwined ends, but he couldn't understand anything. It seemed to him that the situation had changed radically in an instant. Sweaty and exhausted, he looked at the predators and at Je, who also didn't know what to do next. The huge fish hanging on the hook looked intently at the young man, and it seemed as if it was smiling slyly. The main problem was that the predator, which should have been pulled out long ago, was unable to escape thanks to the fish swimming nearby, which grabbed it by the fins and tail. Realizing that his weight had increased at least fivefold, and that he had practically no strength left, the boy said that he had had enough. Despite his intention to see the matter through, his comrade did not allow our hero to do so, and they continued to drag it out as before. When Chan shouted that they needed to put in a little more effort, and then they would definitely succeed, because they couldn't give up halfway. It was much more difficult for Zhe because, firstly, he was holding a fishing rod in his hands, which was constantly slipping, and secondly, he was very hot, since he was next to the hot liquid. Realizing that it was impossible to grab his friend by the back, the young man decided to grab his comrade by the legs and pressed his feet against the floor, believing that in this way they would definitely be able to catch the predator. Unfortunately, despite all their efforts, the boys failed to catch any fish. They simultaneously admitted that there were too many fish, and the weight had reached its maximum. On the one hand, the guys understood that they couldn't do anything, but on the other hand, it was difficult for them to make any decision. So Zhe, clutching his fishing rod tighter, decided to try again to achieve the impossible in order to achieve his goal. Gathering their last strength, choking and gasping for air, our heroes finally tried to pull out the fish and forget about what had happened forever, like a nightmare. But success was not on Zhe's side, as the boy was already halfway down the abyss, holding the fishing rod in the air. The girl with the machine gun, who had been busy with her own affairs up until that moment, decided to come closer to see why her friends were unable to catch the criminal. What she saw shocked her. She did not understand why another fish grabbed the one the young man was trying to pull out, since the other participants did not have this. Time passed, but nothing changed, and Zhe and Wenchang tried everything possible to somehow move the situation forward. However, the very next moment the young man in glasses said that he could no longer hold on, and suggested that his friend let go of the fishing rod. Realizing that his friend was already struggling to hold on, he shouted again, turned to Zhe and told him to give up this hopeless task. However, he seemed to be holding onto the fishing rod so tightly that he simply could not do it anymore, or was unwilling to give up halfway. The young man shouted at Zhe that if he didn't pull with all his might now, he would never have such a chance again. The next moment, Zhe started talking about how his legs were cramping and that he couldn't stand it anymore. But despite this, the young man felt something else, but did not know how to properly express his feelings. A moment later, the guy's eyes widened, either from surprise or fear. They seemed to fill with blood, and some inexplicable changes began to occur in the body. Everyone gathered held their breath, and watched the changes that began to take place in the hall. It seemed that even our heroes couldn't believe their eyes. Shouting with all his might, Zhe informed everyone, and especially his comrade, that his plan had worked. It seemed that everyone who was in the estate at that moment heard it, since the sound was really very loud. Lin Lanyu, who had been carefully observing everything from the window of the large room until now, looked outside in astonishment. Holding the glass in her hands, the girl thought that she was surprised by the results that such a small and fragile guy like her had achieved. Licking her lips, the beauty thought to herself that she really wanted to eat this young man. At this time, everyone gathered in the hall came up and began to carefully examine the loot of Zhe and his best friend. The contestants were baffled by how two young men managed to place 6 huge predators on the floor at the same time. Exhausted to the limit, our heroes lay sprawled on the carpet, unable to move a single part of their bodies from exhaustion. Eyewitnesses who came closer to the prey did not hide their amazement, saying that they had never seen anything like it, and believed that it was impossible to catch all the predators. One by one, the men remarked that our heroes were incredibly cool for being able to do what they did. One of the guests approached the predator, grabbed it by the tail and said that this fish was the strangest of all, but, in addition, it was also the heaviest. Zhe, who had been lying there exhausted, decided that he had better get up and look at all the people gathered around him. The young man stood up and looked around, looking appraisingly at the men who were admiring his catch. But a minute later our hero, turning to someone, ordered him to move away from the fish. One of the men said sarcastically that guys shouldn't be so naive. And then he added that since Zhe had caught everything and there was nothing left, he needed to share with the others, since he himself had probably already advanced to the next round. When Chang, rubbing his glasses, began to tell how his friend himself had contracted this disease, risked his life, almost died, and they just wanted to grab him and rob him. Zhe, who could barely stand on his feet, noticed that his opponents were actually trying to rob him, since they themselves were not capable of such a trick. He was tormented by thoughts about whether all these people would be able to defeat him, and whether it was possible to rob others by following the rules of the game. The young man also wondered if any of these men would dare take his life for the sake of a fish. One of the participants, realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, decided to ask the butler to explain the rules in more detail. After a short pause, Mr. R. informed everyone gathered that his mistress was exclusively for peace. But a minute later he added that according to the rules of the game this was prohibited. However, considering how much loot Mr. Ja had, he fell silent again. But you just need to find the right words and explain that it's better to share with everyone, because there's no point in letting these predators go back. Dvoretsky said that if this is not done, certain difficulties and problems may arise. The point is that these guys will simply become a target and an object of attack. Apparently, our hero either had an interesting thought or was planning something, because the young man smiled strangely. Holding the fish tightly, Ja asked his friend if he wanted the fish he was holding so tightly. Holding the monster in his hands, Wen-chan watched the scene in horror and seemed unable to believe what had happened. Watching the predator open its mouth, revealing its terrifying teeth, she continued to talk about how they were friends and should help each other. And they will win trophies. But not a minute had passed before the young man and the fish had come as close to the abyss as possible. And the very next second the predator went back to where it had arrived just recently. The men watched everything that was happening in amazement, still not understanding why the young man was releasing the fish back into the water, since he himself had said that they were all friends and should share. Seeing the amazement on the young people's faces, Ja said that he was fulfilling his promise, namely, helping his competitors. The young man continued, noting that they themselves had recently told him that he had caught all the fish, which meant that he could do with them whatever he wanted, which is what he did. The young man explained to his competitors that giving them fish would change nothing, their enemies would remain enemies, and he wanted to deal with them at this stage. Ja heard people whispering behind his back, noting that he was too self-confident and that it was wrong. Hearing this, our hero said that if he were so confident in himself, he would give them another hope. Holding the huge fish by the tail and demonstrating its size, the young man was in no hurry, maintaining the necessary pause in this case. And suddenly, with a hint of malice in his voice, he continued, laying out his conditions. If anyone would kneel and call him daddy, he would receive the coveted spoils. The men looked at Ja in surprise and fell silent, but he continued to explain that the predators would soon run out, and that they themselves would not be able to catch anything. As he entered the game, the guy continued to point out that only 20 people would advance to the next round, meaning the odds were getting slimmer with each passing second. One of the gentlemen arrogantly asked the young man if he really thought they would give up so easily. But the next moment a surrendered man appeared, and one of those gathered was kneeling before our hero. The fat man uttered the magic words, making it clear that he really wanted to catch his prey. Our hero was clearly surprised by this, but he knew how to keep his word, so he told the man to take the reward without hesitation. However, instead of gratitude, the fat man said that after everything was over, he would definitely find this guy and kill him. Our hero calmly remarked that none of this mattered and again began asking everyone gathered who else wanted to kneel. The young man added that in any case, they might kill someone for the opportunity to stop being human. After a short pause, he added that it would cost them nothing to be a dog for a while, especially since they would be well rewarded for it. Realizing that no one was in a hurry, the young man emphasized once again that if they were willing to kill someone for the opportunity to stop being human, then they could become dogs right now. When someone threatened the young man outside, saying that sooner or later he would be killed, he replied with indifference that he was tired of hearing it. Smiling at the threats of those around him, he warned everyone gathered that he only had 3 fish left, meaning that his chances of catching even one were decreasing with each passing minute. The people stood and looked at our hero with indignation, but it seemed that they could do nothing to oppose him, and this was true. It only took a few minutes before a couple of people finally dropped to their knees, eager to make it into the top 20. One of the guests, looking closely at the young man, turned to his neighbor and said that, despite the fact that he had caught a fish, he still wanted to kill someone. Our hero heard a whisper behind him, which said that they would soon take revenge on him anyway. Wen-chan, holding the predators in his hands, wondered if this was too much for a student. In a calm voice, the young man confirmed that this was absolutely not true, and then asked his comrade to look into the eyes of everyone gathered. Looking into their greedy faces, he turned to his friend and noticed that now these people only needed one thing. Their goal, their most important goal, is the opportunity, the unique opportunity to become a member of the family. It is already clear that these people will stop at nothing to achieve what they want. After a short pause, our hero asked what the point was in killing people to get a chance to join the blood clan. After all, not all these people are like this, and if this were the case, then why should the young man show humanity to them? With anger in his voice, he continued, noting that it was just a useless pile of rubbish that no one would even think about tomorrow. Smiling sarcastically, the guy said that it was just a terrible smell that made it disgusting to even stand near it. Wen-chan, who was standing nearby and looking at his comrade with surprise, found all this very strange. It wasn't his friend's words that were the issue, but his behavior, which gave the impression that he was turning into a completely different person. The young man noticed to himself that before this guy was just a little strange, but now it seemed as if he had gone crazy or something had possessed him. After a short pause, when Chang thought that it really wasn't that easy for two people to catch all those fish, some of them hadn't even managed to catch a single predator. The young man with glasses was puzzled by what had finally happened to his friend, who had changed literally before his eyes. The very next second he himself was thinking about something, but his main thought was blood. This guy thought that the water was sometimes hot, sometimes cool, coming from the heart and flowing somewhere drop by drop. And then slowly, but so pleasantly, it fills the whole body, filling it with strength and nutrients. The next moment our hero's thoughts took a different direction. He thought that because of the trembling and tension he could no longer control himself. The main reason for all this was the lack of nutrients, or rather, he lacked blood, without which, it seemed, he could not live for a minute. The young man remarked to himself that one could be so humiliated, but not even dare to kill others, even though they were just a bunch of useless creatures. Having carefully examined the assembled people, he noticed with disappointment that there was no blood, and this was truly a pity. But the very next moment, our hero's attention was drawn to something from which he literally could not take his eyes off. Everyone gathered looked closely at the splashes of blood that began to fly all over the room, exchanging puzzled glances. The reason was that someone's strong hand dug into the flesh and began to tear it. It was extremely unpleasant and unusual, but it seemed that the hero, gutting the fish in front of everyone, was not at all embarrassed by his actions. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed that at that moment he had completely forgotten where he was and who was standing next to him. As he continued his work, it seemed like he was looking for something specific, rather than just wanting a piece of predator meat. Less than a minute later, the young man was holding a fish heart in his hands. His hands were covered in blood, but it seemed to give him indescribable pleasure. Everyone gathered, including Wen Chang, looked at the young man and couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, Zhi grabbed the heart and bit into it with his teeth, as if he hadn't eaten anything for a long time. Our hero, among other things, also smacked his lips while eating raw fish offal, which was an extremely unpleasant sight. Those watching the incident noted out loud that this guy was a real psychopath, of which they had no doubt. Smiling, the butler watched the proceedings in the hall and hastened to remind the participants that they had very little time left to catch the fish. Mr. R did not hide his pleasure, repeating repeatedly that the most important thing was the performance itself, and it was obvious that it was indeed a success. The butler, looking at the boys dispassionately and smiling at them, thought that a bunch of idiots who didn't understand anything about this matter had come to the competition. As he watched Zhi eat the fish piece by piece, he remarked that fish was a wonderful thing, the trial would last a long time, his strength was waning, and fish was the only food available in the hall. The fact is that this predator is an excellent source of energy. It has a stimulating effect, thanks to which an ordinary person after consuming it can increase his strength several times. Mr. R found it funny, many people came to this mansion to fight, but they do not know such elementary things and cannot think logically. Shi, who seemed to have had enough, turned to his friend and said that predator meat was very tasty, so Wen Chang should definitely try it. Realizing that his friend was hesitant, our hero decided to take a piece and put it in his mouth, saying that it was actually very tasty and the young man would like it. Looking at the guy who not only caught all the fish, but also ate one of them, the butler thought that this young man was a serious competitor to the others. But the next moment Mr. R's thoughts were interrupted by a man who said that he had also caught a fish. And he added with some hesitation that, if possible, he would like to deal with the predator himself. The butler was not at all embarrassed by either the question or the statement, so he said that the participant could do with his fish whatever he saw fit. Only a few minutes passed, and the young man, having sharpened the blade of his sword, cut up the fish and treated his comrades to it. Mr. R, who had been lagging behind all this time, now carefully studied the participant with the sword. Noticing how neatly the fish was cut, the man thought to himself that this guy was very well trained. And this means, to the great joy of him and his mistress, that not everyone gathered in this hall is an idiot, as he previously thought. And this state of affairs cannot but please, since with each passing hour it became more and more interesting to observe those gathered. And the denouement did not take long to come. After some time, the butler informed everyone gathered that 20 people had been selected, and the second round had begun. Clearly pleased with the result, the contestants began clapping and shouting, anticipating what would happen next. Only Wen Chang seemed to be disappointed by this. The young man understood that many innocent people had suffered, and it was all done for a trivial purpose. Turning to his friend, the young man thanked him for the fish he had caught for them and said that they were safe and could therefore return home. But instead of joy and encouragement, the young man was met with some kind of indifference, as just silently turned his back to him. Not understanding what was happening, Wenchang turned to his comrade again and again, urging him to end it all and leave this place. But our hero still stood silently and looked into the distance. It seemed he was either thinking about something or was simply tired. And indeed, the young man looked questioningly at the people ahead, calculating his actions in advance. And there was plenty to think about, because the hall was full of jackals who wanted to deal with each other as quickly as possible. It was necessary to keep a close eye on such people, since they themselves would not mind getting rid of our hero as quickly as possible. Some of them had to kneel, so they had to be watched especially carefully. She began to understand that a gang had formed from the participants of the competition that would certainly take revenge on him, perhaps even tonight. While talking about someone, our hero began to slowly take off his jacket, and Wenchang did not understand what was happening. The next moment, the young man's outerwear was lying on the ground, and he himself was full of energy and determination to do something irreparable. Seeing his friend raise only one middle finger and make a clenched fist, Wenchang began to shout threateningly, asking the young man what he was up to. Wenchang grabbed his friend by the shoulder and urged him to leave as quickly as possible, explaining that there was no need to challenge some scoundrels and villains. But the young man could not be stopped. He noticed that his comrade did not understand that it was these people who had first provoked him, and therefore they needed to be shown their place. Wenchang once again rushed to reason with his friend, explaining that most of the participants knew each other, and were a team that would crush this guy if anything happened. After thinking for a moment, he continued, noting that there were also loners, but they would not help the young man in any way, so he should think for himself. She noted that he should have thought earlier that some people carry guns and therefore know the rules for a long time. Then, turning to Wenchang, he suggested that they look for information on this matter in order to find out everything for sure. The boy's suspicions proved correct. They discovered that after some of them became slaves, they did not stop communicating with their families, but, on the contrary, began to reveal their deepest secrets to them. This led to slaves very quickly beginning to promote their relatives and acquaintances to the highest positions. It turns out that all these people sitting in this hall, as well as other evil types like them, consider the position of members of a noble family to be secure. Wenchang said with horror in his voice that no matter what happened, little depended on them, and most likely nothing. She, who had been listening attentively to his friend, added that no matter what happened in the second round, as soon as it started, the opponents would attack him in a group. Hearing this, the young man, still talking about being killed earlier, shouted in amazement that they should surrender before that happened. Having heard our hero's conversation, one fat man said with anger in his voice that the guys no longer had any chance, since they had humiliated him. He continued by noting that while one of them might succeed, ruining his life would be as easy as eating lunch. And again, turning to our hero, the stranger sarcastically remarked that for the slave he was just a man who had no place among them. Pointing to his comrades, he added that they were all different, but despite this, they belonged to the same family, since they were born with noble blood. Our hero was not at all embarrassed by all these statements. He said that after all this he realized that this man was oppressed and useless. Turning his gaze to Wenchang, the young man asked him if he had said and explained everything correctly. The young man stood there as if stunned with surprise, unlike Zhe, who added that the entire group was no longer human. After a short pause, he added that anything that is not human has no right to life or even to any kind of existence. The opponents began to laugh and gloat, saying that the young man was telling everything so beautifully, as if he could easily destroy them all. Everyone noted that our heroes were too crazy, and besides everything else, he could be called a coward, unworthy of the attention of such gentlemen as they. The man with the knife suddenly turned his gaze to the girl with the gun and said that besides them, there were others who had been warned in advance about the possibility of bringing weapons. It's just that all this needs to be done as carefully and cautiously as possible so that no problems arise. The fat man turned to the same guy with the knife, calling him Adam, and declared that he was the strongest among them, and therefore they would all work for his victory. Suddenly the fat man heard a voice asking what would happen in the second round of the competition, and when it would start. But it turned out that our heroes didn't hear this, since she recommended simply giving up at the very beginning. As for himself, he was going to go further, since his opponents did not leave him alone, and in that case it was worth trying to test his strength. Our hero's look, as well as his voice, changed, and the young man said that at least he would be able to kill all these insignificant people. Realizing that the situation had gone too far, Wenchang turned to his comrade and said that he looked as terrifying as possible. The boy did not give up, insisting that his friend was scaring him more and more with each passing minute. Without waiting for an answer, Wenchang again asked what was happening to Zhe, why he had changed so abruptly, because just a few hours ago he hadn't wanted to come here at all. Looking at his partner with despair, the young man noticed that he himself did not understand what was happening to him, but he felt how the spirit of blood was filling him. But the worst thing is that he is full of wild hatred that knows no bounds. This strong feeling seemed to take possession of his will, and it frightened him more than anything in the world. Realizing that the pause had dragged on too long, the butler carefully announced to everyone gathered that only 3 participants would advance to the finals. The guests listened with bated breath to what the mister would tell them about the next task. Taking a deep breath, he said that the lost building was waiting for them, but not everything was as simple as it might seem at first glance. There are 99 floors in this building, and there is someone waiting for them on the top floor. We are talking about Miss Ling Lanyu, who is sitting in her chambers and waiting for the arrival of the top 3 participants, or rather, those who will reach the top faster than the others. The butler added that those lucky enough to succeed will have the chance to become slaves in the future. The assistant explained that there were 4 elevators in the building, but they only went up to the 89th floor. There was also a fire escape, but it only went up to the 90th floor. At the same time, on the 60th floor, a regular staircase begins, but it should be remembered that all these passages may be guarded. The gentleman thought for a moment, but then decided to invite all the boys to come closer to him. He said that everyone should write down their desired floor number as a starting point, and they could choose any floor from the 1st to the 89th. The first fat man who came up seemed to not know which number to stop at, which is why the line was delayed. Understanding that the children had questions, the butler explained that if everyone started from the 1st floor, chaos would reign, and that could not be allowed. Hearing the gentleman's words, the fat man said that everyone gathered would probably choose the 89th floor and run up the stairs to the last 10 floors to buy time, and then chaos would begin. The competition hadn't even started yet, and the boys were already arguing among themselves, even though the clan leader had said it was best to choose the number 8, and then kill everyone on their way to the top. To discuss this, our hero's opponents stood in a circle and began to whisper something. Realizing that the situation was getting tense, Wen Chang turned to his friend and said that this was the beginning of their end, because the group had united, meaning they were invincible. She paused for a moment, considering his words, and said out loud that the enemy's plan was very good and would play into their hands. Wen Chang looked at his friend in surprise and asked if he really thought they would fight among themselves for the opportunity to get to the upper floors. The guy said that was definitely true, since one of them would become a slave, and if they were really a team, the fat guy wouldn't have to humiliate himself and kneel. Having carefully studied his opponent, the young man noticed that they were thinking only about how to kill each other. It seemed that Wen Chang either didn't understand everything that was happening in the hall or couldn't believe that it was true. The next second, the butler spoke and, upon hearing the young man's satisfactory answer, asked Shi if he had decided which floor he would start from. Not a minute had passed before the guy pulled out his card with the word, random, written on it. Mr. R looked closely at the young man and noticed that, despite his young age, he was very brave. As he walked deeper into the room, our hero heard someone asking him if he was afraid of accidentally finding himself under siege on the 89th floor. Shi didn't have time to answer because at that moment he heard the butler asking his assistant what day it was. Realizing that it was the 17th floor, Mr. R turned to our hero and told him to choose the 17th floor as his starting point. After waiting for everyone to make their decisions, the butler announced that Wen Chang had decided to temporarily withdraw from the competition, meaning everyone present now had a better chance. Pointing to the door, he wished everyone good luck and said it was time to start the next round. Less than a minute later, all participants were asked to stand on small glowing circles with names on them. The boys watched in amazement as a bluish glow began to appear beneath them, unsure of what would happen next. Our hero, like everyone else, wanted to know what would happen next and how he would get to the 17th floor, where he was supposed to start his journey. The next second, the young man realized with horror that he was being drawn into a spiral, and that with every minute he was rising higher and higher. The same thing happened to everyone else who was flying next to the young man, but everyone remained in their own rhythm. After some time, Shi noticed that the situation had changed and the strangers had disappeared somewhere. Squinting, our hero realized that they had finally stopped, and that everyone was where they were supposed to be. The young man looked around to collect his thoughts and understand what steps he should take next. He looked closely at the number 17 and realized that he was at the very beginning of his journey. Sitting on the floor, he realized that it was from this floor that he would have to climb to the very top. After carefully examining the stairs leading up and down, our hero realized that there was no one there, which meant that he was temporarily safe. But the next minute something changed. Just seemed to have discovered someone's figure, which was difficult to see due to the darkness. The boy peered closely into the darkness, realizing that not only the completion of the task, but also his own life depended on it. Trying to make out at least something, the young man was sure that there was someone on the landing, but he couldn't even guess who it was. True, there was no need for this, since not a minute had passed before this figure resolutely walked towards him. She thought that this was most likely one of those influential people who had been whispering and making plans against him lately. But now it was completely unimportant. The main thing was to dodge the blows that the villain dealt him with the firebomb. Our hero realized that there was no time to waste, and so he ran up the stairs as quickly as possible, wanting to hide as quickly as possible. And if in the first seconds it seemed that everything was going as planned, then later the young man noticed that the enemy was not slowing down and was not going to retreat from his plan. The very next moment, the villain swung the can again, intending to deliver a crushing blow. But Zhe wasn't about to hesitate, so he raised his leg and kicked the man in the chest with all his might, causing him to fall to the ground. The young man saw that he had succeeded, at least for a short time, in throwing the big man off balance. He stumbled and flew back. Our hero's eyes were empty, and it was difficult to tell from his facial expression what he was thinking about at that particular moment, or whether he was thinking about anything at all. Noticing a cylinder lying nearby, the guy decided it was time to run, because this was the only way to gain time and save strength. True, the very next moment a completely different thought came to the young man's mind, and he quickly grabbed the cylinder and raised it above himself. Realizing that something was wrong, the enemy waved his arms and began shouting at the young man not to do anything, but to just stop. Realizing that Zhe was getting closer to his goal with every passing minute, the man shouted at the boy not to do anything rash, and in addition, he realized his mistakes and apologized. The hero, tightly clutching the fiery cylinder in his hands, thought for a moment, carefully examining the man sitting opposite him. It seemed as if some noticeable change had taken place in both the young man and his opponent, for both remained silent and hesitated before taking the next step. The enemy, realizing that Zhe had lowered the cylinder, did not fully understand what had happened to the young man and was not sure whether he was saved. The man recalled how, just recently, during a workout at the gym, he considered himself in excellent shape and even thought that he could overtake his trainer. Everything was fine until the moment our hero hit his opponent and felt his tendons tear. But before the man could think about anything else, he heard the voice of a young man asking if he was a member of the team and if he had anything interesting to tell him. As he climbed up to the 19th floor, holding the gas cylinder tightly in his hands, the young man was deep in thought about something. The guy thought about how he had managed to obtain very important information, but the most important thing was to think everything through carefully and intelligently in order to win. The team consists of 10 people, divided into 5 groups, and only 3 managed to climb to the 89th floor, but they are stuck, since on the main road all the participants do not let the others pass. Having reached the 20th floor, our hero became wary and clutched the fire cylinder tighter, preparing to defend himself from the enemies, knowing that they were definitely there. The young man noted to himself that he had described the scheme accurately, which meant that he had to be extremely careful. Looking at the stairs, the guy realized that there was no one there, although he didn't know whether to be happy or sad about it. Zhe didn't realize that the group was completely useless in this regard. They weren't trying to help each other, as he had suspected from the start, but their goal was to reach the top themselves. The young man believed that he was full of energy and strength, wanted to be the only winner and relied only on his own strength, so he chose a random floor number. Step by step, the young man climbed higher and higher. He didn't understand why the building was so quiet, but he knew he had to be on guard, because anything could happen. Holding the canister in his hands, the young man very quietly descended the stairs, knowing that sooner or later he would meet one or more opponents, and then he would have to take care of himself. However, before he had even completed a few flights, the boy clutched his head. It seemed as if something was bothering him, and that something had nothing to do with the competition participants. The young man peered into the darkness, not to see anyone, but to relax. Leaning against the wall, Zhe began to rub his head thoroughly, closed his eyes and plunged into a whirlwind of thoughts. The young man noticed that he had a severe headache, so severe that he could not concentrate on anything. The guy stood by the wall for a long time, but the next minute he noticed his hands, which began to look rather strange. But this was not the only reason, since after a few minutes the colors and perception also changed, which our hero also noticed to himself. He looked closely at the objects around him and saw that they all suddenly turned red. No, or rather, that's how he began to perceive them. The young man was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice how the man from the upper floor pounced on him and hit him. Standing behind Zhe, the young man noted to himself that his strong point was hypnosis, which allowed him to control the minds of all people. As a 5th-ranked person, he could easily influence people of lower social status. The stranger didn't understand that by using hypnosis on the enemy, he would become his slave, so he placed obstacles on the way to the 46th floor, because that's where the easiest prey is. Moreover, thanks to a number of subordinates, this man had no obstacles to climbing to the upper floors. As for our hero, he would become his first victim. The next moment, the stranger grabbed Ja by the shoulders and waited for some reaction from him to make sure the hypnosis was working. Realizing that there would be no reaction, the man began to suggest thoughts to him, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then carefully opened them. The young man, not understanding anything, did everything as he was told. There were no thoughts in his head, no feelings were expressed on his face. The young man simply looked into the distance and, as before, did not dare say or do anything. The enemy had already begun to rejoice at his success, but the joy was short-lived, because the next second our hero grabbed him tightly by the throat. Turning to the stranger, the young man asked him what he had done that made him feel so bad and weak. Not wanting to be frank, the stranger insisted that it was just a misunderstanding and that the young man had misunderstood him, but privately he wondered why hypnosis had not worked on some teenager. Realizing that the situation had gone too far, she began to demand that his opponent immediately remove all the red paint from his eyes and also make sure that the veins were gone. Apparently, the man had no intention of doing this. He said that hypnosis only suppresses strength, but also hinders movement, and that the effect on the mind leaves its consequences. This man claimed over and over again that he did nothing because it was pointless, and then suddenly proposed that they join forces to rise to the top together. Our hero seemed to have listened to his opponent's words, so he let him go and watched carefully to see what would happen next. But less than a minute passed before the stranger fell lifeless to the ground for unknown reasons. With his back to the poor man, just stood for a while, not knowing what to do next. The young man realized that something inexplicable was happening to him. His eyes were bloodshot, and the familiar taste of iron appeared in his mouth. Following his instincts, the boy quickly turned the stranger over so that his neck was exposed, and then leaned over the man's head. Ja opened his mouth wide and moved as close to his opponent's neck as possible, but until the very end he didn't understand why he needed to do this. Seeing the saliva dripping onto the man's skin, the young man couldn't help but watch his actions from the sidelines, unable to control them. After a few minutes, it seemed that common sense finally returned to our hero, and he, like a wounded animal, jumped away from the unfortunate man. Sitting on the floor and breathing heavily, the guy asked himself over and over again what he had done and how he had gotten to this point. Our hero was clearly having a hard time in this competition, which hadn't really started yet, but had already caused so much destruction. This guy remembered how just recently he sat over this poor guy and committed several terrible acts. He resisted for some unknown reason, drooling from his mouth as if he was very hungry and wanted to eat his victim or enjoy her blood. Covering his mouth with his hand, the young man thought that he had gone completely crazy if he had allowed himself to do what he had done just a few minutes ago. Therefore, the only way out was to leave the scene of the incident, and preferably, get the opportunity to forget about this nightmare as soon as possible. The young man was either driven by fear or shock, but it was obvious that he was doing something wrong, since he was not going up the stairs, but going down, thinking that he needed to find a way out as quickly as possible. Some inner voice told the guy the right decision, to run, without looking back and without thinking. The young man dreamed of the moment when he could run to his father's barbershop and, hugging him as tightly as possible, hide from all the horror he had experienced. As he walked down the stairs, the young man did everything he could to bring this magical and long-awaited moment closer as quickly as possible. But in reality, everything turned out to be not so simple, because, having tripped, the young man flew down the stairs and hit his head hard. If someone had looked at our hero from the outside, they might well have said that he had not only received a strong blow, but also committed suicide. The boy lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. He did not move or utter a word. There was silence on the stairs, so silent that it seemed as if there was no one left in the building except the young man himself. The lights were on everywhere, and there was such silence that it was impossible to describe in words. But suddenly this calm was broken by the voice of our hero, who said that he urgently needed to continue on his way to reach the very top. Gradually, Ja began to come to his senses and tried to get up slowly in order to continue moving and not waste time. After a few minutes, our hero almost rose to his feet, trying to maintain his balance and straighten up to his full height. Raising his head, the young man realized that he needed to rise higher, and to do this, he first needed to pull himself together. However, instead of starting to get ready, the young man decided that he was very hungry and needed to eat something as soon as possible. It seemed that this hunger had completely switched off Ja's consciousness, which was once again guided by some incomprehensible instincts. A beautiful red moon indicated that it was the dead of night outside, and at that moment the man informed the woman that they were taking all safety precautions. It was the butler, speaking on the phone with the goddess herself, noting that the cult's latest raid had been an accident, and that the enemy's target had in fact been the major. Mr. R. asked the unknown man how much time was left. He calmly noted that it was almost over, adding that it didn't matter how the participants got there, because no one would get past the 89th floor anyway. He then added that everyone protects their strengths, but is nevertheless afraid that someone else will take first place. Despite this, all participants still rely on their luck, strength, intelligence, and foresight. There are those who try to remain unperturbed, leave without explanation, betray friends, mock the weak, kill absolutely everyone. There are players who put achieving their goals first, but do not rely on their own strength to achieve a pleasant, and most importantly, desired result. As for this lady, she is impressed by persistent people, those who are not afraid to go all the way, risking everything they have. Having finished his last sentence, the butler turned back to his assistants to ask what stage the teenager show was at. One of them, sitting at a computer and carefully reviewing the CCTV footage, said that he needed a few minutes to find the young man. A minute later, the man announced that he had managed to find our hero, who was dispassionately climbing the stairs to the 89th floor. And it was true, because behind the guy's back on the wall was the treasure number 89, indicating that the young man had reached the finish line. Standing on the landing, she carefully examined the man lying on the floor with the broken head. At the same time, a fight continued between several people who seemed not to notice the strangers, that is, our hero. But it seemed that the young man was so tired that he simply looked out the window, thinking about something of his own and not intending to take any action. There was a certain emptiness and wild fatigue in the guy's eyes. It seemed as if he had lived an entire life in a short period of time. The people around you looked more like zombies, thirsty for blood and completely insensitive to anything human. As he moved forward, the young man noticed a man swinging a bat and about to hit him hard. But this did not bother him. Our hero simply walked past with a fearless look, realizing that the goal was already ahead, and for the sake of achieving it he was not going to lose his individuality. The next second, the guy noticed two more strangers, maddened by blood, who stood in his way and were about to attack. But not even a few minutes had passed before the two were left behind Zhe, who seemed to see no one and nothing as he moved forward. It was late at night outside, which indicated that the competition was still going on, but there was no sign of its end. The boy suddenly stopped, carefully examining the girl who had been waving a pistol at the first stage. The young man noticed how vigorously she fought the enemy. For a moment, these young men also noticed Zhe, but they had no time for him, as they first needed to finish the fight among themselves. The corridor on the 89th floor looked more like a battlefield. Everything around was covered in blood, and the bodies of those who had been defeated lay on the floor. Realizing that there was no time to wait, the young man moved forward again, overtaking the brunette and her rival. Suddenly, someone called out to our hero. It turned out to be the same man with the knife who had threatened in the hallway that he would deal with the teenager at any cost. As the boy approached the attacker, he heard the girl warn him that the man had not just a knife, but a knife with a poisoned blade. The man, turning to our hero in a sly tone, said that he had specially saved this gift for the smug student. However, since Zhe offered almost no resistance and was completely absorbed in his thoughts, he managed to dodge the blow with lightning speed. The enemy, who tried in every way to hurt him, looked on in horror as nothing worked, no matter how hard he tried. His strength was at its limit, but the stranger could not even harm the young man, let alone do anything more serious than he had originally hoped for. Moreover, the next minute the situation changed, and not in favor of the attacker, who felt someone's strong hand grab his wrist. With an unperturbed expression, Zhe resolutely walked up to the young man and grabbed him with as much force as he could, surprising everyone gathered. The young man, realizing that the student was twisting his arm, began to scream and get indignant, demanding that his wrist be immediately released. But the guy was little interested in his opponent, which cannot be said about his knife, which a few minutes later ended up in the hands of the young man. Taking the blade as his own, the young man began to lick the remaining blood from the blade, clearly enjoying it. Unsuspecting bystanders watching the scene were shocked, unsure how to react or why this man was so attracted to human blood. However, this did not bother the young man at all. On the contrary, he said that it was not enough for him. Standing in the midst of all the horror that was happening in the corridor, the young man said with an unperturbed look that he really liked being upstairs. This guy did not hide the fact that he was anticipating the taste of victory that was about to become his. With a sly smile, the young man shamelessly announced to everyone gathered that he was ready to eat. Apparently, the young man already understood what would happen to him in the mistress's chambers, who would clearly not leave him without a piece of blood. Deciding not to waste time, she began to climb the stairs, realizing that all his ill-wishers were left behind. The brunette looked at our hero in amazement, realizing that the guy was about to disappear from her field of vision, and clearly did not intend to allow this. The beauty simply stood and looked in amazement at the young man, who at that moment seemed to have nothing and no one. He clearly understood his task and was moving towards it. Suddenly, Xiao Pao, as the girl was called, rushed up the stairs, realizing that the situation was not in her favor in terms of victory. The young man, from whom our hero had taken the knife just a few minutes earlier, immediately followed the brunette. The man jumped up and ran upstairs as fast as he could, realizing that not all was lost. But not even a few seconds had passed before the stranger stopped, alerted by some sounds coming from very close by. Before the man could come to his senses, he saw a crowd of angry people who attacked him and began shouting something furiously. Apparently, the stranger did not intend to take any special action, since he understood that these were people from his own clan. It seemed, however, that they did not care, since they did not stop there and did not listen to their comrade, who tried to somehow reason with them. Gathering his last strength, the young man did everything possible not only to save himself, but also to reach the top floor. However, the angry former friends could not be stopped. On the contrary, they forgot that they had once been a team. Now each of them faced their own task. The task was to destroy absolutely everyone who stood in their way and prevented them from completing their mission, which is what they did. In less than a few minutes, there was complete silence all around, but it was not only scary, but also terrifying. The once beautiful corridor resembled some kind of incomprehensible meat grinder with broken glass, windows, as well as a bloody floor and walls and numerous corpses. Bloody marks were visible not only on the wall, but also on the floor, although they rather indicated that someone had survived. And it was true, with difficulty climbing the stairs and holding onto the wall, the man did not stop, overcoming step by step and thinking about his place in the new clan. Surprisingly, it was the same unknown man who had apparently contacted his former comrades to join the bloody clan he had long dreamed of. The facade of the building looked much more beautiful, especially against the backdrop of the moon, than what was inside. Lin Lanyu, standing in front of the window, thought that 3 people were approaching her, and all 3 did their job perfectly, giving her indescribable pleasure. The woman noted that she enjoyed the fights on the stairs the most, as they were filled with desperation and at the same time the desire to win, and for her this is the best snack. The goddess thought that soon a teenager would come to her, who had so far demonstrated incredible results, although at first no one bet on him. The same thing happened to Xiao Pao, who first caught a fish brilliantly, and then won fairly and was able to move on. Also of interest was the unknown guy who was trying his best to climb up to please the lady. Looking closely at the candles on the candlestick, Ling Lanyu was eagerly waiting for the guests to arrive and show what they were capable of. Opening the lid and looking at the plate on which lay a spoon and fork, the girl said that the party was starting and she was waiting for surprises that would delight her. Suddenly, music began to play in the hall, indicating that the celebration was truly in full swing. The sounds of men and women's footsteps sliding across the parquet floor made it clear that the hostess was about to have a great time. Guests in fancy dress had already gathered in the large hall. They clearly knew what was going on and were therefore eagerly awaiting the denouement. The room was filled with laughter and casual conversation. To make the evening as enjoyable as possible, an orchestra was invited to perform music to suit every taste and preference. However, the very next moment someone's voice was heard, announcing the approach of the main characters. As the large doors opened, the voice continued to announce to the assembled crowd that the long-awaited performance had finally begun. And the same voice noted that the beginning should charm all the guests, and the continuation of the party would be much more interesting. The exhausted and tired trio watched everything that was happening attentively, listening to how they were being invited to a wonderful and enchanting ball. The organizer was quick to point out that all the city's noble families were taking part in this celebration. Looking at all this chaos, the stranger asked in an angry voice what kind of masquerade this was and where was their mistress, for whom they were fighting. The girl standing nearby, hearing this remark, smiled and told the young man not to worry, since everything was going according to plan. They noted that a beautiful girl was among them, and moreover, as a candidate for membership in their family, he could not help but be aware of this fact. Their conversation was interrupted by the organizer, who began introducing all the participants, the first of whom was the same mysterious Chinda. Xiao Pao Feng was the second participant, and the only girl who managed to make it into the top 3 finalists. The third player was our hero, who seemed to dislike all of this, but tried to keep his emotions to himself. The organizer continued to congratulate the participants, but at the same time announced that their task was to find Ms. Lin Lanyu among the hundreds of beautiful ladies gathered there. The participants were clearly confused, so they just stood and looked at everyone gathered, not daring to take a step. Realizing that the guys were in no hurry, the organizer continued to hint to them, explaining that perhaps the mistress was the best dressed. It is quite possible that the owner of the establishment has intrigued everyone and is therefore hiding behind the curtain, wearing a mask, waiting for her so-called savior. But it is also possible that the girl, while working as a waitress, dressed in men's clothing so as not to be recognized. The organizer stated that the participants have only one attempt. After they make their choice, they will have to invite the beauty to dance. The real beauty will stay with the winner for the whole evening, and then take him to her room. At the same time, a participant can make only one mistake, and for a moment the organizer fell silent, pausing. The thing is, these three can become easy prey at the feast. Anyone can hunt at any moment, anyone can eat a participant, from clothes to skin. A loud voice warned that it was better not to make mistakes, but one should remember that absolutely any woman could be a real Linglanyu. The participants, who had already seen and walked a lot, seemed unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events, expecting to meet the lady herself on the top floor. But before the boys could think about anything else, the same voice informed them that, according to the rules of the competition, they had exactly 30 minutes. At this time, they will have to choose a dance partner, who will not be an ordinary stranger, but the mistress of this estate. Chinda looked carefully at all the ladies in the hall. His face revealed the intention to act in accordance with some secret plan. Xiao Pao seemed to understand this too and turned to the young man, saying that she knew what he was thinking. And after a short pause she added that his idea was to kill her and Zhe, because that way there would be no need for any searches. Smiling sarcastically, the beauty added that there was one caveat, but she would not allow such a development of events. The main reason is that the girl cannot kill our hero, because he is not only strong, but also very wise. It seems that some force controls him. In this case, instead of becoming an enemy, it is better to use the young man as a human shield to achieve better results. Xiao Pao heard the man shouting insults at her from afar, but added that he should play by the rules of the game since she would give him a chance. Turning to her opponent, the beauty declared that, no matter what, at the last second before the final, she would still kill this man. And after a short pause she added that this concerned not only him, but also everyone present at this ball, including Lin Lanyu herself. Not wanting to listen to questions, she herself explained that this would be possible because she would use a bomb hidden in her own body. Suddenly Xiao Pao called someone a traitor, but after a short silence, he continued. The beauty stated that her organization kills traitors, namely those who have completely lost their humanity. Remembering the mayor, the girl thought that he had saved her life, but it was not for long. Those people who are under the control of the Blood Clan have long been doomed to their own death. But there is still a small group of people who will never betray moral principles. It is they and those like them who firmly believe that one day everything will change for the better. Something is bound to happen in the world because change is inevitable and life does not stand still. The fate of humanity will definitely be different, not like it is now. Everything will break out of the impasse. It seemed like the brunette could have talked about this topic for a long time, but the next moment the organizer, turning to the participants, noticed that time was passing, and the search had not yet begun. The next moment, the beauty in the purple dress grabbed Chinda's hand and, twirling him around in a dance, began asking if she looked like the lady he was looking for. Watching everything that was happening, Xiao Pao said out loud that this young man was just an ordinary fool. A few minutes later, the crowd began offering their assistance to the girl with the machine guns. Someone offered her a drink, and someone else assured her that they would be happy to help her in her search. "I'm not going to stand on ceremony with anyone," the participant sharply responded to those gathered, adding that she would rely only on herself. Xiao Pao was about to go look, but suddenly she grabbed her head, realizing that the severe pain in the back of her head was bothering her very much. Standing on the balcony, the red-haired beauty said that since the government passed a law to protect people, there have been fewer hunts and entertainments in the world, not to mention large banquets. Hearing comments that playing with death and with one's candidates is not very good, the beauty noted that she does not see anything wrong with this, since entertainment is very good. Addressing the lady, the girl stated that no one would be able to find her, since the banquet hall was filled with an aura of blood, which caused confusion. Sipping the red drink, the goddess noticed that the young man was not so bad, since he had surprised her from the very beginning. After a short pause, she continued, saying that she believed this young man would give her a pleasant, and at the same time unexpected surprise. The attraction of the blood seemed to have a negative effect on everyone involved, but this did not apply to our hero, who felt something. Taking a closer look at Zhe, the woman realized that what was happening to him was different from what was happening to other boys. Not even a minute had passed before the young man stared into the eyes of Lin Lanyu, who had been standing on the balcony the entire time. But what happened next surprised her. She felt a strong hand grab her wrist. It was Zhe, smiling and looking the girl in the eyes, quietly declared that he had finally caught her. Realizing that she couldn't give up so easily, the girl began asking the young man if he was really sure that it was she he needed, and not just a red-haired beauty who looked like her. The boy stated decisively that he was absolutely sure that this woman was not like the others, and without a shadow of a doubt added that he was hungry and was going to eat it. This statement clearly flattered the owner of the establishment, who said that she would gladly skip the dancing for what the guy offered her. Drawing the young man along, the girl said that she was very interested in what he was capable of if he were left alone with her in her bedroom. The next moment, the organizer's voice informed everyone gathered that Lin Lanyu, whom the young man had discovered, was standing on the balcony. Glaring at him, Chinda shouted that all this was impossible, that he could not lose to some brat who, in fact, did nothing to win. Xiao Pao, who was also watching the whole thing closely, couldn't believe her eyes and didn't understand how she could have lost. The brunette thought with despair that she only had one chance to blow up the pump, and she needed to do it as quickly as possible. While pressing some button, the girl was surprised to discover that for some reason nothing happened, although she checked the device several times. An unknown blonde stood behind Xiao Pao and explained that they were in a special room where all signals were monitored, as safety was their top priority. The brunette tried to somehow break free, but the girls had already surrounded her, explaining that resistance was useless. There were many of them, and she was alone. It didn't take long before these hunters began discussing how they had managed to get a very tasty catch, which they could not even count on. At that very moment, our hero, being in his mistress's bedroom, thought that he had a lot of free time for various entertainments. The young man looked around the room carefully, but seemed to have no idea what would happen next, as his instincts were not as strong as before. Our hero was lying on the bed, and the lady was leaning over him, carefully examining the young man. Smiling broadly and showing off her vampire teeth, the beauty declared that she could not wait any longer and wanted to start as soon as possible, having received approval from her guest. Lin Lanyu addressed the young man as "little one," and said that he would be the first. Then, after a short pause, she added that he would be the first person who would ever sleep in her bed. She added that after this he would belong entirely to her, and as long as he loved her, he would become a toy for her. While biting the young man, she explained that she would become a queen who could calm her slave. The young man believed that she did her job with full dedication, but this did not disgust him. The red-haired beauty noted that she really liked the taste of the young man's blood, and it could not be compared to anything she had tasted before. It seemed as if the woman had not eaten anything for a long time, because she liked every drop of the young man's blood. She said that when she completely tamed the boy, they would probably have the same smell. In a timid voice, our hero asked the goddess how he managed to become the winner. However, without answering his questions, the beauty asked if he was interested in why the ceremony was not over yet, and added that it was still too early. The beauty added that she would only drink a little blood, and there would be nothing strange or surprising about it. The young man just needs to relax and slowly enjoy this intimate process. The girl again and again noted that they had the whole night ahead of them, reminding Zhe that he had previously said that he also wanted to eat her. The young man, looking closely at the red-haired beauty, asked her if she was afraid. After a short pause, the young man, smiling, said that if not, he would like to do something interesting. The guy forcefully translated the words, "I'll eat you," into action, sinking his fangs into the neck of his new acquaintance. Lin Lanyu's face showed surprise and indignation. The girl yelled at the young man, asking where he got such fangs, because nothing like this should have happened. The woman did not calm down, turning again and again to our hero and demanding that he immediately get off her and let her go, since his actions were illegal. But it seemed her words had no effect on Zhe, as the young man, holding the beauty's wrist tightly, continued to do so, not even thinking of loosening his grip. It seemed that the smell and taste of blood drove our hero a little crazy, because he ate it with great pleasure. Moreover, the guy wanted to demonstrate his superiority, so he happily showed his fangs to the beauty. Lin Lanyu knew very well that if one vampire bites another, digging into his skin, it means that it leaves a mark. Therefore, that guy did something that he shouldn't have done. Resisting, the girl screamed that, according to her plan and demands, this young man was supposed to become her slave, but it turned out that she became the victim. The beauty noted that she was the mistress, and the guy was her subordinate, and if he was not going to accept her rules of the game, then he needed to immediately leave her bedroom. Realizing that no amount of persuasion was helping, the girl began to scream even louder in the hope that if the young man didn't hear her, someone else would. Fortunately or unfortunately, no one heard Lin Lanyu, although she no longer needed to. The beauty still resisted, but our hero understood that this was more of a game than a genuine unwillingness to submit to him. After a short time, the girl began to speak in a calmer voice, saying that everything that was happening to her seemed like real madness. And if just a few minutes ago she had convulsively pushed the young man away, now she clearly didn't care about what was happening between them in the bedroom. The hostess of the house noted with a smile that the guy should not stop, because she was getting great pleasure from what he was doing. Looking at the red-haired beauty, she seemed to no longer understand what was happening to him, as the beast had turned into an obedient and sweet cat. With an astonished look, with a slight sadness in her eyes, the beauty began to ask him for forgiveness. Suddenly, Lin Lanyu, who had been lying down just now, suddenly decided to jump out of bed and step back. Addressing our hero as master, she began to ask him to continue the ritual of gratitude, saying that from now on she was his faithful servant. Having fallen headfirst, as usually happens before deities, the girl did not calm down and continued asking the young man to do the same as he had done before. Looking closely at the beauty, she said out loud that thanks to the blood of the goddess, everything in his head had finally become clear, and there was no trace left of the previous confusion. Studying the goddess, the young man said that even though she was an ordinary pure-blooded woman, he would still accept her, but with great disdain. Hearing this remark, Lin Lanyu began to thank her master, adding that she bore his mark and would henceforth become his faithful servant. The young man wondered if he should please the servant, since his family was very fond of such things, and said out loud that this was a special occasion, so he would give the girl some of his blood. Having generously smeared his finger with the bloody liquid, the young man brought it to the girl's forehead and left a large dot there. Not even a minute had passed before this place magically turned into some kind of symbol, for which the beauty again began to thank the guy. He, in turn, glanced casually at the girl, who noted that she was very glad to be a member of such an influential family. However, the very next moment the girl began to ask him why the young man's body was so weak, since he was a real master, and then in a timid voice explained that she did not recognize him at first. Our hero, once timid and modest, declared in a stern voice that his slave should not be upset about this, and that she needed to calm down. Lin Lanyu lowered her head and suddenly began to say that she was very sorry, and that she didn't mean for this to happen. The guy said that he needed to rest and digest everything, and the body itself would do everything necessary, because it was him, and that is why a beauty should be true to her body. She explained that he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, so they would play a kind of game in which he would be considered a slave and the girl would be his mistress. And having settled comfortably on the soft bed, he noted to himself that he would be the first one to fall asleep in this bed. Taking a closer look at the young man, the girl noticed that he looked even better in his sleep. She was glad that everything had worked out that way, and now she had two masters with different characters. Lin Lanyu noted with admiration in her voice that her teacher's memory had been erased, so she shouldn't scare him, but she had a brilliant idea. The beauty decided not to voice her thought and silently, carefully watched the sleeping guy. It was unclear how much time had passed since the young man went to bed, but when he opened his eyes he felt well rested. Rubbing his head, she thought that it had started to hurt, despite the fact that he had slept well. Looking around, our hero noticed with horror a red-haired beauty standing not far from him. The girl turned to the young man with a smile on her face and said that she congratulated him on his excellent choice, and called the young man her little servant. Not understanding what was happening, she shuddered with fear when he heard the beauty suggest that they go on some kind of adventure together into the world of pleasure. Lin Lanyu looked at the young man intently, asking what was happening to him, and what had happened. The beauty asked again and again if the young man wanted to have fun with her, and why he was standing at such a great distance from her. Confused and timidly approaching the girl, our hero tried to explain to her that, most likely, something had happened to him, since he had simply laid down and fallen asleep. She, standing with his back to the goddess, quickly felt for the door and said that he wanted to leave, and the young man was perplexed why the door did not open. But it seemed that Lin Lanyu did not hear him and did not want to do it. She firmly stated that if he did not start, then she would take the initiative herself. True, a minute later something happened that the beauty who invented this game did not suspect. The guy decisively pulled her hand out of his. A certain indifference and a sincere desire to leave this room as quickly as possible appeared on the young man's face. True, the young lady, remembering that she was playing her role, continued to ask the guy if he really wanted to refuse her his help and the opportunity to become a member of the blood clan. His face, which had already been stony and indifferent, suddenly became angry and furious, and to confirm this, the young man clenched his fist with force, indicating that something bad was happening. Smiling and winking at our hero, the girl noted that, most likely, he would resist her until the very end. Realizing that there was no point in remaining silent any longer, the young man finally said that he did not intend to become her doll, losing himself forever. He would prefer death. Coming closer to the guy, the beauty explained that he was wrong, adding that no one should resist when a wiser being becomes the master of another's mind. Hugging Je, the girl added with tenderness in her voice that in such moments one should rejoice that one has finally found one's home and family. And coming even closer to the young man, she noticed that, apparently, subconsciously he wanted to be the master, to touch her. Realizing that the plan was starting to work, Lin Lanyu whispered in his ear that he probably wanted to kiss his mistress. Continuing to use all her feminine charms, the red-haired beauty did not stop, saying that the young man was certainly not averse to satisfying his mistress. But noticing that the young man was still standing there, clenching his fist and preparing to raise it, she sharply told Je not to rush, since she had an interesting proposal. And finally she asked her potential slave if he wanted to listen to what she had to offer him. The next day the weather was incredibly good, people were standing next to some building and discussing an approaching car. Several cars, following one after another, stopped right at the entrance to the building. A reporter who was on the scene covering the events for a news channel informed everyone that Miss Ling Lanyu had finally decided who would become her slave. The girl continued to talk about how everyone gathered was eagerly awaiting the lucky boy's first public appearance. While the beauty was getting out of the car, those gathered actively discussed her choice. One of the guys asked the guy standing next to him if it was true that this crazy woman had taken an ordinary man into slavery, and asked how it had come to this. The man noted that now the blood nobility and high-ranking clans by default choose their servants from old loyal families. It is practically a tradition, but the lady spoke out against it. Less than a minute passed before she began to get out of the car, but the crowd, not understanding who this man was, continued to actively gossip about how they wanted to see him as soon as possible. Time seemed to drag on forever, and the assembled spectators waited for the slave to appear as if it were the most incredible event in the world. However, not even a few seconds had passed before the beauty and her companion were already moving along the path to the banquet hall. Reporters standing nearby were actively photographing the couple, meeting the gaze of the inimitable lady. The spectators standing nearby also cheered. It seemed as if they were not just observers, but actually taking part in everything that was happening. The servants standing on both sides of the path threw flower petals in honor of the newlyweds and welcomed Lin Lanyu. Meanwhile, the guests standing in the second row brought binoculars with them to better appreciate the beauty, and some even filmed everything. Besides the fact that those gathered were carefully examining the young man and the girl, they were also actively discussing the fact that the young man was in fact a new servant. Many people found it very difficult to believe, because, in their opinion, the guy looked quite ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. One observer noted that, according to them, the young man is a completely ordinary person, and his family works in a hairdressing salon. Another suggested that it was all politics, since everyone knew that pure-blood wizard servants were chosen from the ancient families of the royal courts. If all the parties had proposed representatives, Miss Ling Lanyu would have had a hard time choosing someone, so she decided to take a weak person who didn't even have a bloodline. If a slave dies, almost no one will notice, and after a while he can easily be replaced by a new servant. Eyewitnesses continued to note that this man was taken simply for inspection, and he could be thrown out at any moment as unnecessary. Lin Lanyu, realizing that they were gossiping about him, began to calm the young man down, advising him not to pay attention to anyone, but simply to look at the camera with a smile. She added barely audibly that the young man would be in all the headlines in the media, and that pretending to be a servant was the most important mission in his life, so he should behave accordingly. Our hero thought to himself that by smiling he could become a target. He only had one chance. It wasn't even a few minutes before Je and the girl approached the front door, preparing to enter the hall as quickly as possible. One of the guests greeted them politely, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the girl, in turn, thanked Du Qian for the invitation. But words were of little interest to our hero. What attracted his attention most were the stranger's eyes, from which he constantly looked away. The boy thought that the rush of blood that the young man was experiencing was a manifestation of a recently adopted ritual. She continued to believe that he possessed the same power as the lady, which could only mean one thing: he was Ling Lanyu's slave. Suddenly one of the men came up and said in a sad voice that the young people had many ideas, but if they shied away from work, they would not achieve their goals. The beauty, turning to our hero, informed him that many were watching him, and they were unhappy that she had accepted the young man into her clan because he was weak. The next minute the girl quickly changed the subject, pointing out several people to her companion, and saying that they could not wait, but did not specify who exactly. But the next moment, Lin Lanyu began to explain that since the blood clan was inconvenient to do anything, they sent their servants. And then, with a sly smile on her face and a languid voice, she asked a rhetorical question about what she would do herself. She asked his companion why he should do anything at all, since he was a completely ordinary person, without strength and practically incapable of doing anything. Lin Lanyu didn't even answer our hero. Instead she stated that if he got rid of these people, then as a reward, and fell silent. And then, as usual, having withstood the intrigue, she said that she would teach him how to use magic. What he heard lit up the young man's eyes. His face, on the one hand, showed surprise, and on the other, a desire to learn all the secrets of this world. The young man remembered a saying that said that only genetically strong people possess all kinds of magic. She thought that the young lady could do him a great favor by telling him all the secrets. Moreover, the young man himself once saw with his own eyes what it means to master magic perfectly. But suddenly something strange began to happen to our hero, as he remembered something from the past. Although at that very moment, images of recent competitions appeared before his eyes, and he decided that now was a completely different time. She looked closely at the people standing right in front of him, but he couldn't get the right picture in his head. Rubbing his head, the boy tried to remember what had happened and how he had ended up in his mistress's bed. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of one of the servants, who asked him if he was going to somehow force Ling Lanyu to sleep with him, laughing at the fact that it was impossible. Pulling back the curtain, a pair of slaves described how our hero would have to spend the night in a state of drug addiction, a test that everyone who joins the clan must pass. A slave must demonstrate his origin, mental capacity, physical characteristics, manners, and also upbringing, and this is a mandatory condition. After pushing Zhi inside, the couple added that no one could stop anyone who entered the secret room. As he entered, the young man heard someone calling his name, asking if he was really who he said he was. But the next moment the woman, without waiting for an answer, invited the man to sit next to them. The young man didn't immediately figure out what to do. Instead, he looked around the room and noticed a large table with people already sitting at it, as well as several empty chairs. Before our hero could think of anything else, a woman's threatening voice ordered him to sit down immediately. Meanwhile, the woman began explaining that she was number one on the list and was the organizer of the evening for drug addicts. Immediately after the drug addict's appearance, and before the first dance, he was supposed to take part in the ceremony. This is a royal tradition, and therefore it cannot be abandoned. And then she added abruptly, since everyone is gathered, the test can be considered to have begun. A minute later those present in the room suddenly raised their hands and began to make joyful speeches, praising the great king of this family. People thanked him for creating their flesh and blood, which allowed them not only to evolve, but also to survive. The assembled noted that they bowed to him and asked him to take their blood and allow them to live a miserable life, adding that only His Majesty could make the world truly happy. The people shouted that the power of their king was a great gift, and they lived thanks to their masters, to whom they were grateful, whom they worshipped, and whom they served faithfully. Those gathered spoke about how they had no father, no mother, no brothers, no friends. They lived only for the sake of the leader and teacher who gave them his blood. As for these people, they are just pathetic slaves who must do whatever they are told. Watching the proceedings in horror, the young man wondered what kind of ceremony this was. He didn't understand, but he knew for sure that everything that was happening was already giving him goosebumps. The next moment, the leader loudly introduced his newcomer to everyone, calling him by name. Hearing that he was being addressed, the young man looked closely at the woman, not understanding what to expect next. And then the waiter came up with a plate in his hands and announced that he had brought this guy some kind of sacred food. Our hero realized that they would not bring him anything edible or tasty, and that, most likely, there was some kind of catch in this dish. Looking closely at the meat on the plate, the boy wondered whether he should really eat what they brought him. Turning his gaze to those gathered, he began to stutter and ask if they were serving him human meat. There was no answer, so Zhi, with trembling hands, picked up the knife and fork and began cutting the steak that was handed to him. The young man, looking at the food with distrust, constantly thought about where the cook got this meat from and who it belonged to. The next minute, the waiter, who had approached the young man, suddenly grabbed his plate and carried it away somewhere. Zhi watched as the waiter placed the dish in front of the lady who introduced herself as the head of this society. The woman, without the slightest disgust and showing complete indifference, stuck her fork into a piece of meat and began to bring it to her mouth. Opening her mouth, she demonstrated that this was actually very tasty and, most importantly, healthy meat. Our hero watched the woman closely and seemed to be waiting for some kind of denouement, not understanding how it all might end. Looking up, she discovered it was lamb, cooked to perfection. The next moment, the woman stood up and slammed her hand on the table, attracting the attention of everyone gathered. The woman rang the bell and announced that everyone must eat holy food, clearly referring to the meat she had tasted a moment ago. Without hesitation, the waiters immediately began serving plates of steak to all the other guests. While pouring wine, the woman noted that she was grateful to the great king for the beginning of their family tree and for the entire family as a whole. Raising their glasses, everyone gathered again began to shout out slogans similar to those they had uttered at the very beginning of the meeting. One of the young men sitting next to our hero patted him on the shoulder and asked why he had frozen in place, was sitting silently, and was not eating or drinking anything. The man explained that these days the rules have changed for the sake of people who are considered cattle, and some ridiculous constitution has been written. But before, guests and new arrivals could enjoy women's blood and the flesh of a baby, it was a pleasure. Now meat is also not bad, but it cannot compare to human. The guy added that whenever possible, he would take you to some interesting place where he could try something that the young man had probably never eaten before. The young man noted that he would be on our hero's side no matter who offended him, and said that the young man must endure everything and go through everything. He also added that over time, under the guidance of a noble clan, he would once again experience this world in all its glory. She listened attentively to his interlocutor, but everything he heard seemed like some kind of terrible dream to him. Just like this guy needs to get used to the taste of blood, which slaves consider the best drink. While everyone was happily devouring their food, Je thought about all the madness he had just begun to take part in. This is simply madness that a healthy person is definitely not capable of understanding. Perhaps this is not a night of drug addicts, but rather a night of hope, but at the same time madness. A stunning carnival of human suffering of people who have become addicted and don't even realize it. Our hero was the only one who looked at everything sensibly, and could not understand how he ended up among all these insignificant people who were ready to do anything for blood. The man was brought out of his reverie by the voice of an elderly woman who, rising from the table, announced that it was time for the next part. And a blonde was brought into the hall, wrapped only in a sheet. It seemed she herself did not understand what she was doing in this room and what would happen to her next. But from the satisfied faces it was clear that they knew exactly what ritual was to follow, because they began to shout that this sacrament was something truly incredible. The lady began to explain that Lin Lanyu had had an unusual night. Her aging body could no longer cope with the difficulties, and in some cases she might simply not endure it. Hearing all this, Je replayed what was said in his head with horror, not understanding why they had brought the little girl and what these madmen were going to do to her. With one click, the elderly woman announced to everyone gathered that the fun was about to begin, and ordered them to remain silent. Suddenly the hero was ordered to go out into the middle of the hall, which was already illuminated by bright spotlights. The guy standing a few meters away from the unfortunate blonde didn't understand why they were making a big deal out of it. Turning away from the girl, the young man began asking those gathered what he should do in this situation. There was a moment of silence, as if his nerves and iron patience were being tested. But less than a minute later, the older woman spoke, informing the young man that a special sacrament awaited him. He looked around the crowd in confusion, trying to figure out what they wanted from him, and how long they were going to keep the unfortunate blonde on stage. The girl seemed to be holding on with all her might. Despondency and a desire to end everything as quickly as possible were visible in her eyes. The same thing was wanted by the guy who did not dare to approach her even a step, expecting something and counting on further orders or actions. But nothing happened. The stranger continued to stare into space with her huge eyes, without expressing any emotions. Suddenly she rose from her seat and, without the least embarrassment, showed the knife which she had been clutching tightly in her hand all this time. If She had previously looked closely at the girl, now he realized that the main danger came from the weapon. And this was indeed the case, because, throwing off the sheet, the stranger sharply raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. But instead of attacking the guy, the girl grabbed a knife and began cutting her hands until they bled. When it was all over, the stranger threw the weapon at her feet as a sign that she had no intention of harming the newly minted slave. Everyone in the hall watched attentively what was happening on stage, clearly anticipating what would happen next. The blonde approached the young man as close as possible, holding out her hands to him so that he could carefully examine the blood that had appeared. With tears in her eyes and a pleading voice, the girl turned to the young man, asking him to help himself, to eat as much as he wanted, and not to be embarrassed about it. Our hero was in no hurry to do this, which was understood by those gathered, who began to shout words of support, and the woman even told him to hurry up and finish the ceremony. One of the guests stated that the new slave was, first and foremost, a very ordinary person, and therefore prone to cowardice, and would not be able to cope with the task at hand. The room began to discuss the current situation, noting that people suffering from drug addiction always experience inconvenience, and that is why they spend this night here. The elderly woman hastened to tell the boy that if he did not complete the ceremony, he would remain an ordinary person, and if so, he would take the blonde's place and become the next victim. Upon hearing these words, the young man immediately had many questions to which he wanted answers immediately. He asked how, by joining a clan, a person ceases to be human and becomes dependent. The young man asked if those gathered wanted to drink blood. One of the girls replied that in their clan, the higher the rank, the faster the blood is saturated, but at the same time, people are the main food. And the lady added that you shouldn't think he could escape his position simply by becoming dependent. According to the laws of the blood clan, the strongest always remains at the top of the food chain. Our hero asked again if it was true that people were not obliged to donate blood to the clan, based on what had just been explained to him. And he added that only by renouncing their human status and becoming a slave, people like him automatically become food for the blood clan, the only difference being in the taste of this liquid. The assembled people confirmed that he was right, noting that this guy needs to be treated with more respect, because he is simply addicted, and even if he is clean, it is impossible to compare him to them. They laughed and said they had the right to eat the guy anytime, but now he had to go through the ceremony, and then give blood. After this merciful bloodshed, our hero will certainly understand what it means to be higher and lower, and he will have to firmly accept his position. The truth is that by becoming dependent, the youth becomes a man of higher origin and can enjoy human blood, but at the same time he remains food for those of higher blood. The light and dark sides of his vampire life are revealed during a drug-fueled night that everyone inevitably experiences. Looking intently into the stranger's eyes, the young man thought about how everything irritated him, and then barely audibly added that he really wanted to kill everyone, and fell silent. He thought to himself that his only desire was to kill every one of these creatures. A woman approached Lin Lanyu and asked permission to introduce her son, who was the chief of police in the province. After kissing the girl's hand, the young man introduced himself as Zhang Xingkai and said that his blood purity was not 100%, but 75%, but he still hoped to meet this lady. Politely bowing his head and as if extending his hand to the beauty, the young man asked if he could invite the lady to dance. Holding a glass in her hand and looking deeply into the guest's eyes, Lin Lanyu said that, unfortunately, she had to refuse. The boy's mother suddenly intervened and said that Xingkai should probably take the woman to a quieter place so they could talk in private. Watching the young men leave, the woman quietly said that if her son married Lin Lanyu, their family's status would rise significantly. The plump lady believed that, according to rumors, Lord Chiyu's position in the Eastern Imperial Court was currently unstable due to the Emperor exerting pressure on him. Lin Lanyu, ignoring the current situation, makes ordinary people dependent, but the little girl wants to fight against the huge force. The woman continued to think that if Lin Lanyu showed himself differently, then the marriage and their family would be guaranteed. Sitting on the sofa, the red-haired beauty turned to her new acquaintance and said that his mother was watching them very closely. After apologizing for his mother, Xingkai quickly changed the subject and began explaining that he worked for the regional police department. But before the young man had time to develop the topic to the end, he suddenly began to ask his interlocutor what she was looking at so intently. Hiding her embarrassment, the beauty said that she was a little worried about her maid. Xingkai said that if he were an ordinary person, it would be difficult for him, and added that he could call him and settle everything since the organizer of the ceremony is his good friend. Demonstrating her superiority, Lin Lanyu pointed out that it didn't matter what was happening in the room, as long as there were slaves there, and advised the young man to forget about it. But the young man, having heard from his friend a story about how her slave had harmed others, began to doubt whether she really believed that her charge was capable of fighting with anyone. The man began to explain that drug addicts join a blood clan, but cannot possess all the power of their masters. They are forced to rely on their own strength because the blood flowing through their veins is diluted. The higher the master's blood content, the stronger the subordinate, but even if the servant is as strong as the master, if he becomes dependent in less than a day, he will quickly learn to use his strength. The main reason is that there are people around him who have long since reached a high level of development and evolved. Xingkai did not give up, continuing to say that even if the young man got angry, he still would not be able to surpass all these dependents, and asked the beauty's opinion. Lin Lanyu repeated his words about anger, and fell silent for a moment. And then she quickly added, informing that her slave was none other than the real king. The policeman jumped up from his seat and was so surprised that he could not believe his ears. Realizing this, the girl said with a smile that she was joking, and then added that the ruler of the 7 kingdoms was a creature they were not destined to see. Ling Lanyu remarked that she hoped to see the king one day, as she greatly admired the behavior of the high-born clans. The young man hastened and began to say that only the governor could see the king, and although the ruler had been in power for many years, he had never held this post. Shinkai also said that if this girl married him, he could become the governor of the province, but the guy was not finished. Suddenly, angry people began to emerge from the secret room, shouting that everything that was happening was terrible. The policeman completely forgot about his thoughts, shouting that something had gone wrong inside, something had not gone according to plan. Smiling skillfully, the girl invited her interlocutor to take a look at what had happened there. Turning around, the beauty said that this was the work of her drug addict. Most likely he had some problems. But, realizing that something strange had happened in the secret room, they immediately went there. But when they opened the curtain, everyone was in shock. The assembled people looked attentively at Je, who picked up the blonde in his arms and was about to carry her away somewhere. Seeing lifeless bodies scattered throughout the room, eyewitnesses began shouting that something strange had happened. They tried to understand how it happened that the girl remained alive, while all the other slaves died. Quite calmly but confidently, Je began to explain that he had acted as any man would have done, since all these traitors deserved to die. He added that this is not the way to treat people because they are not toys. There are human norms and rules that must be followed, otherwise you can lose yourself forever. Indeed, after just a minute, looking at the corpses on the floor, the young man began to wonder what had happened in this room and how it had come to this. Scratching the back of his head, he thought he knew this feeling. Just like last time, his mind was clouded, as if it belonged to someone else. The only thing Je clearly remembered was how he tightly clenched his fist, but only to hit his offenders. Rubbing his head, the young man continued to think about what was happening, because everything seemed extremely strange and inexplicable to him. Firstly, he somehow magically managed to catch a fish, and not just one, but several at once, and it was a huge catch. Then strange marks, similar to bite marks, appeared on his neck, but the boy had no idea at what period of his life they appeared or who left them. Moreover, what was impressive was the unknown and incredible power that awakened in the young man at the very moment when he needed it most. All this frightened him very much, because he did not understand who he had become, and whether he had remained human, as he had so hoped. Perhaps our hero would have remained immersed in his thoughts for a long time, if he had not been brought out of them by the voice of Uncle Lin Lanyu, shouting about what happened in this room. Lin Lanyu didn't seem to be worried at all, and then turned to her relative, and asked him to pull himself together and calm down. Looking at the woman who had recently been in charge of the institution, the man indignantly noted that it was the girl who had brought this woman to this state, and now she was lying there, wounded. The crowd seemed to be in full support of the miss, noting that the drug addicts were terrible because they couldn't cope with the newcomer who had appeared a few days ago. The uncle turned to all the guests, and angrily declared that they did not understand him, and that they were noble ignoramuses. Suddenly, the elderly vampire woman spoke, looking closely at her master, and noted that she had lived with him for 50 years and had done a lot for him. But the man already knew exactly what he would do, so he waved his hand and said that the maid was now completely useless to him. After dealing with her, the uncle turned to Lin Lanyu and asked what the girl had to say about the whole situation. Hearing the beauty say that she did not understand what was happening, the man began to swear, claiming that she was defending her slave, which was unacceptable and fundamentally wrong. And if the matter has taken such a turn, then it is best if this issue is resolved by the Count himself, and not by anyone else. It seemed that all the guests were delighted with the Count's arrival, since some had not seen him for a very long time, and others wanted to complain about the beating of drug addicts. Lin Lanyu, realizing that everyone was eagerly awaiting the meeting with her father, asked the assembled group if this evening was really held in her honor. Without waiting for an answer, she quickly picked up the phone and dialed the number, hoping that the subscriber would answer. In a quiet voice, the girl told her father to come as quickly as possible, because many people wanted to see him, and she herself was being beaten. Having made herself comfortable on the sofa, the lady declared that she had done everything she could, and now all she had to do was wait for her father. Realizing that the game was still going on, Ling Lanyu called her slave Zhe and ordered him to give her a massage. After looking closely into the girl's eyes, the young man simply looked at her. But, realizing that they were not alone in the room, that the game was going on, and that in this game he was a servant, he decided that it was not worth refusing. Before starting, our hero first sat the blonde down on a chair, and then walked closer to the woman. Sprawled on the sofa with her back to the man, she waited for the moment when he would begin his work. The guy timidly began to touch his lover's back, but she didn't like it, so the girl began to object, pointing out what and how to do. While Zhe was kneading her mistress's back, she didn't forget to sigh and moan from time to time, demonstrating to everyone gathered what a good servant she had found for herself. At this time, one of the young men, addressing his neighbor as a brother, asked why he was not included in the missus' plans if they had recently been on a date. He explained, as if retreating, that although Count Chiyu was oppressed, he was still a pure-blooded lord, and it was said that his strength had reached the highest level among the Xinyao. One of the guys thought to himself that there was only one step left to reach the level of the battle for the king. This means that his superiors will be able to defeat him, especially if they stick together, although he did not specify who exactly he was talking about. The boys whispered about purebreds, but despite trying to speak as quietly as possible, our hero still heard them. Realizing that the massage had become poor quality, the girl asked what the young man was thinking about, not realizing that thoughts were swirling around in his head about the two whose conversation he had overheard. Standing up and hugging the guy, Lin Lanyu quietly asked the young man to give her a good massage. And lying on the couch again, she added that you shouldn't worry, but just relax and do what she asked him to. The woman explained that this space is intended only for dependents and owners. It is created based on the spiritual consciousness of the owner. And since they are in this space together, no outsiders will know or even guess what happened. The young man jumped up and grabbed her hand, and began asking what she meant when she spoke about the space of dependent persons. The young man began to ask the girl if she was boring him, and then added that he was not a bag of blood, but an ordinary person. Without waiting for an answer, he asked Lin Lanyu how she managed to try to change him and distance herself from him. With disappointment in his voice, the guy began to accuse the girl of lying, because he was no longer human. Screaming and resisting, the young man seemed unwilling to accept what had just been revealed to him. The red-haired beauty explained that her father would soon arrive, which meant that the young man would soon find out about everything, but while there was still a little time, he could hurry and satisfy her desire. Lin Lanyu continued to explain that she needed to increase her strength a little since her stamina was only 1%, and she still had many shortcomings. Seeing the girl pressing forward, the young man shouted that, firstly, he didn't understand anything, secondly, he was asking to let him go, and thirdly, he was unhappy that so many people were looking at them. She declared without hesitation that the red-haired beauty had not just gone crazy, but had simply gone mad. And this seemed to be true, because despite all the words and warnings, the girl was not going to give in and abandon her plan. Pressing herself closer and closer to the guy, the girl waited for him to at least loosen his grip a little and relax. But the lady tried not to pay attention to the young man, who, squinting, tried to understand what she would do next. Pointing her hand at the guy, the beauty concentratedly told him about the intense warmth he felt. But this is only the beginning, because next she must direct his energy in the right direction. Lin Lanyu ordered the boy to finally begin to control his energy, and try to restrain it at least a little. The girl told the young man to imagine a page, piece the image together, and then begin to concentrate on it. Hearing the young man's joyful cry that he had succeeded, the girl noticed that this was his true strength. Moreover, all the strength and energy are stored in the blood of a young man, which he should always remember. Lin Lanyu added that the stronger a young person becomes, the faster their page content grows, the more aware they become of themselves and those around them, and this is the basis for victory or defeat. She was puzzled as to why his page was empty, not realizing that it was because he had used brute force. The girl pestered the guy, offered to kiss him, and then show him how to write down the rules. But at that very moment, another question arose in the young man's mind: what would he write with? Without waiting for the lady to hint, he himself guessed that he should imagine that he had a pen or pencil in his hands. Standing in front of a huge white sheet of paper, the boy watched as a pencil slowly touched it, leaving some kind of incomprehensible scribble. Indeed, after just a minute our hero's eyes suddenly widened. It seemed as if he saw something that was difficult for him to understand. It was a refrigerator, or, as the girl said, the oldest single-seat three-door transport. Having carefully examined the scene of the incident, the young man could not believe his eyes that all this was really happening, and especially to him. He asked the beauty why the refrigerator broke, and she began to blackmail our hero with a kiss. She didn't hear an answer to his question, but he began to think logically, coming to the conclusion that the object was motionless and closed, and perhaps it should be opened. Leaning against the refrigerator, the boy thought that the power was inside him, and it seemed to him that someone was controlling this power. Listening carefully to the young man's thoughts, the beauty noted to herself that she had met a real handsome man. While this guy kept thinking to himself that all the pages had completely different fonts, he reached a dead end. Studying the flame-like design, our hero thought that perhaps this too was a kind of template. At the same time, the beauty thought that she had probably never seen anyone create 3D models. Watching the guy try to open the refrigerator, the girl noticed to herself that it was not at all easy, and the guy didn't seem to believe that the doors would get in. Sitting down next to the young man, the woman said that her master was certainly worthy of his title. And then, With a serious tone in her voice, she remarked to herself that he had no idea what this refrigerator even meant. And, having carefully examined the object, I decided to myself that it looked rather frightening. Time flew by very quickly, so quickly that neither Ling Lanyu nor Zhe seemed to notice that it had already gotten dark. The guests, still standing near the young man, noticed that he looked somehow very strange, that there was something about him that the others did not have. They all noted that the young man was somehow very different from the others, but did not specify from whom exactly. Despite the fact that the night was quite quiet and moonlit, to our hero's surprise, a severe thunderstorm began within a few minutes. Not understanding what was happening, he began to look around when one of the guests announced that someone had arrived. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was that it felt like a thunderstorm had exploded into the room. Everything around sparkled, the sound of scraping glass mixed with indistinct screams could be heard, and at the same time the lights went out. Despite all the noise, Zhe heard someone say that Count Chiyu himself, whom everyone had been so impatiently awaiting, had arrived. One of the guests exclaimed that this man had destroyed the shield, and another shouted that the entire castle had been destroyed, and that the shield was nothing compared to it. The Count raised his head proudly and noted that he had never liked the castle. It was too creepy and did not suit his style, so he had no intention of restoring it. Chiyu said that the sight of this horrible, tasteless and crooked building made his eyes hurt so much that they started bleeding. The owner of the castle shouted at the Count not to dare go so far, noting to himself that this man was truly vile. Rubbing his eyes, the man replied that he was dressed carelessly and that this place was extremely unpleasant, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Running up to her father, Lin Lanyu declared that she was incredibly happy to see him, and her father replied that the feeling was mutual, because meeting his daughter lifted his spirits. But the next moment the man, turning to his daughter, was about to ask her a question, but fell silent mid-sentence. And then he suddenly announced that the scent of his beauty had changed, and this was due to the fact that something completely different had appeared in her blood. Chiyu looked at his daughter with a murderous gaze, and then began to talk about his ideal princess, but did not finish, as the young man interrupted him. Lin Lanyu, running up to our hero and grabbing him, turned to her father and said that this was her new ward, a real miracle. Coming closer to the young man, the Count said that he was very ugly, but he could tolerate it. He asked his daughter if it was possible to rehabilitate a drug addict, and upon hearing an unsatisfactory answer, the father burst into tears again. This scene clearly did not please the owner of the castle, who, turning to the trio, said that this was not the place for a family comedy. The man claimed that the drug addict, Chiyu's daughter's son, had harmed them all, and that the father was obliged to compensate for the damage, otherwise they would not be able to leave the building in peace. But before the owner could finish speaking, fire broke out again inside the building, or rather, what was left of it. Again strange sounds were heard from all sides, and again stones began to fall everywhere. After carefully assessing the situation, one of the guests declared that the building definitely no longer existed. If there had been walls here before, now only ruins remained. Suddenly, Chiyu spoke up, suggesting that his opponent slightly change the boundaries of the field. Chiyu, without a doubt, noted that his battle rank was Xian Yao 2. And by fighting the scum, he will be able to reach the level of Xian Yao 2, besides, this is the only way. Suddenly the plump woman spoke up and demanded that Chiyu pay today, adding that 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, and even the strongest king could not defeat an army. These words clearly amused the gentleman, as he decided to get up from his seat and head towards his opponents. Standing before the assembled people in all his glory, he turned to the woman and said that she was a nobody and did not even understand how high the sky was above her. And in order to demonstrate his superiority and strength, the Count decided to destroy the remains of the stones that once made up the large and beautiful building. Watching what was happening, the owner of the former castle shouted at Chiyu to stop the destruction immediately. The fat woman said that the Count had no place here, he was called to help, but instead he went and destroyed everything. The next moment, the owner summoned a shield for help and immediately found himself under a small dome separating him from Ling Lanyu's father. But less than a minute passed before the Count easily destroyed the shield, and the confused man began to flee. The next moment, everyone gathered noticed a flash of light that raised stones, which struck everyone who did not like Chiyu. Confused people lay on the ground and tried to collect their thoughts in order to take at least some measures for self-defense. Shinkai spoke first, asking why they hadn't done anything yet, even though there were many of them and their strength should have been enough to deal with the Count. After taking a look at everyone present, Chiyu declared that if it all came down to numbers, they would definitely win, exterminating the clans like ants. He added that pure blood is noble, and mixed blood can never compare to it, so it is best to exercise restraint and modesty. The owner of the castle, having listened attentively to all this, said that he would not allow the Count to rejoice. He had insulted them, and therefore they would tell everything to the Emperor, and then there would be a trial. Lin Lanyu, who was standing nearby, casually remarked that if all these people were killed, no one would know anything about it, and there would be no problems. The Count, in turn, remarked that it was too disgusting. If he killed everyone, he would have nightmares in the future, and in general his head would be full of all sorts of dirt. The man turned to Zhe and told his daughter that if she wanted, she could order the young man to do something. Our hero, having overheard his opponents talking about how they destroyed a house and beat up people, was looking intently at something else, at what interested him most at that moment. And it turned out that the problem was not in something, but in someone. It was the unfortunate blonde, because of whom the Count was summoned. Approaching the girl, our hero made sure that she was all right and unharmed, and thought to himself that the Count had probably deliberately delayed her so that she would not be harmed. As he was leaving, Chiyu remarked that this blonde was one of the few beauties among the ugly ones, which meant that she needed to be protected, clearly hinting to the young man. Making his way through the pile of rubble and stones, the boy quietly told the woman that they needed to leave this place. This happened just in time, because the next minute reporters arrived and began shouting that the castle had collapsed. There was a fight going on inside, a group of nobles were lying on the ground, and the Count and his daughter had escaped. Less than a day had passed before all the newspaper headlines were filled with breaking news about a sudden fight between the blood experts from this clan. Most likely, the reason lies in the fact that the dependent was the mistress's brother, but that is a separate story happening behind the scenes. When Zhe entered the room, he met Ling Lanyu, who greeted him and asked if he had managed to settle the matter he was handling. Having received a satisfactory answer, the young man explained that the girl said that she would return because she remembered where she lived. The young man declined her offer to walk him home. The blonde explained that she felt it was inconvenient to take up his time, after which she turned and left silently. In response to the lady's questions about why he didn't run away, the hero replied that, firstly, he hadn't thought about it, and secondly, he knew that the beauty would have found him anyway. But the next moment, Zhe's mood changed and he began to ask Lin Lanyu what was going on with his body, but she only replied that her father wanted to meet this guy. Sitting in his room and looking at the young man, he stated that he was modest, but despite this, dependent. Looking the young man in the eyes, the Count asked him whether he chose life or death. It seemed that our hero did not understand what was being discussed, as he looked at the man with fear and could not utter a word. Then he took out several masquerade masks and asked the young man which one he liked best, adding that if he saw his terrible face again, he would certainly either die himself, or the young man would die. Jin knew that the master of the house was not joking, so after hearing Chiyu's satisfied exclamations, he chose the bat mask. But a minute later the man added in a serious tone that, although the father was happy, the daughter was afraid that the boy would not be able to control himself and would kill someone. After carefully examining the girl, the Count added that, in his opinion, she liked the young man with whom she was inseparable. After a brief silence, he suggested that they should go somewhere together. After a short pause, the Count informed everyone gathered that they were leaving for the holy city. And then he explained in a languid voice that those guys had told everything so quickly, that's why he had made headlines that night, and Chang Xian had written him an email asking him to come back. And in a more cheerful tone, he said that he and Chang Xian grew up together, they are like brothers, so they trust each other in everything and do not pay attention to any rumors. Returning to reality, the Count announced to his daughter that she should prepare herself, and take everything she needed with her, since they would be setting off on a journey in 5 days. Left alone, our hero looked closely at Lin Lanyu and, stumbling, began to ask the beauty something. Realizing that something was bothering him, the girl said that he wanted to leave, wanted to go home and continue living like a normal person, but he did not understand one detail. Looking down at the floor and after a short silence, the beauty said that she was giving the guy 3 days to think about it, after which he should give her an answer. Hearing Lin Lanyu's question about what kind of strength he possessed, the youth remembered that he had never asked about his own strength, or what was happening to his body. The guy wanted to catch up with the girl, but the next moment he heard the phone ring. Answering the call, our hero heard only 2 words of help. Someone asked him to come immediately and help. As he raced through the city at night, the young man thought about his friend Win Chang, as the caller's voice sounded very similar to his own. Running up to the house, our hero was very embarrassed that he was not met at the entrance by the security guard who was always at his post. His heart was beating fast, and all sorts of thoughts were spinning around in his head, especially after he discovered that there was no one in the house. Having opened one of the doors, the young man began to knock on it and shout out the name of his friend, as well as the name of his director. The young man was so worried that he didn't even immediately notice that the door was open, and so he began to push it very slowly to get inside. The room was dark, and looking around, our hero called out to his loved ones again and again, feeling that something bad had happened to them. He noted to himself that he had searched the entire house, but had found no one, and moreover, had not discovered any traces or signs of a struggle. As he moved forward, the young man heard something step on, so he looked carefully at his feet. Picking up a framed photograph from the floor, the boy realized it depicted the principal and his friend, holding a certificate, recognizing the student who had placed third among the best students. The young man, still holding the photograph in his hands, realized that something had happened to his friends. Our hero didn't know exactly what had happened, but he knew he had to act to find both the director and Wenchang. The young man ran to the police station where he reported his friends missing, but heard a police officer say that they could not deal with the case right away. Our hero continued to tell how a friend called him and asked for help. Members of this guy's family hold important positions, and all these people suddenly disappeared. The police officer said that only a few hours had passed since the disappearance, and that it was completely normal for adults to disappear for such a short period of time. In the same dispassionate voice, he added that at 4 a.m. all students should be asleep, and if something really happened, they should call the department. Without listening to what the man was saying, the police officer stood his ground, explaining that they were not supposed to serve civilians and would immediately take care of cases unless the missing person was a member of a blood clan. Zhe was outraged. He didn't understand how anyone could turn a blind eye to a disappearance when people could be in serious danger, when they could at least take his phone and check where the call was made from. However, another police officer suddenly approached the policeman and whispered in his ear that a new drug addict, Miss Lin Lanyu, was sitting in front of them, which abruptly changed the man's behavior. When he began to retreat, the policeman, firstly, began to call our hero, sir, and secondly, offered him to sit down, and if he wanted, he could even take the director's place. The man didn't like this at all, so he started shouting and demanding that the police come to his friend's house immediately. Upon hearing this, the man declared that he would personally try to lead the team and oversee the investigation. Not a minute had passed before the young employee approached the boss again and began whispering something in his ear. Staring at the ceiling, the man said that there was nothing he could do because it was an internal matter between the clans, and if they took it on, their small police station would not be able to handle the accumulated problems. She couldn't understand what internal matter meant because the director's family was in danger, but they pretended they didn't know anything and didn't want to look into it. After wiping away his sweat, the chief explained that all the families of the blood clans in the city had sent their children to participate in the selection of drug addicts, after which he fell silent for a while. The police officer suggested that the young man's best bet would be to look after his relatives and find out what was happening to them, but added that there was nothing more he could do to help. Not a minute had passed before our hero was already calling his father, who scolded him for disturbing him so late, but, realizing that it was still his son, invited him to dinner and hung up. Standing on the street, the young man couldn't understand why someone would attack Wenchang and not his own family. There was no logic to it. But the very next second, the young man heard the butler's voice loudly declaring that the Zhe family had been under strict guard all this time. He explained that every time a drug recruitment campaign was conducted, guards were assigned to the families of the participants. Anyone who dared to rob or assault them faced certain death. Mr. R noted that dependents play an important role when it comes to other families who have struggled all their lives for this opportunity, and he cannot deny their value. And then, with a faint smile, he added that all these families hated the young man and, of course, wished him all the best, but not the very best. The guy said that he would like to discuss all this later, but now the most important thing for him is the director and his best friend Wenchang. The butler reported that he had information that these people were at Huan 18th Street, and that his people had already arrived there to thoroughly inspect everything. And slowing his pace a little, he added that if this guy gave the order, they would destroy any family he didn't like. Smiling, the butler said that the young man's position gave him power, even if he didn't realize it, so if he wished, almost any request he made would be fulfilled. Looking closely at the young man, he asked him what he planned to do and what he needed at the moment. After thinking for a bit, our hero replied that his main goal was to save people, without specifying who exactly. At that very moment, in some mansion, people in power were telling the blonde that the emperor had ordered Chiyu to arrive in the capital as soon as possible. The man complained that the count's daughter had begun to irritate everyone, that she had chosen a commoner's family, which had caused their years of cultivation to be wasted and the family to lose face. Suddenly, an unknown blonde turned to her servants and said that they should be careful and help first, and then kill. Getting up from the sofa, the girl told her interlocutor to go and rest, as it was already late, and invited him to some surprise party the next day. But already in the dilapidated mansion, they looked somewhere to the side with surprise in their eyes, not understanding what was happening, but realizing that this was not a good sign. Outside the window, against the backdrop of the moon, one could see a young man surrounded by people in black cloaks. It was Zhe, whose eyes were filled with rage, which was not at all surprising, considering the fact that his closest relatives had been kidnapped by unknown persons. The gray-haired man, a stranger to our hero, was perplexed as to who had come to visit them, and who had decided to lose his head of his own free will. Mr. R, towering over the house, watched everything that was happening carefully, but seemed in no hurry to make a decision. With his usual sardonic air, the butler remarked to himself that there were murderers in this house whom he had never expected to meet this evening. As the boys entered the house, they heard the owners shouting at them not to come too close. The white-haired man began to persuade the friends of the Count's family to stop this, as it was just a small misunderstanding, but that did not mean it should be blown out of proportion. Having forced the director to his knees, the man continued to justify himself, noting that he had simply come to them to drink tea, and nothing terrible had happened. The gray-haired man noticed that if the boys came closer, he might get scared, and then his hands would start shaking from fear. The butler, watching what was happening in horror, declared that the director's life was coming to an end and that he would most likely not live another day. The blonde jumped up and declared that she was a member of the family of General Tian Wei, a direct subordinate of the emperor, and since this was true, she advised everyone to think carefully, because the dependent Zhe was a nobody. Turning to the butler, the girl noted that he was a half-breed. How could he allow himself to obey some new subordinate? This was completely wrong. Adjusting his glasses, the gentleman stated that since there were not many Blood Clan members in this room, all questions should be directed to Lord Wang Zhe. After a short pause, he added that the blonde should beg the little drug addict for mercy and compassion. The girl looked at the man in horror and could not utter a word, she was so shocked and amazed. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, the gray-haired man, kneeling, begged the arriving gentleman for mercy. The blonde sitting next to him turned to the man with fury in her eyes, asking how he could beg on his knees for some drug addict. But before she could finish speaking, she heard her interlocutor order her to calm down. Fearing for his life, the gray-haired man explained that he would certainly return the old man and their son to the gentleman, and that it was perfectly fair if they wanted revenge. In a bold voice, she declared that if Wenchang died, this man would immediately follow him. The stranger objected sharply, explaining that nothing terrible had happened to the young man and that he was alive. Having led the uninvited guests to the door, the gray-haired man said that they only needed to open the basement, and then the gentleman would be able to see the young man. The door was locked and could only be opened by retinal identification. After successfully completing the scan, the owner of the house stood up and waited for them to enter. A few minutes later the door opened and a gray-haired man, pointing to the room, invited them to enter. Realizing there might be a catch, our hero turned to the owner and ordered him to enter first. Entering the room, Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. He was extremely frightened and amazed by what he saw there. His friend, dressed in an elegant white suit, lay in the coffin with his arms crossed over his chest. It was difficult to tell from his appearance that he was alive. Realizing that every minute was a matter of time, the young man rushed with all his might towards the other young man, wanting to help him as quickly as possible. But at that very moment, a gray-haired man approached the wall and pressed some red button. The very next second, the doors began to close, which our hero watched in horror, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The butler, realizing that his master was inside and that he was in danger, ordered the servants to first immediately inform Ling Lanyu, and then get inside as quickly as possible. The butler thought to himself that Zhe had encountered a clan of experienced warriors who had reached the 3rd level of cultivation, and therefore there was no way out. He found himself in a confined space, on foreign territory. The next moment, Mr. R, for some reason, began to smile, giving the impression that he was happy about something. Continuing to smile, the butler noted to himself that the young man was already dead. But despite this, it still seemed to him that for some reason this man decided not to develop his thought further. And at that very moment, the gray-haired man, left alone with our hero, opened the bottle and poured some red liquid into a glass. The man said that before doing anything, he likes to prepare surprises for guests, and the first of them was his friend Wenchang, so harmless and unhappy. Looking at the young man's furious gaze, the owner continued to point out that the door was made of a super-strong alloy, and even Chi Yu would need some time to get inside. But it turned out that the young man no longer heard these words, because he ran to his comrade. The young man began to shake his friend, calling him by name, trying to say something, but he showed no signs of life. Our hero couldn't figure out how to help Wenchang, who seemed to still be breathing, but at the same time didn't hear anything and didn't react to anything. The white-haired man explained that the director must have seen his son and fallen into deep sorrow, and then his own son, now a slave, would have killed his father. Laughing and smiling, the man said that it would be an amazing and exciting spectacle that would amuse not only him, but also all the assembled guests. But suddenly Zhe appeared, which disrupted all plans, meaning everything was in vain, except that the old man managed to admire the distorted face of the young man. Raising his glass, he continued, noting that since events had unfolded this way, he would slightly modify his plan to ensure the ending would be no less impressive. Addressing Wenchang, the master ordered him to wake up, calling the young man his faithful servant. With each passing minute, the young man's eyes opened wider and wider, but despite this, they remained just as lifeless and empty. Realizing that the slave had come to his senses, the white-haired man said that he really wanted to know how dependent Lin Lanyu was different from his own. More precisely, the man was interested in which of the boys was stronger and more resilient. A couple of minutes later, the young man resolutely walked towards Zhe, clearly not to say hello and ask how he was doing. Seeing the wild anger in his friend's eyes, our hero tried to stop him, convincing his comrade in every possible way who he really was, and also that he was not a slave and never had been one. Seeing everything that was happening, the owner explained that it was all useless, since the boy had become dependent, a puppet, deprived of his own opinion, who would never betray the owner. Looking at the enraged Wenchang, the man told him not to hesitate, and finally tear his enemy apart. Taking a closer look at his friend, Zhe remembered how gentle, affectionate, and friendly he had been, and he couldn't believe how everything had changed in an instant. Our hero was angry not so much because he had been lured into a trap, but because some shameless man was mocking a handsome young man who was innocent of anything. The young man's voice was filled with anger as he stated that time and time again, short people overstep their limits and get into places they shouldn't, adding that this world is just trash. But the gray-haired man was only amused by this. He said that this guy says such words because aggressiveness makes masters masters, and they can do whatever they want with servants, it's just natural selection. With a smile on his face, the owner said that if he killed our hero, no one would say anything to him, because he was the most ordinary ward, and then he would calmly give the head to Wenchang. After a moment's hesitation, he added that everyone was obedient, and would forget about him, and as for the countess, she would not understand anything and would not go against him because of some capricious daughter. Quickly turning his gaze to his addict, the man said the game was over, and since it was, he was ordering the guy to use his signature trick. He then added that the slave must use movements based on the memories he received from the Blood Viking when he became his slave. The man said it wasn't as brutal as he might have thought, but he could still easily kill his opponent. The gray-haired man noticed that his transformed, particularly cruel creature needed as much blood as possible. He explained that the drug user's speed and agility were increased by 300%, and that he could also use a powerful explosion that lasted for several minutes, and deprived the enemy of the ability to breathe. Our hero didn't understand what all this meant, but less than a minute later he felt his comrade's body on him, not understanding what he should prepare for. Looking at this spectacle, the owner laughed loudly. It seemed to him that what was happening was very amusing to him. Meanwhile, Wenchang pressed himself against Zhe and simply continued to stand in that position, doing nothing. The unfortunate slave's eyes widened in surprise, and it seemed he himself did not understand why he had approached his friend. At that moment, our hero quietly said that in the end everything comes to an end, and it will definitely happen. Holding his friend's shoulders tighter, Zhe continued to whisper that the young man had been caught. Continuing to hug his friend, the boy reassured him, telling Wenchang not to worry, as he would definitely solve the problems that had arisen. Suddenly, the white-haired man's smile and good mood completely disappeared, and he now looked furious and dissatisfied, shouting something. But this did not bother our hero at all, who stood his ground and continued to hug his frightened comrade tightly, saying that everything would be decided very soon. The next moment, Zhe bit his comrade on the shoulder so hard that blood began to flow. Suddenly the master spoke and said that our hero's blood was impure, which meant that he would not be able to put the mark, since he was much weaker than the gray-haired man. The young man continued his work and listened attentively to what the stranger was trying to impose on him, suddenly remembering how he had come to this decision. Standing in the middle of the room, the young man realized that Wenchang was so fast that he didn't even have time to touch his cloak. But the very next moment our hero remembered his strength, his power, and also the refrigerator, inside of which there was a place for a dependent. Climbing onto the refrigerator, the young man thought that he still couldn't open it, not understanding how to use it, but realizing that it was probably too late. The next moment, somehow, Lin Lanyu appeared in the imaginary room where the refrigerator stood, clearly delighted at the young man's appearance. The girl happily stated that within certain limits, when both sides were ready, they could communicate in this way, but only Zhe could create the most powerful space. The beauty added that she had experimented on various people, but no one had succeeded. She was amazed that the limit of her influence was 10 meters, and his reach knew no bounds. Hearing the boy's confusion about what to do, Ling Lanyu first advised him to kiss her, and then added that his strength was terrible news for the owners. The girl explained that she also cannot open the refrigerator because it is his authority, but she can tell him what to do in the situation he is currently in. The beauty said that a person who wants to save others has become dependent, so what should he do in such a situation? Hinting at something specific, she looked into the young man's astonished eyes and added that he should become his own slave. She explained that it was impossible to return a person to his former path, but he could become dependent on himself if he simply bowed down to himself, and added that she considered this the best way out. Lin Lanyu said that she would tell him how to do it, but the young man would decide for himself whether to use this information or not. The girl added that the guy should not forget that she is a purebred, and since he is her dependent, he can mark someone, temporarily suppressing the admixture of mixed blood in himself. She thought to herself that it was hard to mark a person when you were dependent, but this gentleman was strong enough that it would be easy, and she told Zhe out loud to hurry up. While biting his friend, he could not take his eyes off him, hearing the latter's words. He must either be marked or killed, and there was no other way out. It was a beautiful sunny day when Wen-chan walked home and happily told his working father that he was finally back. The young man asked his father if he was really doing calligraphy again, and then remarked that the man did not need to sit for long because he had not yet recovered from his illness. Coming closer and examining his father's work, the young man noticed that he, as usual, was doing an excellent job. Indeed, after just a few minutes, he asked the man if he was tired of writing the same words every day and suggested slightly changing the content or appearance of the cards. The director seriously stated that the laws of heaven, earth and man are fickle, and moreover, one should not forget about the importance of man. Not understanding what it meant to be human, Wen-chan remarked that he would understand it better once he learned enough. In another room, a young man and his father were discussing where and what the limits of writer's improvement were. However, at that moment the conversation suddenly ended, and a dead silence reigned in the room, as if he had never been there. At the same time, a photograph in a broken frame was lying on the floor, which just a few minutes ago had been standing on the director's desk. Wen-chan, clinging to Zhe, thought only that he needed to leave, and as quickly as possible. Tears welled up in his eyes, sweat ran down his face, but the boy seemed not to understand what was happening to him at that moment. He was simply thinking about his father. While Wen-chan was pondering, our hero did something inexplicable. Fiery circles appeared in the room, separating him from his enemy. The gray-haired man, watching closely what was happening, could not believe his eyes and asked again and again where all this energy was coming from. The man felt that the situation was taking a dangerous turn and he could not allow the young people to continue their transformation. The next second, the owner did something indescribable and screamed, begging Zhe to die. The owner of the house looked terrifying. He was not at all the same man who had begged for mercy a few hours earlier. The man stepped aside and peered behind the screen, where he clearly expected to see someone or something, and noticed that it was completely empty. At the same time, he watched out of the corner of his eye as Zhe loomed over the lifeless body of his comrade. Wen-chan took our hero's head very carefully, which indicated a radical change in the young man's behavior. His gaze also changed. Now it contained sympathy, sadness, and some kind of melancholy, either for lost time or for what had happened. In the first minutes, the owner simply watched the young man, expecting some decisive and even cruel actions from him. But after a short time he realized that none of this would happen, and so he began to get angry and furious. Looking at his former slave, the man wondered how his connection with the dependent person could have been broken so suddenly and unexpectedly. Sitting on the floor, the man thought about how some dependent managed to share him with a slave, because it was completely ridiculous. Looking at Wen-chan, the man noticed that he was not his opponent, and the youth himself was a weakling, unlike his teacher, who was born strong and noble thanks to his pure blood. But the man's words seemed to have no effect on the young man, who looked at him with an impassive gaze. Realizing that something was wrong, the gray-haired man began to slowly back away, hoping that he would try to kill him. However, the young man's sly smile said otherwise. After everything that had happened, he definitely had no intention of leaving the old man alone. Not a minute had passed, and the man was already sitting on his knees, defeated and humiliated, still not understanding how it happened that he became a slave. The next moment he was lying face down on the floor, thinking to himself that he could never have imagined that things would turn out so badly for him. Without wasting a minute, Wen-chan walked up to his friend and began to examine him carefully. Leaning over Zhe, the young man wondered how events could have developed so quickly, and why his best friend was now lying in front of him. Suddenly the boy heard the faint voice of his friend asking what it meant to be human. Looking at himself from the outside, our hero thought that everything had really ended for him. Looking at Wenchang, who was grimacing, the boy noticed that he didn't understand anything and didn't know what this man wanted from him. The young man thought that after the boy's bite, he froze and could only watch from the side as his best friend went crazy. He suddenly noticed that Wenchang had changed a lot recently. He had become much more resilient than before. This guy was killing his opponents in the blink of an eye with incredible speed. Looking at the smiling Lin Lanyu, our hero asked her if all this was related to the Langa bloodline. But the boy didn't have time to hear the answer, because all his attention was focused on his friend, who was sitting motionless. The next moment, his clawed hand reached towards his heart area, and he began to tear at his shirt. Looking at the astonished face of her charge, the beauty said that his friend was self-destructive. The main reason is that the young man has lost the meaning of life and wants to commit suicide. The girl added that since his body has stopped moving, he is temporarily unable to control it. At certain moments, he will act according to his instinct. Hearing Wenchang say the word suicide, our hero thought that his comrade should never have done that. He shouted to his friend that he must stay alive, because as long as he was alive, he had every chance to start all over again. Realizing that his comrade could not hear him, the young man did not stop trying to stop him in every possible and impossible way. Running up to him, he began to grab him by the neck, trying to either take him somewhere or somehow wake him up. The next moment, she somehow managed to transport Wenchang to the magical world in which our hero and his acquaintance were at that moment. Hugging his surprised friend, the young man calmly asked him to calm down and listen carefully. Looking at the young man, Ji seemed to be at a loss as to where to begin, so he carefully chose his words to ensure his companion understood. But before he could collect his thoughts, he noticed his friend kneel down and bow. Ling Lanyu, who was observing everything that was happening, explained that after the spiritual connection between them was stabilized, this obedience would prevail in Wenchang. And then she added that from now on, no matter what a man asked her to do, she would not refuse, since it would be perceived as an order. Looking into the sad and tearful eyes of his comrade, our hero noticed that the young man had become dependent. Sitting next to his friend, she talked about how Wenchang shouldn't have become like this and wanted to find a way to fix it. Our hero said that he wants his friend to become an ordinary person, so that he can become himself. But sadly hanging his head, he added that, unfortunately, Wenchang was the same as himself, an ordinary dependent, deprived of his own opinion and his own life. The girl looked closely at her charge, but decided not to say anything or interfere, allowing everything to take its course. As for our hero, he couldn't calm down because, grabbing his comrade, he shouted that he was himself, and this meant that the guy also had the opportunity not to lose his individuality. The beauty, deciding not to interfere, could not resist and laughed, adding that such a human conversation made her heart beat strangely. After a short pause, she continued, saying that in order to instill complete rationality in the young man, it was necessary to carefully mark the site of the bite, since this bite was far from normal. Putting his hand on Wenchang's shoulder, the young man asked what the careful markings the girl had spoken of meant. Looking ahead in amazement, she now asked about what was in the mistress's hands. Opening the refrigerator to hide, the guy shouted that he didn't want to go through any marks and that he wasn't interested in any of this. Pulling the door shut, she felt like he was doing the impossible, hearing the beauty again and again urging him not to run away from her and not to refuse her offer. Thinking that all was lost, the young man was surprised to notice that the door, which had been closed all this time, had suddenly somehow opened. Looking inside, she expected to see anything but what appeared before his eyes, since it was a completely ordinary ice cube. Not knowing how to react to this, our hero began to assert with a smile that ice in the refrigerator is completely normal. However, he was not entirely sure that the object he had been unable to open for so long contained only a small frozen cube of water. This would have been the case if those gathered had not brought their hand closer and seen how this small piece began to flicker with white light and radiate energy. The next moment, the energy was directed towards Wenchang, whose head was glowing with a light blue light. But that wasn't the most surprising thing. What was strange was that a bluish symbol appeared on the young man's forehead, exactly the same as the one that had once appeared on Ji's forehead. Not understanding what it all meant, our hero first asked his friend how he was feeling, and then asked what the floral pattern was. However, it seemed that she either did not hear the young man or pretended that she was not going to answer. Ji, being confident that Lin Lanyu knew absolutely everything, was not discouraged by her silence and ignoring. Not even a minute had passed before Wenchang turned to Ji, who, in turn, looked at his friend with surprise and joy at the same time and called out his name. surprised and amazed, Wen began to say something with tears in his eyes, but he could not find the right words. But after just a minute, looking his friend in the eyes, he began to talk about what happened to his father. It seemed that our hero either didn't know what to say to the young man, or was thinking about how to find the right words to explain everything to him, and immediately said that the director was outside. In the room, Je and Mr. R watched closely as the young man sat down next to his exhausted and wounded father. Sobbing and crying, Wen Chan turned to his father, asking for forgiveness and saying that it was all his own fault. Our hero, looking at the director's hand lying on the floor, did not know what to say or do to somehow help his friend. The young man looked confused and sad. He felt as if something had happened that he could have influenced, but had not. Going outside and admiring the moon, our hero began to think about the fact that the director was no longer alive and that his son had become addicted to drugs. As for himself, he realized with great regret that he had long since ceased to be a man. He thought he was a man, but it was not true. After bowing to the gentleman, the butler said that the director had begun to suffer from rigor mortis, and therefore he needed to be buried as soon as possible. Mr. R said in a low voice that according to the rules, people without legal capacity could not be buried, and since he was a dependent, Ms. Ling Lanyu had permission to do so. After a short pause, he added that the blood composition of the young man himself is also of no small importance. Turning to the butler, the young man asked if this was an accident or a trap, although he himself did not understand anything about it, but he had understood this a long time ago. Smiling, the man replied that Mr. Zhou was mistaken, that he had only imagined what he had said. And then he asked why the young man came to such conclusions, what prompted him to do this, because everything was fine. Not a minute had passed before, instead of an answer, the butler felt a tingling sensation in his chest, like a prick of fire. He did not understand how this could have happened. As he screamed, he thought to himself that the punitive arrow Lady Ling Lanyu had shot at him had already been used, and he didn't understand why she needed it. The butler cried out that this was punishment for acting against her will, remembering how many years he had spent with her, watching her grow up, even though he had not been her dependent. Sitting on his knees, he continued to reflect on the fact that, most likely, this was a trifle, but one misdeed and it was all over, and all because of his passion for this young man. Against a person who deserves neither trust nor respect, which is a completely senseless and unnecessary act. Looking at her butler, the beauty smiled, noting that this time she would limit herself to a mild punishment, hinting that something like this would not happen again. And then she added that no one dares to anger the owner, no matter who it is, and this must be true. Watching Wen Chan leave the funeral home, our hero called out to him, offering to talk. The young man, clutching the urn tightly in his hand, turned slightly, but still remained completely silent. Looking at the small ceramic vase, just said these words, but the next moment he fell silent, not knowing how to express his thoughts. Realizing this, the friend began to explain that he didn't think his father and these monsters would be buried together, but he still wanted to bring his parent home. The young man, walking strangely at the same pace as his friend, said that he would go with him to support Wen Chan and at the same time pay his last respects to the director. The boys walked the entire way in silence. It seemed they either didn't know what to talk about, or the events of the last few days had greatly affected their friendship. Approaching the door, the owner of the house held out the keys to open it and invite Shi in. The friends went inside. The room was rather dark and uncomfortable, but this did not bother the owner of the apartment at all. Turning on the light and entering the living room, Wen Chan told our hero to make himself at home. Pouring water into a cup, the young man asked our hero if he would like some red tea, noting that his father liked this drink the most. The young man explained that he had specifically gone into the wilderness to collect these tea leaves because this tea was considered ancient and very rare. The man noticed that he didn't drink this tea often, so there was a lot of it, and now he would have to think about what to do with the tea leaves. With trembling hands, Wen Chan picked up the cup and automatically turned on the cold water tap, which quickly began to fill the cup, preventing the tea from brewing. Realizing that the tea was already spoiled, the grief-stricken man began to think about what to do next, because the tea would never turn out as it should. Seeing his friend suffering, Je burst into tears. He felt very sorry for Wen Chan, but he didn't know how to help in this situation, so he began to apologize. Wiping his eyes, the young man said that all this happened because of him, and if he had not intervened then, no one would have taken out their anger on either the young man or his father. The boy continued to say that he didn't know when he became a monster, but he was sure that it was he who hurt his best friend. Not understanding what his comrade was talking about, Wen Chan pulled himself together, turned around and said that he was eternally grateful to this guy. He noted that it was thanks to Je that he was able to gain such strength with which he could avenge his father on all those who insulted him. and, going into another room, he shouted, "If this young man is a monster, then who is he?" With a thoughtful look, Wenchang read his father's last entry and said out loud, "Man, Earth, Sky." But suddenly the young man switched gears and said that those with the special gene are different from ordinary people. But aren't they more human? After all, their lineage depends on their race, and they all possess stronger genes than humans. Representatives of the Negroid, Caucasian, and Mongoloid races, aren't they all human? Their abilities vary, their appearances vary, but they all belong to the human race. After a short pause, he added that his father said that it doesn't matter whether people have any abilities, the main thing is that a person always remains a person, and if you behave like a person, then you should treat people accordingly. Shi, looking at his friend in amazement, declared that he was not a monster, just like he was. But it seemed the young man did not hear him, continued to walk around the room and suddenly said that he understood a lot. Holding the broken frame in his hands, the boy noticed that before he was weak and ordinary, did not know what to do next, had no dreams, but now he knows exactly what he must do. And with a smile in his eyes, he asked his friend if it was true that Zhou would not stop him or dissuade him from his plan. Looking closely at his best friend, Wenchang explained that he was now his teacher. He added that drug addicts always obey the will of the master, and it turns out that Zhou's desire exactly coincides with his own. The young man added that, using the power he had received, he could exterminate everyone, since representatives of the blood race were unworthy of being called humans. Our hero looked closely at his comrade, but continued to stand silently, unable to interrupt the young man. And he continued, saying that the monster would never guess that, despite their addiction, the boys remained human, and by taking advantage of this, they could easily change their fate. The guy slammed his fist on the table and remarked that they simply had to give it their all, they had no other choice. But first, you need to think everything through carefully, collect data, make a plan, but you should start by writing a paper on the weaknesses of the blood race. Shi, who just a few minutes ago thought that his friend had changed, finally exhaled, deciding to himself that his comrade was still the same boar, and therefore remained the same. And so, in a calm voice, he said that Wenchang first needed to come to his senses, not go out of the house for a couple of days. No matter what their intentions were, they first needed to become stronger. The interlocutor shouted in rage that he understood this because weaklings would never win a war, and he was counting on his friend, who was his master. This is because the level of his abilities is directly related to our hero's strength, so Zhou needs to train more for both of them to become stronger. In a calmer tone, he said that it was necessary to buy books on abilities and training for drug addicts, on the basic principles and on how to defeat an opponent with one blow. As he left his friend's house, our hero wondered if he would really spend the entire night making the lists he had mentioned earlier. He looked at his hand and thought to himself that improving his abilities was a top priority, because in this strange world, strength decides absolutely everything. The man noted that he felt an incredibly powerful energy inside himself, but did not know how to use it or how to release it. Moreover, the ice in the refrigerator remained a big mystery. It was unclear where it came from and how to work with it. Lost in thought, he realized that too many questions had accumulated to which he had absolutely no answers. And given that our hero wants to continue living in this world to fulfill Wenchang's dream, he must figure everything out, and Zhou thought for a moment. The young man recalled his recent conversation with Lin Lanyu, who gave him 3 days to think about it, after which she demanded that he tell her the answer. The young man understood that, living in this abnormal world of race and being a human, he would have to make a difficult decision. And then he added, "No matter what you do, you still won't be able to escape, it's impossible in this world. If so, then all that remains is to fight and become stronger at any cost. You need to hone your skills, because this is the only way to protect your loved ones and gain freedom." Having thought everything through to the smallest detail, the young man called Wenchang a short time later and asked him to give him a copy of the materials. In turn, Wen stated that it had been a crazy, long night that was finally over, and of course he would give his comrade everything he needed. And the next day, all the newspapers were full of articles about how Count Chiyu had destroyed a family, albeit a small one, but still belonging to a noble family. But the most interesting thing is not this, but the fact that before this, the gentleman blew up the building where the whole family had gathered, not understanding whether he had gone crazy or was simply weaving some kind of intrigue. Some even believed that this man did not value the role of the king at all, and had not taken his opinion into account for a long time. At this time, in a huge hall, sitting on a throne, a man, holding a printed publication in his hands, was carefully studying it. It was the same yellow press that claimed that for Chiyu there were no longer any rules or laws, since he imagined himself to be the law itself. Raising his hand, the man said that in 3 days there would be a great meeting of the 7 kingdoms. Addressing the servants in a cold tone, he said that the count, who was obliged to attend the meeting, should be notified. Several young men bowed deeply and said that they would definitely inform Chiyu about this. At this time, our hero brought his father to the hospital, but he denied everything, claiming that everything was fine with him and that he was definitely not sick, since he felt great. She, patting his father on the shoulder, remarked that if this was so, then it was good, but it was still worth checking from time to time, so it was not worth neglecting. Waiting in front of the office where the man had just entered, our hero thought with relief that one of the global problems had already been solved. But there is another point. Even though he has given Lin Lanyu's consent to go to the capital, he still hasn't calmed down because he feels that she is most likely plotting something. The guy thought that by making him dependent, she had not brainwashed him, but, on the contrary, was helping our hero in every possible way, which was very strange. The young man knew he didn't want to leave his father alone because he didn't trust his assistants, so he decided to ask Wen Chang to look after his parent. However, the next moment his thoughts were interrupted when his attention was caught by the appearance of a blonde walking down the corridor. Looking closely into her eyes, he realized that this was the same unfortunate woman who had been present at the initiation ceremony, and whom he had later saved. The man following her said that he had brought the last page and added that after the examination the girl would be able to return home. And so that she wouldn't lose consciousness on the way to the doctor, he also took something to snack on for her. Looking at the man's face, she thought to himself that this was the mayor, and he was sure that such a round-faced guy could not be confused with anyone else. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how the mayor could be this girl's father, and what this genetic mutation meant. Adjusting his glasses, the stranger called out to our hero by name, clearly knowing who he was, or having certainly met him before. However, suddenly a girl intervened in the conversation and, turning to her father, explained to him that this guy had saved her on that terrible night. Hugging his daughter, he said that he knew everything thoroughly, better than anyone else. Then, turning to Zhe, the mayor began to explain that his daughter was destined to become a victim on that terrible day. However, not only was he unaware of this, he had no idea such a thing could happen. He added that he knew of the rescue accomplished by our hero, but could not, as mayor, publicly express his gratitude. When he met the young man here, he again had doubts, but sincerely thanked him. Not knowing what to say, the young man just stood there and thought that he never even suspected that such a thing could happen, despite the fact that the mayor was not only rich, but also influential. Seeing the surprise in the teenager's eyes, the man began to explain that for these people it doesn't matter at all who they choose as a victim, they take whomever they want. The main reason is that they belong to the same race, and he is just an ordinary man, a father who did not protect his daughter. The guy wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words, so he decided to remain silent. Coming closer to the young man, the mayor told him not to even think about going to the capital, as it was a bad idea. The boy, looking into the man's eyes in bewilderment, did not understand what he was talking about, and after a short pause added that it was a trap. The king would kill Count Chiyu right there. To instill confidence in the young man, the man repeated to him once again that he should not leave because he might not return. Mechanically waving to his new acquaintance, she didn't know what to do next. The recent conversation had thrown him off balance, and made him think. Looking into the distance, our hero recalled the mayor's words, which were firmly imprinted in his memory. This guy knew that lying or making things up was useless, and since he said what he said, it meant that the rumors were still circulating and there was danger. Standing in the middle of the hospital, the young man realized that he should listen to the advice of a high-ranking official. And then this guy decided to tell Lin Lanyu about this, who might be able to somehow influence the current situation. Taking the phone in his hands, Zhe wrote to the girl that he had received information from a reliable source that she should not go to the capital because the king would kill her father. He added that if they do decide to go, they should first prepare and stock up on everything they need. However, Lin Lanyu either didn't understand the meaning of what was written or thought it was a joke, and simply sent a heart in response. Without receiving any other response, Zhe saw a multitude of emojis and a message saying that his concern for his loved ones was very touching. And after sending this message, she wrote another one in which she said that she knew the guy would not turn his back on his family, which flattered her very much, because it was probably all for the sake of his mistress. Our hero read the message and, without taking his eyes off his phone, could not understand how, after such a serious warning, he could write what the red-haired beauty wrote to him. However, she did not calm down, saying that in the evening they would hug and admire the night landscape, which would be a very romantic act. A minute later, another SMS arrived with lots of kisses, in which she admitted that she constantly thought about their unforgettable ceremony, and now she couldn't stand it anymore. The girl hinted that the young man should finish all his business as quickly as possible, and come to her. The father, standing nearby, encouraged his son, explaining that he had to control himself. Seeing his son's embarrassment, he remembered that at his age he, too, had been a favorite of women and was considered the most handsome man among hairdressers, which flattered him greatly. Then, changing the subject, he said that their small barber shop had become a favorite hangout for celebrities since the young man became addicted to drugs. The man added that many people liked his hairstyle, but what's surprising is not only that, but also that he has been cutting the boy's hair since childhood, and it's only now that people have noticed it. Waving to his son, he said that he needed to go to work, as the barber shop's appointments for next year were already filling up, adding that the boy needed to work hard now because he was a drug addict. And standing with his back to his son, the man added that he understood that the boy was already halfway to high society, and had practically become a celebrity of all times and peoples. Our hero wanted to say or ask something, but the man simply wished him luck and once again noted that he should go to the hairdresser. As he left, he repeated once again that no matter what happened, he, as a father, would always wait for his son in their small but cozy home. With him, or even better. Realizing that the meeting should end on a positive note, the man approached our hero, hugged him, and took a selfie with him. And then he declared that the connection between father and son is pure, they both have deep feelings, and if this is so, then next to the new photo they can put the one where he is still small, naked and bald. Teasing his son, the father added that he would stick these photos right on the front door for everyone to see, and then quickly disappeared behind the door of the barbershop. Caring for his father, the boy thought the most important thing was his father's happiness, but he understood that behind that smile lurked concern for his son. Jin knew he had to protect his father's life. Lin Lanyu had completely ignored the warnings, and perhaps she had already guessed what would happen in the capital, but despite this, such a woman was not to be trifled with. The boy believed that the trip to the capital presented an unforeseen danger, but the question was whether he would be able to protect himself. But the very next moment, a girl approached Zhe, handed him a leaflet, and said that it was an advertisement for their martial arts school. And then she said that if the young man was interested, she could take him there, show him everything and tell him everything. Approaching a small building, our hero read the inscription. Jiangshan's Martial Arts Palace. Considering that this refers to the hero of Chinese legend, one might assume the palace is of high status. Looking around, the young man thought that the place he had come to looked like a very ordinary gym. She decided that most likely all training halls were now called martial arts palaces, but there was one difference. Watching closely what was happening in the ring, the guy thought it was sheer madness, as real fights were taking place there. Even though the place was meant for training, it felt real, especially after one of the men lost a tooth after a blow. This means that this is not just a gym, but a real martial arts palace where you can learn a lot. Addressing our hero, the victorious boxer asked the guy where he could have seen him from, since his appearance seemed very familiar to him. Without finishing his sentence, he suggested that the young man wrestle a little and test his strength. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, the young man began to say that he could not fight because he had a lot of things to do. In a calm voice, the boxer said that everyone who comes to the palace wants to become a great master, and to become strong, you need to fight. After a short pause, he added that if the boy couldn't even muster the courage to fight, how could he become stronger? Hearing the stranger call our hero a coward, he asked him if he wanted to hurt him, to which the boxer replied that he didn't care whether he won or lost. Looking straight into Zhe's eyes, the man added that he was unlikely to win, but if he did, he would be silent for a minute. And then he abruptly declared that if he managed to win, he would sign up for training where he would be taught everything for only 2,888 yuan. Noticing the boy's suspicions, the man said that he was an excellent third-rank trainer, and that he would be more than enough to train the young man. But our hero seemed to be playing some kind of game of his own, so he said that he considered the boxer a weakling. Hearing these words, he declared that if the young man managed to defeat him, he would train him for free, although the young man understood that there was no point in this, because who would train with a defeated person? Therefore, the boxer said that if the young man still manages to win, he will personally ask his mentor to train him. After carefully examining the poster of first-rank Master Su, Zhe thought that it was truly wonderful to have such an excellent mentor. But at the same time, the young man did not understand why this man looked like a superhero who found himself in the real world. The girl who invited our hero, addressing the boxer as Xiao, asked how he was going to bring Master Su, since he would probably kill him. A young man standing nearby interrupted the conversation and said that it was unlikely that the teacher would teach any boy. Looking at the crowd, She thought that this was most likely a gang of scammers, and he really should be careful because there was too much deception around. Moreover, in the hall he did not meet a single representative of the blood race or a single drug addict. all those gathered are the most ordinary, but at the same time capable people, and if this is so, will they be able to defeat the monsters from the blood race, because it is quite difficult to do so. Once again, our hero's thoughts turned to the fact that the sports complex he was in was created solely for the purpose of improving health. A minute later, scratching his ear, the guy said that he accepted the boxer's challenge because he wanted to find out what he was capable of, but there was one thing. Regardless of whether Zhe wins or loses, he will give him a free medical examination and professional evaluation, as this is very important. Xiao thought he was happy with everything, but he didn't understand why the young man was more interested in his condition than his mentor and training. The guy didn't answer, but thought to himself that he needed to know why he was working, and if he succeeded in his plan, then the boxer would have to bow before our hero as a master. Taking the special gloves in his hands, the young man examined them very carefully, without taking his eyes off them. He had held similar copies in his hands before, but they did not have as many numbers as these ones. Reading the questioning expressions in the boy's eyes, Xiao said that it was a punching force meter because the young man wanted to check his physical fitness, and this was just one of the items. Another advantage of their palace is that everyone here uses special high-quality protective equipment. As for the ropes, they are also not ordinary, but are made of steel cable and meet the highest quality standards. The main reason is that the abilities of special people are far superior to those of ordinary people, and a ring made of ordinary materials will never withstand long and intense training. It was only a few minutes later that a young girl standing in the center of the ring said that it was time for the boys to get ready because the competition was about to begin. On the one hand, the assembled fans supported their coach and colleague, and on the other, they wished him luck, realizing that he would really need it. Raising his fists, Zhe made it clear that he was determined. For him, victory would be a challenge to himself and a chance to prove that he was much stronger than he thought. Realizing that there was no time to waste, the young man pounced on his opponent, who at that very moment sped up to strike. After seeing Zhao's punch, one of the fans said that no one could have imagined that his power would be 290 points, because such a punch could break through the shield. The second noted that our hero also shows himself from the best side, if only because he did not give up and did not lose heart in the first minutes of the fight. After seeing Zhe punch the boxer, the fans again began to say that the coach did a great job in parrying such a powerful blow. The guys didn't give up, continuing to emphasize that Xiao had to give it his all and exceed his capabilities not only to win, but also to surprise everyone. But less than a minute had passed before the enraged boxer pounced on the young man, wanting to end this round as quickly as possible. Once again, someone in the crowd pointed out that this shot was worth 299 points, just 1 point short of 300, and so Xiao needed to put in a little more effort. An unknown voice from the crowd advised him to use abilities to strengthen his attack, and also to remember everything he knew before and what he was using now. Turning around and seeing the boxer's mentor Su in the crowd, he shouted that if he used all his abilities, his opponent would not survive. The man said with indifference in his voice that his protégé's thoughts were not the best. It was hard to imagine that a third-rank master could think so. And the very next second the teacher asked his student if he really didn't understand anything. Zhe, who had been watching the proceedings closely, began to suspect that this man knew perfectly well who he was and why he was recommending that this boxer use all his skills. And again, one of the guys in the audience said that the young man parried a blow with a force of 290 points, as if nothing had happened, which means that he is very strong. Realizing this, Xiao turned to his opponent, and said that he had possessed tremendous strength from the very beginning, and therefore would not hold back. Looking at his shining glove and ability to emit an electric charge, he said that he wanted to test whether the boy could withstand a fatal blow. And the blow was delivered. Its force was 388 points, which seemed excessive. At that moment, Zhe thought that the opponent was strong, but he still decided to try, although he did not know whether he would be able to repel such a blow or not. Not even a minute had passed since the blow, but Xiao hit not the young man, but the floor. Enraged, he looked closely at the young man, who, as if nothing had happened, was still standing in the middle of the ring with his hands raised. The boxer screamed and began to explain to the guy that it was impossible to dodge, that it didn't work that way. Zhe began to justify himself, explaining that he didn't mean to dodge, he simply didn't know how to use his abilities, and since the enemy used them, he had to dodge. But just a minute later, Master Su's voice was heard in the hall, telling the boy to use his imagination. It's like a milk carton from which you need to suck out all the contents through a straw. And after this, it is necessary to direct all the force into the stomach, and then distribute it throughout the body. The young man seemed completely unaware of what the coach was saying and looked at him with an attentive but uncomprehending gaze. The man continued, saying that you just needed to calm down, focus, and then start using his own imagination. Taking a deep breath, our hero looked away and thought for a second, seeming to finally understand something. The man thought that this was the same refrigerator that he had wanted to open all this time, but which did not want to open. If you imagine everything the teacher said, put it on the refrigerator, and then pick up the phone. But the next second he realized that the tube was too soft and flexible, which meant it wouldn't work, and that an electric drill would be a much more suitable tool. So if you take that drill and start drilling into the refrigerator, it should result in something useful. Namely, that after a short period of time a small crack will appear in the refrigerator. This means that energy will be able to leak through the hole, at least a little, but it will be something. As for Je, he will be able to attract this energy and power to himself whenever the need arises. He would also be able to direct her and absorb her attention, experiencing an incomparable feeling that it seemed like this guy had never experienced before. As he watched his hands fill with power, our hero noticed that the energy was spreading very quickly throughout his body. He couldn't believe that this was the very ability he had been told so much about. Those gathered, noticing the changes in the young man, said that this could not be true. The boy had discovered his abilities for the first time, which meant he was very talented. But this state of affairs did not suit Xiao at all, who understood that the battle was not over yet, and therefore would continue. Master Su shouted to his protege not to surrender to the enemy, and to attack with all his might. Looking at the boy and listening to the teacher, the boxer clearly understood that he needed to fight to the end so as not to disgrace himself in front of everyone gathered. And the next moment, Xiao struck, shouting that this time the young man would definitely not be able to parry it. But when he saw Zhe's gloves touch his, the boxer watched in amazement, and could not believe that such a thing was even possible. Looking at the man carefully, the young man said that it was his turn to hit, and that was exactly what he was going to do. To the teacher's credit, within a minute he began giving the young man instructions, telling him to take a fighting stance, transfer his body weight to his feet, lower his left hand, and then strike. An enraged Xiao had expected this, but was convinced that the young man would not succeed because he was too young and inexperienced. Feeling his opponent's glove on his face, the boxer shouted at him to wait a little. The guys who were standing nearby and understood what had happened said that this blow was something impossible, something unreal. No one could imagine or believe that some untrained student could knock out an experienced boxer. And it was truly on the verge of fantasy, since no one had ever encountered anything like this before. Looking at our hero's glove, everyone gathered noted with surprise that the number of points was the same. The boys thought it was incredible. The young man really showed his best side, and his hit earned him more than 600 points. But our hero seemed to be interested in something else entirely. He looked at the teacher with bewilderment, wondering if this was really Teacher Su. Looking at the serious man, the young man, without waiting for an answer, asked him the same question again, but in a more confident voice. Sitting in some establishment, a young man thanked this man for his advice, saying that he was great, and at the same time asked if the master could give as much advice as possible to a beginner. In turn, Xiao, who was standing nearby and looking at Zhe, noted that his mentor was very calm, not forgetting to add how much his jaw hurt after the blow. Taking a sip from his glass, the man said that the young man was smart and stronger than his stupid charge. He said he felt like the boy had a lot of power hidden inside him, but he didn't know how to use it, like a kid who learned to box but now only hurts people. With a smile, our hero confirmed that the teacher had spoken absolutely correctly, and therefore asked him to teach him everything he knew. The coach explained that he had been in the martial arts gym for too long and was no longer in top shape, so he decided not to take on any more students. After a short pause, he added that the boy had enormous potential, and he feared that if he did not train him, he would miss out on a promising talent. Putting the glass on the table and rising from his seat, the teacher declared that in the current situation, she would be his last student. The man proudly stated that he hoped that after training the young man would become great enough and follow the right path. Xiao shouted joyfully, congratulating both the teacher and the coach, and then said that the young man would have to sign a contract. When signing the documents, the man said that he had done everything and handed them over to the young girl. Looking at his future mentor, Xie asked if he could use a payment system or bank transfer. But before the young man could finish speaking, the girl interrupted him, looked at him carefully, and told him not to rush. The teacher, who had recently been so cheerful and friendly, turned black like a thundercloud. On the one hand, his eyes were a whirlwind of emotions, but on the other hand, it was difficult to read anything in them, since they seemed empty. After carefully examining the boy, the man declared that his offer was revoked and added that he would not teach the young man, so it would be better for him to leave the establishment. Surprised and disappointed, our hero looked at his potential mentor, trying to say something, but could not find the right words. Pointing to the door, the girl said that it was already quite late, and therefore it would be better for everyone gathered to go home, once again advising Je to leave. The brunette, seeing the confused young man, did not understand why he could not understand why he was no longer welcome, and why they wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The beauty asked because it was actually Wang Zhe, the new drug addict everyone had been talking about lately. Dressed in a simple t-shirt, and with a surprised look, this guy at that moment looked like a confused child, not understanding what he was being accused of. The young man stated directly that it was indeed him, but at the same time he found it difficult to understand how this fact could influence his decision to become a student. The brunette explained that he was a man of high standing, and that the fact that the young man had come to them was a great honor, but their palace was quite modest, it was intended for the most ordinary people. In a calm voice, the teacher stated that he was an ordinary person, incapable of teaching a representative of this blood race, and once again asked the boy to leave. Our hero didn't know what to say or do to be treated like an ordinary student or teenager. Taking the glass again, Coach Su stated that the door was ahead, hinting that the conversation was over. Walking through the city at night, Je had many questions that he found difficult to find answers to. He reflected on how he had found an outstanding teacher with difficulty, and under his guidance he had taken the first step towards using his abilities, but the problem was his status, which had gotten him kicked out. The guy didn't understand whether he should just retreat or take action in this direction, but he already knew for sure that he was filled with anger. The young man noticed that as soon as those gathered knew who he was, they continued to treat him with respect and even awe, but their intonation and facial expressions spoke of something completely different, which they did not even try to hide. In this world, it is customary to respect representatives of the blood race. Even the mayor is forced to obey them. Many are ready to break their heads to become dependent, because the blood race is a dream for many. Suddenly the young man noticed people who were either fighting among themselves or waiting for him in a dark corner. Despite this, the young man seemed to recognize the assembled group, as he opened his eyes wide and formally addressed someone. But he had no time to say anything else, because the battle was in full swing, and no one seemed to notice our hero. However, the next minute the situation changed dramatically. People in black quickly ran up to the young man and surrounded him from both sides. While one man grabbed the young man by the throat, the second, leaning on his leg, studied him carefully, but both remained silent. Suddenly, the stranger standing on the right spoke up, asking if the newcomer was really Lin Lanyu, who had participated in the selection and won. The young man looked at the man in black with an uncomprehending look, and the latter demanded an answer to the question he had asked. Without waiting for an answer, the stranger decided to approach from a different angle and asked if our hero had seen a girl with a gun at the selection. Squeezing the guy's neck tighter, he ordered him not to remain silent, but to answer the question about what happened to the brunette that day. Just stood silently, wondering what to say and how best to present the situation that had happened in the castle. But before he could begin, a man addressed the stranger, calling him a coach, and remarked that his punching power had never before exceeded 388. And then our hero spoke up, declaring that the force with which the man held him by the neck was no less than 600. He then added that if the boxer had shown his true strength right away, he might have paid him for a practical lesson. Taking off his mask, the man said that it was okay if he recognized him, it didn't matter at all, since the most important thing for him was to find out what happened to the brunette. He shouted and repeated over and over again that our hero must confess, because otherwise they would speak completely differently. Squeezing Zhe's neck ever tighter, Xiao threatened that the boy would finally feel how great his power was. But the more the owner squeezed the other's hand, the more pain he felt in his wrist caused by the squeezing of Zhe's hands. The young man watched his opponent, who was becoming more and more angry and dissatisfied with each passing minute. The next moment, our hero focused all his energy on those who threatened him. One of the attackers wanted to kick him, but the young man very quickly dodged and jumped to the side. Realizing he needed to act decisively, Zhe clenched his fist and directed a stream of energy into the chest of one of the boys. Despite this, the other one did not calm down and less than a minute later approached the young man. But it was a bad decision because our hero wasn't going to hesitate and wait for him to start loving him, and he kicked him. This guy stood next to his opponents and looked at them carefully, as if trying to find something or just examine his offenders. But the next moment, he heard a voice that said that after he revealed the power of his abilities, they needed to be distributed throughout his body, and this method actually worked. Without turning around, Zhe realized that it was Master Su who said this, so he simply called out the man's name. Suddenly, Xiao also spoke up, turning to his mentor and asking him for forgiveness for what he had done to the boy. The coach said he had repeatedly warned Xiao not to act arbitrarily, as his hot temper would lead to nothing good. The man's voice was filled with anger and despair. He continued to ask for forgiveness, and said that his sister was to blame for everything. However, the mentor said that she gave her life for the victory of humanity, for its prosperity, and not just like that. Hearing Zhe agree with the teacher, Xiao began to insult our hero, saying that it was none of his business since he himself now belonged to the blood race. Without giving our hero a chance to justify himself, Master Su continued to say that the young man would meet his end, since Zhe had become dependent, and therefore ceased to be human and could not threaten the likes of him. The young man began to explain, somewhat hesitantly, that he had remained himself and believed that there was a way to return to his former state. He was convinced that Zhe was still the same Zhe. In a calm voice, Master Su said that people who turned into blood races would lose their humanity and sanity, but this could be detected very easily. Peering into the darkness, the coach called out to the girl, addressing her as Quan, who was slowly emerging from the alley. When the young man saw the nanny, he was very surprised, not because she was so well disguised, but because she had a pistol in her hand. Seeing the surprise in the young man's eyes, the beauty said that it was a Mobius pulse pistol that awakens the most secret primal desires. The nurse added that there had never been such people before. There were drug addicts who tried to win someone's trust, but after an injection, they revealed their true nature. After the shot, the guy will show his true face, he will plunge into a beautiful world of dreams, and then he will be killed. Without finishing her story, the girl asked our hero if he was ready for this. Having received a satisfactory answer, the beauty pointed the weapon at Zhe, and everyone gathered looked at each other attentively, exchanging glances from time to time. Realizing that nothing was happening, the young man decided to speed up the process and headed to the place where the medical worker was standing. Grabbing a gun and putting it to his head, the guy told the girl not to hesitate and to do what she was going to do, which was to shoot him. The beauty said once again that no matter how skillfully a young man pretends, and no matter how much he considers himself a person, if he has become dependent, then after the shooting he will reveal himself. There will be no turning back, because this is a time bomb embedded in the young man's genes. Once shot, his only salvation will be death. But Zhe didn't seem to care too much, as he said that if that was the case, then he should definitely try it. The young man added that if he had become different, it meant that something had appeared inside him that he could not control, and if that was the case, then perhaps one day he would become a member of the blood race and lose control of himself. And if he is destined to become a monster, then it is better to find out about it now in order to end it once and for all, and if he is destined to die, then he can only count on his new acquaintances. To finally get the meaning of his words across to the nurse, the young man repeated once again that she should not hesitate, but should shoot him. Master Su, who was watching the whole thing, said that the guy wasn't bragging to be believed, and then added that if the gun didn't have any special properties and was an ordinary weapon, it would have gone straight through his head. Our hero replied that the real warriors in this world are those who fight against the blood race. They are the most respected, and therefore, dying at their hands is much more pleasant than at the hands of representatives of the same race. This is why he trusts both the master and his people, since they have no intention of deceiving the young man. Without taking the gun from his head, Zhe once again ordered the girl to shoot and not waste time. In a trembling voice, the brunette declared that this guy shouldn't think of her as a coward. The people's resistance wouldn't stop anything, she and her supporters were sure of it. After these words, everyone gathered heard a shot and saw a bright flame bursting out of the pistol. The nurse saw our hero quickly fall to the ground, but was in no hurry to help him or take any other action. As for the young man, he simply lay with his eyes closed. It was not even clear what state he was in at that moment. The girl, still pointing the weapon at our hero, stood motionless, waiting for some outcome. And the very next minute, turning to his assistant, the owner told her to be as careful as possible, since the young man could fall into a rage. Having moved to a safe distance, the brunette assured that she was fine, and besides, she knew what happened in such cases. The guys who had been sitting and lying down jumped up and stood at attention, realizing that they too could be in danger, since a drug addict was standing in front of them. But time passed, and nothing changed. The girl still stood with a weapon, the young men surrounded our hero, the master was above, and Zhe lay with his eyes closed. Watching everything that was happening, Master Su thought to himself that as a trainer, he should have blocked his own power, to prevent the spread of the dominant power of the blood race among dependent groups of the population. The mentor, continuing to stare at the young man, said that no one was in any danger now, but soon the young man would show his true face. Not even a few minutes had passed when Zhe began to slowly rise, looking at the brunette standing right in front of him. The young man's red eyes, claws, and demeanor indicated that he belonged to the blood race. Looking at his smiling face, everyone gathered immediately realized that this man had already lost control of himself and his actions. Despite all this, he uttered loud words that almost everyone believed. Realizing the danger, Xiao shouted that it was better not to do anything rash, but to wait until the guy weakened. But the next minute one of the guys said that something was wrong, the young man was still conscious and did not attack. But Master Su guessed that the reason was that she couldn't believe that he was really like this. The young man simply couldn't imagine the global changes. The nurse, who was about to pull the trigger again in case of danger, seemed to be losing control of herself, because events were not developing as everyone expected. But suddenly someone's strong hand grabbed the weapon with one swing, and took it for itself. It was Zhe who, raising the pistol higher, asked everyone gathered whether this weapon was really as dangerous as they thought. The guy, with a smile on his face, lost control of himself for a moment, and then began to turn the device in his hands with interest. Turning to Master Su, the young man said that there was a measuring instrument lying next to him, and he could not help but notice it. For the first time that evening, the man looked a little confused. He clearly didn't understand how Sha had managed to figure this out. And while our hero was explaining that he was human, one of the guys started shouting that it was impossible. He himself had seen the young man lose control, but then pulled himself together, noting that this was probably a new kind of drug addict, perhaps a hybrid. Hearing such offensive words, the young man began to shout that he could not be either a hybrid or a dog, waving his arms and asking why the owner was silent. Suddenly the subordinates spoke up, stating that their weapon could have missed, and although it intercepted the dependent's pulse signals, if he had a pulse reflector. The nurse finished his sentence by explaining that if that was indeed the case, then their guns were useless because the guy could have cheated the meter, and so they should search the man and the phone. Not even a minute had passed before someone's hands were already about to start searching in order to verify the truth of the words spoken as quickly as possible. Despite the fact that Zhe's phone was already in the hands of one of the assistants, the second continued searching, which caused the guy's indignation. Coach Su was watching everything that was happening closely, but he seemed to be worried about something and was therefore in no hurry to join the discussion. Hearing the boy's phone ring, one of the assistants shouted that he had found something important on it. Scientific articles on the darknet describing the secret abilities of drug addicts, as well as methods of murder. But the next minute he shouted that he was a little mistaken, because there were ways to kill vampires, and invited the guy to come to him to demonstrate his abilities. Zhe explained that it was precisely because the man had just said this that he did not belong to the blood race, because why would he look for ways to commit suicide? But the assistant still wouldn't calm down, saying that the young man hadn't left the zone of communication with drug addicts, and therefore he needed to be either checked or destroyed. Everyone gathered watched the events unfolding attentively, but it seemed they understood little or were unhappy that it had all started. Pointing to the phone, Xiao noted that it was our hero's drug addict calling, which says a lot but proves little. Not even a few minutes had passed when Chang appeared on the street, looked at everyone and waved his hand at them. Zhe then imagined how his friend, who was also a drug addict, might be shot to test his humanity. And then, when this guy gets a little offended, he will start asking if this is some new way of greeting. After listening to the young man's story, his new acquaintances did not say a word and continued to stand in their places. And then, completely unexpectedly for everyone, the owner laughed, realizing how absurd and ridiculous it all looked. Finally, the assistants relaxed, hugged each other, looked closely at their friends, and allowed themselves to smile. And only when Chang, turning his head from side to side, did not understand what was funny about what happened to his friend. However, the very next moment, Zhe, with a serious expression on his face, turned to his comrade and declared that these people had become their new friends. From now on they are not alone, because they are all human, and humanity will never retreat and never lose hope. Our hero asked himself, if people have been fighting continuously for all these hundreds of years, then why is reality like this? Why is it that representatives of the blood race, under the pretext of caring, mercilessly brainwash people in education, the internet, culture, everywhere where the image of the blood race dominates? The master explained that a fish rots from the head, and that vampires manipulate people in the same way, and the further they go, the harder it is to resist them, but despite everything, people continue to believe that they will win this war. Looking into the young man's surprised eyes, the teacher said that since he wanted to develop his abilities, he could teach him everything he knew. He added that because of the man's status, he and his team still could not fully trust him, and so asked if he was okay with that. The boys said they agreed with everything, and the next minute, opening the computer, Wen Chang reported that they had found a study describing a method for exterminating the blood race. The trainer stated that all the information was correct. The core of the race is found only in representatives of the count rank. It is passed down from generation to generation. It is the inheritance of the power of blood. If a normal family member or a blood race member dies, they will die. but if a count-ranked family member dies and their core is not damaged, they can be resurrected. If the lower classes are so powerful, what can be said of the upper classes? Their power is too great, and they are difficult to compete with. But fortunately, they are few in number, and there is no other choice. Hearing that this group wanted to attack Chiyu, our hero said that he was a count, as the guys thought, and besides, they were all heading to the capital at the invitation of the king. Upon learning of this, the owner handed Zhe a small box and asked him to give it to the count, but under no circumstances to open it himself. Turning his back to his friends, the master added in a stern voice that time was running out, and therefore the training would begin immediately. The boys jumped for joy, and when Chang asked if he could also participate and if the coach would agree to help him. Having received approval, the friends froze at that moment. It seemed to them that this was one of the happiest days in recent weeks. 3 days passed after that meeting, and our heroes slowly walked out of the room, muttering something under their breath. Lying on the balcony, the boys discussed how they had finally managed to survive. Tears of joy flowed from their eyes. They noted that they felt great, the sun was shining brightly, and freedom had come to them. The reason for this behavior was training under the guidance of Master Su, which took place in very harsh conditions. The teammates recalled how the coach said that he had taught them everything he could, and now they themselves had to train hard and not relax. The owner himself understood that the boys' bodies were completely different. On the one hand, they resembled the bodies of drug addicts, but on the other, they retained their humanity, and therefore could become the hope of humanity. While Zhe and his mistress were heading to the capital, the coach decided it was time to report his students to his superiors. Smiling at reporter Lin Lanyu, she encouraged the young man to do the same, saying that they were stars and everyone should know it. Our hero did not hide his displeasure, and declared that they were not going on vacation, but straight into a trap, not understanding what the count was going to agree on. And while the guy was thinking about how he needed to take care of himself first and foremost, and think everything through carefully, his friend kept asking why he was so cold. To prove her affection for the young man, she rushed towards him and lay on his chest, bringing him to the point of extreme embarrassment. Lin Lanyu said that they could have flown by plane, but she chose the car so that she could spend as much time with him as possible, which was what she dreamed of. And getting as close to Zhe as possible, she began to hint at something more personal, but was refused. Feeling the girl's hand on his leg, the young man screamed so loudly, begging her not to touch him, that it seemed as if the girl was killing him, not touching him. And it turned out that the effect was not long in coming, because the very next moment, opening his eyes wide at the beauty, the young man smiled. Lin Lanyu, who had been practically lying on top of the guy just a minute ago, was now kneeling in front of him and staring intently at her interlocutor. The girl's eyes were full of tears. She whined and complained that the guy yelled at her. Burying her face in our hero's knee, the lady began to complain about being yelled at, and that this should never have happened under any circumstances. And again, attacking the young man, the beauty declared that only kisses were possible with him, ignoring Zhe's screams and protests. The guy was moving further and further away with each passing minute, and his lover was literally clinging to him, but in her mind she was finding that playing with her protégé was a lot of fun. She changed her appearance, adopting a form in which the young man would not dare to insult her, and playing her role, was able to spend several days with him. Lin Lanyu knew that her addiction was growing stronger every day, but as long as she pretended, she had nothing to fear, and besides, this gain gave her great pleasure. Reporters, looking closely at the shaking car, noted that the drug addict was most likely in poor condition, but he could be happy about such a happy ending. At the same time, the girl's father, drinking tea, remarked to himself that youth is beautiful and this is the most wonderful time. Suddenly, a small bat flew into the barely open window, which attracted the count's attention, but did not frighten him. The bat said that everything was ready. After arriving in Huzhou's city they would need to stop there, spend the night on the way, and then go to Ingwa. Addressing the mouse as Milu, the man asked since when she cared so much about it. But he said that now everyone felt that something was wrong, not understanding why Chiyu decided to go to the feast trap where he was not welcome, because the king was no longer the man they knew before, he was now the emperor. Turning to the driver, the count said that he wanted to listen to music, and then, turning to Mil, asked why he had appeared in the form of a bat, since it was unethical. Seeing the man's indifference, the mouse hesitated, and then again spoke of Chiyu's imminent death, noting that he had most likely gone crazy. The count calmly stated that without destroying the old you cannot build anything new, but Mila did not understand him. Looking at the man, the mouse heard him say that there was no point in disturbing the peace and spoiling the fun, because throughout the long existence of the blood race, death had always been present, and they had forgotten the value of life. As they approached the majestic building, Ling Lanyu said that Beiluo, where they had arrived, was the capital of Huzhou and, among the 7 empires, the most protected and secure city. After a short pause, she added that it was also the richest political center in the entire world. After carefully examining the imperial palace, she noticed that a very large crowd had gathered in front of it. Noticing the crowd of reporters, the girl said that this was how the meeting of the imperial family began, but the real excitement was still to come. But it seemed that the young man did not pay any attention to her words, since his attention was drawn to something else, which he asked his companion about. One of the assistants got into an argument with a guard, claiming that their mistress had come from Ingo, and that she was being forced to walk to enter the palace. This cannot be called hospitality. Although the security service had a different opinion on this matter, they stood their ground, claiming that the rules come first. Understanding the assistant's indignation, one of the men stated that within the country, everyone except the emperor must enter the palace on foot, and asked the girls to show respect to the ruler. Another assistant noted that, according to Ingo's customs, an unmarried princess cannot set foot on earth, lest this filthy world stain her body, pointing out that the guards were insulting them and breaking tradition. The reporters seemed to enjoy the exchange, noting that the customs of one city differed from those of another. While continuing to listen to the security guards and organizers insisting on following the rules, the assistant noticed a car approaching the entrance. Realizing that it was Count Chiyu's car, the girl said that he was not an emperor either, but for some reason he could drive a car. After a short pause, the armed man stated that this had been prohibited before, but Chiyu always ignored this rule by parking his car in front of the palace entrance and causing traffic jams. The people gathered at the palace confirmed that this had indeed happened, and that quite a long time had passed since Chiyu had arrived at the palace, and no one had dared to stop his car. Chiyu's status isn't particularly high, but he's the emperor's childhood friend, spoiled by his affection, and so he does whatever he pleases. However, this time, he's been summoned for a reason, which means everyone is in for a thrilling spectacle. Meanwhile, the enraged assistants continued to shout that the rules were outrageous and that the guards and organizers wanted to insult the princess. But the very next minute, getting off the transport, the princess declared that enough of the scandals, for her it was not such a big problem. Lin Lanyu leaned out of the window and exclaimed in amazement that the princess was actually coming down, and asked if they should get out of the car. Winking at someone from the car, the red-haired beauty shouted that it didn't matter whether the princess came down or not, the main thing was that she was in the palace, otherwise there would be big problems. And she, in turn, said that there was a real noise near the palace, and if she did not go down, the newspapers would write the worst. Besides, she was not doing this for herself, but for the future development of relations between the cities. The aides stated that they could return while the emperor was beginning the meeting, but that they were under no circumstances to stand and wait at the gate. Such treatment was unacceptable. Realizing this and clearing her throat, the girl seemed to be about to say something very important. Throwing off her cloak, the lady declared that she was the future empress and therefore should be inside with everyone else. Through the open car door, the princess saw her old acquaintance and, turning to Sister Yu, said that she was very glad to see her. Without setting foot on the ground, the brunette apologized for daring to disturb the girl and her companion. Our hero looked closely at the stranger, but did not know what to say to her, so he chose to remain silent. But he thought to himself that for some reason Princess Ingo smelled like cherry blossoms, not understanding how that could be. As for Lin Lanyu, she smiled and turned to her old acquaintance, suggesting that they go to the palace together. The next moment, the parked cars began to move slowly and go somewhere. The newspapers wrote that the princess would enter the palace in Count Chiyu's car to meet the emperor, and this would become a real sensation in the international media. The astonished assistants remarked that this was the curse of Huzhou, and how dare they mock the princess. Indeed, the girl standing nearby began to calm her partner, telling her not to twitch, since she could easily ruin the king's entire plan. After carefully examining the armed guards, the maid said that she now knew exactly what to do. Looking around at the assembled group, she added that she would laugh no matter what. But at the same time, very soon all these people will clearly not be laughing, because something very interesting awaits them. Meanwhile, journalists watched the motorcade of cars entering the palace of Emperor Yakovlev. Sitting in the car, the princess timidly approached her friend, not knowing how best to start a conversation. But after a minute, having plucked up a little courage, the girl said that she was very grateful for the help of the red-haired beauty. She, laughing like a child, replied that there was no need to thank her, and that if she needed help in the future, she could always count on her friend. Having overheard the girls' conversations, our hero did not understand why, despite tradition, the princess still decided to go down. She assumed that the princess had most likely seen him, but he did not finish his thought. The brunette began to ask Lin Lanyu if the young man sitting next to her was really her dependent. But suddenly the princess declared that she had never seen such weak dependence in Ingo, since all slaves below rank 20 could only do public work, and this surprised her. Turning to her friend, Lin Lanyu said that her patient was indeed weak, adding that things were different in Huzhou because drug addicts were treated like pets. The princess, inspired, noted that even a weak drug addict could be turned into a real killing machine. For her, this was a wonderful idea. And while she continued talking about her slave, Zhe, interrupting the brunette, asked where she got the smell of sakura. Not understanding the question, the princess was amazed, but at the same time confused, not understanding how the young man could ask such questions. But he did not calm down, and continued to explain that she emitted a light, barely perceptible aroma. Realizing that the young man had put her friend in an awkward position, the red-haired beauty said it was just perfume. As far as she knew, all the girls in Ingo had been connoisseurs of fragrances since childhood. To repel unpleasant odors when a brunette leaves the palace, perfume is essential. For example, the scent of cherry blossoms not only strengthens inner strength but also improves brain function. Moreover, perfumes enhance the appearance, bringing their owner closer to perfection. Therefore every imperial daughter or married woman uses them so that all passionate desires will be fueled by passion for her. As for the princess herself, she sat and remained silent, although her appearance was sad and in a sense even doomed, which her companions did not understand. The girl thought that it was because of these spirits that each of Ingo's daughters was raised as cattle as a gift. She did not know whether her fate would be the same or different. While thinking, the brunette continued to note that with her father, one way or another, everything was going well. And after a short pause, she continued her thoughts. And starting to cry, she realized that she didn't care at all whether this scent was praised or whether it only made her feel worse. Realizing that the princess was not at all thrilled with her thoughts, she decided to consider the fact that she just wanted to give her friends a little fragrance, and there was nothing strange about it. Realizing that something was wrong with her friend, Lin Lanyu decided to call her to bring her back to reality. She opened her hand and allowed the scent to spread throughout the car. Savoring this wonderful aroma, the lady thought it was 10 times stronger than the last time, and remarked that it was divine wisdom. Taking a small breath, she felt everything in her head instantly clear. Our hero understood this too, sat as if spellbound and could not utter a word. Opening her palm, which contained a small amount of aromatic substance, the princess explained that it was the breath of a cherry blossom. The brunette held the plant in her palm for a while, carefully watching how it exuded a delicate aroma. Then, lowering her eyes and turning to the young man, she asked him to accept a few petals as a gift. Ling Lanyu, who had been watching everything that was happening, asked the boy if he had felt the effect of the fragrance, and then said that he should thank the princess. Looking closely at the girl, Zhe thought that the whole time she was around, she was incredibly sad. However, the young man did not have a chance to think about the reasons for this state of affairs, because a few minutes later they arrived at the entrance, where the royal palanquin was already waiting for the princess. Looking at her drug addict, the girl wondered if it was true that he was attracted to her friend, but he angrily told her to think about what she was saying. Ling Lanyu continued, pointing out that if the slave's partner were a princess, which was of course unlikely, then after he smelled the scent of her cherry blossoms, his abilities would become stronger. Moreover, Zhe will be able to become even faster, and the lady is ready to help him with this. But before the boys could finish speaking, the organizer's voice suddenly announced that everyone should remain silent, as the meeting was about to begin. The stranger introduced Count Chiyu to everyone gathered and greeted him politely. Standing behind the man and looking at his back, our hero continued to wonder why this man decided to come here. The bat hiding behind him also called out to the bill several times and told him to stay put. However, he clapped his hands and did everything possible to ensure that this small flying animal did not distract him. In the forest there was a small but beautiful 2-story house, but it was unknown who it belonged to. The girl, holding onto the railing, turned to the count and tenderly called him by name. As he climbed the high stairs, he either did not hear the woman's voice or simply did not want to answer her, and so he moved on. The man thought to himself that he was in beautiful Huzhou and was proud of this place. He then added that the whole world admires their territories and the achievements of His Majesty. Having carefully examined the palace, he noticed that the emperor's taste still had some room for improvement. Even after entering, the man continued to think that the building was very ugly and that the emperor should have consulted his best friend before building it. In all his glory, the head of the city sat on the throne, and from the expression on his face it was difficult to guess anything. Smiling and without losing his composure, the count introduced himself, declaring that he was the emperor's best friend. The very next minute, the organizer introduced Emperor Ye, who is the strongest of all. Hearing this, Chiyu began to whisper to everyone that the emperor was actually the respected Meng, but the imperial family's teacher reprimanded him. After a short pause, the organizer continued by saying that the meeting had begun, and since that was the case, it would be best to give the floor to the ambassadors so that they could speak first. One of the assembled girls was interested in why the kings of these cities did not deign to appear and were unable to appear before Emperor Ye. The ambassadors, in turn, either did not understand what the lady was talking about or did not want to comment on it, but continued to remain silent and listen attentively. However, later, a representative of the Cleoning country explained that their Nigo had no close ties with them, and the emperor had recently accepted several new concubines into his ranks. If the ruler wished, he would come to these parts. A stranger, looking at the speaker, remarked to herself that there were legends about him, that he spoke fluently and told everyone what they wanted to hear. Hearing the girl's sarcastic remarks towards him, the man immediately declared that, despite the promotion, she was not strong enough to defeat him. Suddenly, Princess Chan, being a member of the royal family, spoke up and began to rebuke the disputants for not daring to settle the dispute before the emperor, as it would offend his majesty. But even here the representative of the Clay country did not stand aside and began to flatter the girl, saying that she was very respectful. The next minute, the representative of the Snowy country took the floor and announced that it was time to begin. After all, they had independent states behind them. Before he could finish speaking, Aster, the emperor's son and representative of the Land of Plenty, said that this beast was unlikely to be able to sort out delicate matters, and therefore it would be better for him to remain silent. An altercation broke out between the representatives of the aforementioned states, which angered the gentleman, who informed everyone that 3 minutes of precious time had already been wasted on empty chatter. It was Des, the finance minister from the prosperous country, who approached the emperor and asked him to continue, since he had undoubtedly gathered everyone here for a reason. Addressing the young man, Bishop I said that he appreciated his thoughtfulness about the time, but did not understand why representatives of other countries had decided to ignore the meeting. Once again the stranger began the argument, declaring that the 6 states of Migo, Nigo, Shago, Swago, Higo and Ingo were obliged to pay taxes and obey the state of Yago. She then added that next year they are also ready to provide 20 more talented students from each country to study at Yago. A Nigo spokesman said they agreed with this and would comply with the order. Then the organizer spoke, informing everyone that this was all and everyone could leave. After the official part, a banquet awaited everyone, and those gathered could then proceed to the banquet hall. Hearing how the representative of the Clay country rejoiced at meeting the emperor's daughter, someone remarked that he lacked self-discipline. The princess turned to Emperor Ye and asked if he was going to the banquet, then quietly added that she hoped to see him there. The next moment the girl apologized and asked permission to leave. The imperial family's teacher, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, turning to the emperor and expressing his bewilderment. He stated that there was no respect in the ambassador's words. If this had happened under the previous emperor, the ambassadors would already be dead. All kings sent their own ambassadors, which meant that they did not value their country at all. The old man said that His Majesty had 100,000 soldiers at his disposal, and therefore proposed to send them on a campaign and destroy all the kings as a lesson to others. Chi Yu, realizing that these reproaches did not concern him, began to act out a comical scene, saying that he also did not want to come, but since they wanted to see him, he could not disobey. Hearing this statement, the old man flared up, saying that the count was acting too leniently, doing whatever he wanted, and then hiding behind the power of Emperor Ye. The man did not calm down and shouted that Chi Yu was accused of betraying the motherland, disclosing military secrets, and destroying a noble family, and all of this was unforgivable. Insulted by such a statement, the count began to say that the general had gone mad. Since their family trees were closely connected, he did not choose his relatives, and since this was the case, he wanted to be respected. The next moment, the fair-haired man decided to show everyone the photos taken just a few hours ago. The man showed everyone gathered photographs of the princess sitting in a car with Jia and Ling Lanyu. Seeing all this, the count declared that no one knew what a difficult situation the princess found herself in. Everyone just decided to help her, so what was the fault? But the general did not calm down and continued to shout that this was not the only issue, and that not all accidents are accidental. The next moment, everyone gathered noticed a photograph that depicted the count's basement. In one of the rooms, there was a large number of different masks on a shelf to suit every taste and preference. However, the old man did not pay attention to this, but focused on the Ingo flag, wanting to know why it was kept in the basement of Chi Yu. The man said that many years ago he had been on a trip, visited Ingo, and returned with his daughter. They say the girl's mother was a prostitute, but this is just a clever disguise. The general said that the girl was on the street, and if that was the case, then why not call her? Because they only needed to take a blood test, and then the whole truth would quickly be revealed. The reason is that the blood in each family is different. All of her ancestors had different blood, and therefore different abilities. The Yago state's bloodline ability is space. The blood should have a red-yellow glow, but if Ling Lanyu's blood has a different color, it means something. Chiyu, after listening to this explanation, remained silent. The man who had been smiling just a few minutes ago had turned into a gloomy and thoughtful person. The emperor, who also wanted to settle this matter once and for all, calmly suggested inviting Ling Lanyu into the hall. Not even a few minutes had passed when a red-haired beauty appeared in the doorway and confidently walked down the corridor. Smiling, the girl thanked His Majesty for the invitation and noted that the emperor had not changed at all and still looked as young as before. Zhe, who was standing nearby, realized that his mistress was not flattering him at all, since he actually looked young. Not wanting to comment on the girl's words, the emperor turned to Ling Lanyu and ordered her to show everyone her blood. Shocked, she heard someone say, "Death or life, shame or honor, her father's fate depended on her own blood." The gray-haired man explained that everyone had to take blood from the girl to prove her father's guilt. The general was waving some object that was emitting purple light, but it was not entirely clear what he was doing or why. The next second, the old man shouted that Chiyu, who had hidden the truth for so many years, had finally revealed himself. Apparently, the count was not going to tolerate such humiliation and declared that he had always been a friend of the emperor and had always done everything for the empire, regardless of what blood his daughter was from. He simply knew his own worth. The general stated that if Chiyu was so insistent on his innocence, then it was all the more necessary to sort everything out once and for all, but without using dirty tricks. The next minute, the man began throwing fireballs towards the batter, clearly wanting to harm him. The girl watched what was happening in horror and screamed for her father, but it seemed there was nothing she could do in this situation. Turning to the emperor, the count shouted that in fact he would simply observe everything that was happening. The man icily declared that Chiyu was mistaken, reminding him that he was the emperor and not an old friend, and ordered him to test the girl's blood. Looking at his former friend, the count said that he knew everything perfectly well, clearly hinting at something unknown to those around him. And then, smiling sarcastically, he added that since the little bastard had gone this far, he had no other choice. After the boys shouted at Lin Lanyu and Zhe to leave, they didn't even notice how they started to get sucked into some kind of funnel. Realizing that the man was going to play by the rules, the general shouted to everyone not to go anywhere. Then everyone gathered noticed a small spot at the end of the corridor. Lin Lanyu also saw this and realized that her father was doing some kind of trick, but she didn't understand what it was or why. The next moment, one of the elders raised his hand, but remained silent, and it was difficult to understand anything from the expression on his face. Realizing that he would not be able to physically reach the count's daughter, since she was hovering above the hall, he decided to use magic to obtain a few drops of her blood. And it really worked. Less than a minute passed, and the red liquid was already flowing from the girl's hand. The count, hovering above the ground, was clearly unhappy with the current situation, but it was unlikely he could significantly influence it. Therefore, the general said that Chiyu was certainly an excellent warrior, but he was unlikely to be able to fight against two kings, adding that he had overestimated himself. But the count did not give up. Looking closely at the emperor, he asked if brotherly love still lived in him. With a serious expression on his face and the same icy tone, he replied that he did not know love. Hearing this, the count declared that the emperor was merciless towards him, and therefore had no conscience, and then remarked that it was a pity that two faithful servants with many years of impeccable reputation were retiring. The gray-haired old man did not understand what the man meant, and so he decided to ask him again about his plans. Chiyu, still smiling, declared that he would defeat them, even though they called themselves Yago's sword and shield. Hearing this, the general called the enemy impudent and ordered an attack to show what true aesthetics means. The count explained that people hide their ugly faces behind masks, but he simply collects them and considers wearing them beneath his dignity, probably because he does not want to be like them. And, after a short pause, he added that he himself decides who to love and who to hate, and that this is the most honest thing that can be. The man, laughing in the old man's face, shouted that these were his aesthetic views, and that this was the most correct of all. Looking at the count with horror, the gray-haired man was perplexed as to where he got such power, and when he was able to reach such a level. But before the general could think of anything else, he heard the words, "Big Dipper attack," and saw a huge fireball. Seeing such an opponent, the old man noted to himself that this was not the level of kings, but even higher. At that moment, Chi was much stronger than the kings, even two at once, but it was difficult to say exactly how much stronger. Although after just a minute, the elder began to say that blood relationship could not be higher than relationship with the greatest king, so he was a fool to think about defeating two elders at once. But these words did not touch the man in the least. He spoke only of a thirst for blood and the ignition of the soul. The next moment, everyone gathered noticed that the sky had turned red, without understanding what this meant. This was not understood by everyone except the kings, who noted that thanks to the soul revival technique, the Count's strength had increased again, and since this was the case, he had to be torn to pieces. Less than a minute passed before everything around was plunged into chaos. Fireballs flew from one side to the other. But all this did not last long, until the moment when the elders bowed down and admitted their defeat, agreeing with the wisdom and power of Chiyu. He, in turn, turning to the emperor, said that they had been rivals since childhood, and therefore the time had come to find out which of them was stronger. And, after a short pause, he added that it would be best for them to fight to the death in a duel, without putting off this decision for later. With the same indifference, the emperor asked his former friend if he understood what he was saying. But the count was not reassured, explaining that from time immemorial a new emperor must defeat the old one in order to ascend the throne, and smiling, he said that he was not a rival, and therefore there was no reason to worry. Realizing that the emperor was rising from his seat, Chiyu added that his only wish was to die at the hands of his childhood friend. The emperor, looking menacingly at the count, declared that he would fulfill his dream and fight alongside him. People standing in the street started talking again about the sky turning red, which could only mean one thing: the emperor had started the battle. One of the men recounted how the count had challenged Emperor Yi right at the royal family meeting, adding that he hoped it was just a dream. At the same time, other officials standing in the hall shouted that this was treason, and from that day on, Chiyu would become an enemy of the Yagua state. He is not just an enemy, he is the worst enemy, and if this is so, then he should be killed, and this man should be forgotten forever, like a nightmare. After hearing all these statements, the count smiled and said that all this was very contradictory, noisy and petty. And, having already turned to the emperor, he asked whether it was worth raising such a fuss over such a trifle. Without waiting for an answer, Chiyu said that he just wanted to give the kings a good spanking. And so, in the very next moment, he directed a stream of energy at the ruler, showing that the battle had begun. And it did indeed begin, but it turned out that this stream had no effect on the emperor, since it left behind a powerful defense separating him from the enemy. The count noted with disappointment in his voice that his old friend was behaving in the same way as before. The emperor declared that only the descendants of the imperial family had subjugated power over outer space, and therefore they had no equal. The overlord added that the 7 kings had different bloodlines, and therefore their abilities and skills were distinct. With over 10 spatial tunnels surrounding him, the attacks didn't even touch his clothes. Clenching his fist, the count replied that no matter how rare his ability was, what was more important was how he used it. Fanning the flames, he shouted that he could do anything, but his opponent definitely did not possess such abilities. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, everyone gathered looked at their emperor with bated breath and began shouting, urging him to be as careful as possible. But it seemed that the ruler was really having a very hard time resisting the firestorm, which was getting stronger and stronger with each passing minute. He narrowed his eyes, making it clear to his opponent that he would deeply regret what he had done. The count seemed completely oblivious to his former friend's words, noting that he was having a wonderful time and that the man's appearance at certain moments corresponded to his aesthetic preferences. The very next moment, the man called upon some kind of spatial clause for help. But this would hardly have helped, since not a minute had passed when the emperor, declaring that it was time to finish, began to use all his abilities and powers. Just a few minutes later, everyone gathered noticed the bright red sky and the same bloody rain, not understanding what was happening. However, all their confusion was dispelled by the emperor, who declared that from that day on there would no longer be anyone named Chiyu. He ordered his subordinates to find all of the count's blood relatives within Iago's domains, in particular his daughter, and to kill them all immediately. And then he added that they should carefully check the blood and abilities of each of the king's subordinates. He needed to know all the details. And the very next minute, everyone gathered joyfully greeted Emperor Yi, loudly shouting his name. At that very moment, a blonde woman standing in front of the castle was watching everything that was happening, but did not take part. A representative of the Clay region, who approached her from behind, said that he was impressed by the whole thing, as he had never seen anything like it. The man explained that Chiyu had betrayed his homeland and was punished, and the emperor began to search for a hidden threat, but this was only the surface information. The most important thing was the battle. The interlocutor noted that, as it turned out, Iago was no longer the strong and majestic country that it had once been, and he inquired about Shago, asking if they were really secretly increasing their army. Once again, by launching some kind of whirlwind, Chiyu clearly wanted to do it in such a way as to not only catch the enemy off guard, but also harm him. The girl quietly stated that Emperor Ye had entered into open combat for the first time, and information about his abilities was very valuable. The state representative noted that the world had changed, a pretext for war had emerged, and the world as everyone knew it had come to an end. In response to questions, the man explained that in Nigo, the harvest season had already begun and everyone there was busy, but in Shiregwa, things were different. The people there, although brainless, wielded great power.